Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fourth part of What If Naruto Had Soul Powers. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 23, Re-establishing Clans. A Chunnin's Duty. Izumo and Kotetsu, the eternal Chunin gate guards, did their usual thing of complaining about their jobs and not doing anything about it. Izumo sighed, "Geez, nothing interesting ever happens here." He whined. Kotetsu was about to reply when a glint from down the road caught his eye. I bet you 1,000 ryo that something interesting will happen today," he said. Izumo continued staring at the passing midday clouds. "Sure, I'll take that bet. You can't take it back when you lose though," he said with a bored smirk. Kotetsu nodded. "Same to you," he said. Izumo wondered at Kotetsu's calmness and looked over at him. He was looking down the road at the approaching figures. Izumo looked at them and blinked in shock before scowling. "Son of a bitch," he mumbled to himself. Jiraiya stepped up to the small desk. "Hello boys, Jiraiya and Chunin Squad 7 returning with a successful A rank," he said as he leaned on the table. Kotetsu smiled in greeting and held out his hand. "Scroll," he said. Jiraiya smirked and passed the mission scroll to him. Kotetsu moved to verify it while Izumo groaned. "I'm probably gonna regret this, but can you explain that to me?" he asked as he pointed at the others. Jiraiya turned to look at his companions and smirked. Two Narutos stood, holding their sword between them which Sakura lay on, completely relaxed as she watched the clouds and talked to Sasuke, who was laying on a platform made of chakra coming from the seals on Sasuke's kusarigama. Next to them Shizune stood doing a final scan of Sasuke's wounds and Tsunade laughed at something the real Naruto said as he stood next to her. Jiraiya turned back to Izumo. Short version, Hokage jutsus gone wrong, battles against a crystal user, a Jonin level combat medic, and Orochimaru. "We won them all and I was only in one of those battles," he said with a smirk. Izumo's jaw dropped. "Wait, what?" he said with wide eyes. Kotetsu came back. "Everything checks out, go ahead," he said. Jiraiya nodded and took the offered scroll. He turned back to the others as they walked through the gate. Kotetsu held his arm out. Izumo frowned. "Son of a bitch," he muttered as he slapped a wad of cash into Kotetsu's hand. Hash. The group had just dropped by the hospital. Within moments, Tsunade easily healed an unconscious Hinata, a sleepy Sakura and a now only in intense pain Sasuke. She would have continued to heal everyone else but she was needed at the Hokage tower, so she ordered Shizune to stay there and check the medical standards. So, Naruto, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked to see the soon-to-be retired Kage in his tower. They just walked into view of the tower when Naruto frowned. "Ba-chan? What are you gonna do about the council?" he asked. Tsunade frowned darkly. "First I'm gonna piss them off, then I'm gonna use them to piss themselves off, then they will regret messing with my family." She took a deep breath from her rant and tried to calm down, when she realized something and smirked. She turned to Naruto. "Naru-chan, I want to give you something. Just think of it as a reunion present between the two of us," she said with a smile. Naruto turned in midair. "What's that, Ba-chan?" he asked. She took off her necklace and clipped it around Naruto's neck. It sat perfectly between his collarbones. "This is a bit of a family heirloom. I got it back after Minato-kun passed. It is the Senju's way of recognizing who will follow their footsteps," she explained with a smile. Naruto grinned. "You mean like becoming Hokage?" he asked. She smiled. "Pretty much. It went from my great-grandfather to my great-granduncle, then to my father, but he passed away early in life. So it went to me. I gave it to those close to me who aspired to be Hokage. Unfortunately, the first two died, but Minato-kun lasted till he was the Hokage then gave it back to me for safekeeping. I'm passing to you for the same reason," she said as she turned back to the tower and began walking. Naruto floated up next to her, his grin threatening to split his face. "Thanks Ba-chan," he said excitedly. Tsunade smiled at him. "Nothing less than the best for my boy," she said as she ruffled his hair. Jiraiya interrupted the moment with a small cough. "Sorry guys but we really should hurry," he said as he began to walk briskly. The two quickly followed after Jiraiya and up to the office of the third Hokage. Hash. Knock knock. "Come in." Tsunade opened the door to see a very frustrated-looking Kage being towered over by 3 other people. He smiled as she walked in. "Tsunade-chan," he sighed in relief. The 3 others turned around with a stunned look on their faces, revealing to be the Hokage's 2 advisors and Danzo. Koharu glared. "What are you doing here?" she asked as she glared at Tsunade. Tsunade walked up to her and smiled, taking out the trash. She replied. Danzo was about to say something when Tsunade grabbed both of the advisors' collars and threw them out the door, literally. Jiraiya closed the door as the 2 flew out. "One more to go," he said with a smirk. Danzo glared. "As a civilian, it is illegal for a ninja of the Hokage to harm me," he said hatefully. Tsunade raised a brow. "And since when are you a civilian? I thought you were controlling the Uchiha clan?" she asked. The 3rd Hokage wheeled his chair at Tsunade, and over Danzo's toe. "Well, you see ow." The aged asshole yelled as he fell back onto a chair. Hiruzen stopped in front of Tsunade and looked up with a withered smile. "Hello Tsunade-chan, will you help me in village out?" he asked as he raised his hat off of his head and passed it to Tsunade. She took the hat and put it on. "You know it, old man," she said with a smile. Hiruzen smiled up at her happily before wheeling himself to the side and gesturing towards his desk. "It's all yours," he said. Tsunade walked around the desk and sat down in the Hokage chair. She smiled as Hiruzen wheeled to the side of her desk. Jiraiya sat in a chair facing the desk and Naruto hovered in a crouch over the other chair. Danzo glared from the chair he sat on. "I will be taking my leave then," he spat out as he stood and walked out of the room. The moment the door closed behind him, Naruto and Jiraiya shared the same cocky grin. They chuckled before Tsunade palmed her desk, gaining their attention. She cleared her throat. "All right, I have a few orders of business. Firstly," she looked at Hiruzen for this, "I don't want a big ceremony, just let the news of my inauguration fan throughout the village. Secondly, my first order is that you," she now pointed at Hiruzen, "will help me until I can do all of this myself. Don't worry, I am pretty sure I'll be a quick learner. And finally, I want you to be directly involved in mission assignments," she said. Hiruzen blinked. I guess I can for a while, but that's what Chunin do," he said. Tsunade frowned. "Exactly, I want them to be on missions and training to become Jonin, not sitting at a desk. I'll let you organize up to 3 ninjas to help you each day, but you can't have the same Chunin for more than 2 days in a row each month, or you can find a personnel assistant. Okay?" she said. Hiruzen chuckled with a smirk. "Sure Tsunade-chan," he said. Tsunade smiled. "All right, I will get this village up and ready for anything," she said determinedly. Jiraiya grinned. "Anything else, Hokage-sama?" he asked. Tsunade pulled in a breath. "That's gonna be hard to get used to," she muttered. She then looked at her sensei. "How do I use those Anbu messengers?" she asked. Hiruzen smirked. "Above your left knee, there is a basic pulse seal. Thanks to Minato's time in office, everything is run almost automatically," he explained. Tsunade sent a sliver of chakra over her knee and felt a small portion be sucked into the invisible seal. Not 10 seconds later, an Anbu appeared in a poof of smoke. "You called Ho?" He trailed off as he saw Tsunade behind the desk instead of Hiruzen. The Anbu dropped into a respectful crouch. "Tsunade-sama, would you please inform me as to the village's Hokage status?" he asked in a clear voice. Tsunade raised a brow. "Sarutobi-sensei has stepped down once again, and I have been selected to be the 5th, she said. The Anbu stood from his crouch. "It is an honor to serve under you. What do you need?" he asked. Everyone just looked at Tsunade blankly. I guess could you tell everyone I'm the Hokage now?" she asked. The Anbu nodded. "Anyone specific?" he asked. Tsunade put a hand to her chin in thought. "I guess the clan heads, the Anbu captains of each department, and make it news to the civilian council members," she said. The Anbu nodded. "It will be done." Then he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Tsunade blinked. "That was kinda weird," she said. Hiruzen nodded. "You'll get used to it," he said with a smile. Tsunade took a deep breath, then turned back to Jiraiya and Naruto. "Now, you've lost some progress with your spy network since you've been looking for me, right Jiraiya?" He nodded. "In that case, I'll give you some time to get it up and running again. Can you work from the village itself?" she asked. He raised a brow. "I guess I can. Why?" he asked. Tsunade scowled. "I saw the state of the village. We're weakened from that invasion. I'm hoping having 2 of the Sannin in our walls will help make villages think twice about attacking us," she explained. Jiraiya nodded. "Sure, can I have a couple of days off though? For some, research, he said as he thought about his research with a giggle. Naruto slapped him across the face. Not now, Uro-sensei, he said. Tsunade smiled softly. Sure you can, Jiraiya. But only 2 days, you hear me? He nodded with a smile as he rubbed his red cheek. Thanks Suheim, he said as he stood. Tsunade smiled and watched as Jiraiya walked to the window and hopped out. She turned back to Naruto. Since most of your team is incapacitated at the moment, you can have some time off, okay? She said with a smile. Hiruzen nodded. I think I know the perfect mission anyway. It comes around this time every 4 years, he said. Naruto hovered into a standing position. Thanks Ba-chan, he said excitedly. She smiled. Listen Naru-chan, I understand you're staying in the Uchiha district? She said. He nodded. Yep, in the southeast corner next to the Nakano shrine. Why do you ask? He asked. Tsunade smiled again. No reason, now get going. I want you home for when Sakura checks out, she said. Naruto grinned. Okay Ba-chan. Bye Gigi, he yelled as he flew out the window. Tsunade sighed and turned back to Sarutobi. She was about to talk when she was cut off by the Anbu poofing back into the room. Message delivered Hokage-sama, he said with a bow. Tsunade blinked. How'd you do it so quick? She asked. The Anbu calmly answered, shadow clones accompanied by Sunshine. Tsunade nodded in appreciation before an idea lit up in her head. Hey sensei, can I use a couple of shadow clones to lighten the workload in here? She asked. Hiruzen blinked before wheeling himself to beside Tsunade. He opened the third drawer on the left side of her desk and pulled out an envelope written to him by Minato. Tsunade watched in confusion as he opened the envelope and pulled out 2 pieces of paper. He read one and sighed before placing the other on the desk, revealing a target with Banghead here written on it. Tsunade's brows shot up as her sensei began slamming his head on the target. Bang stupid. Bang stupid. Bang stupid. Tsunade watched him continue for a moment before picking up the other piece of paper. It read, Dear Hiruzen. Sorry to put you back in office, just wanted to know why you always complained about the paperwork? It was easy for me thanks to shadow clones. P.S. Give Mum my love and please look after little Naruto. P.P.S. Kushina-chan said that this other piece of paper will be needed and that you're silly. Tsunade looked at her sensei again and burst out laughing. Hash. Naruto floated into the house and took a deep breath. Kin-chan you here? He yelled. From the staircase, Kin slid down on the arm rail with Dengo in her hand. Hey Naruto-kun. How was the mission? She asked as she took a bite. Naruto smiled. We did it successfully and no one was killed, so all good, he said. Kin nodded, which is when Naruto noticed her hair was tied into a high ponytail. Actually she was in a whole new outfit. Naruto blushed as he realized it was almost the same as Anko's. The only difference was that Anko's skirt was orange whereas Kin's was purple. Naruto blinked. What the heck happened to your outfit? He asked. Kin blinked and looked down. Oh yeah, Anko-sensei decided she wanted to train me. And she literally didn't let me refuse. Not that I would've, she said with a shrug. Naruto focused. Look at her face, not the cleavage she is showing. What kind of 13-year-old is things that big anyways? He thought as he stared at her forehead. He was not exaggerating in any way. Kin was as developed as a young 20-year-old. Kin noticed his problem and grinned. Nah, it's little Naruto intimidated by little old me? She asked as she licked the stick of Dengo suggestively. Naruto's jaw dropped. Holy log, she didn't just train you. She's made a mini her, he yelled. Kin thumped the top side of Naruto's head as she walked past. Calm down big boy, I'm off for more training, she said to the dazed Naruto. Naruto watched as she walked out before shaking his head. I leave for barely 2 weeks and shit turns crazy. He muttered as he walked up the stairs to his room. Naruto paused and listened to the quiet house before grinning. Finally. He cheered as he grabbed a towel and ran to the bathroom. Naruto stripped down and sat in the mega tub. He turned on all 4 taps and the spa bath pumps. Oh yeah, he said as he finally got to relax. Poof. Naruto Uzumaki, you are requested by the what the fuck I'm naked asshole. Naruto covered himself with bubbles as the Anbu had no outward reaction. Yes. You are. Hokage-sama requests your presence in the council chambers in 40 minutes. The Anbu said. Naruto stated, then why couldn't you have waited 10 more minutes? He yelled in anger. The Anbu seemed to be smirking, though Naruto had no way to confirm it. Felt like it, Anbu said before disappearing in another poof. Naruto glared until the smoke dissipated. He sighed before trying to relax again. Damn it, the moment's gone, he mumbled as he began to wash himself. About 10 minutes later, semi-dry Naruto was sitting on the back porch of the house with Kubikiri Bocho across his lap. He was cleaning it with the utmost care. He sighed happily. This is actually quite relaxing, he said with a small smile. He was left in peace this time as he finished cleaning his blade. He held it up as it glinted in the sunlight, a symbol of his power. Naruto smirked until he noticed the angle of the sun in the sky. He sheathed his blade as he stood. Better get going then, he mumbled as he walked over to the tree in the center of the backyard. He held a hand sign, wood clone jutsu. He proclaimed, creating a wood clone from the soul of the tree. Naruto's head tilted as he thought of that. The soul of the tree is what gives it so much life. I wonder what another soul would do, he thought as he watched the wood clone come to life. Naruto was interrupted from his trail of thought as his clone tapped his shoulder. So, what do you need? It asked. Naruto shook his head. Oh, right. Nei-chan will be kicked out of the hospital in the next half hour. I need you to pick her up and make sure she gets home safe. No dispelling until I return, even if she tells you to, he ordered. The clone frowned and nodded. Sure, how long till she's better again? It asked. Naruto shrugged. Why you asking me? I know the same as you, he said as he began to hover into the air. The clone just nodded and walked back inside. Naruto began to fly towards the Hokage tower in the dreaded council chambers. This'll either be great, or shit, he thought as he flew up amongst a flock of birds. Naruto was smiling as he flew just inside the triangle of the flock before he looked down. He realized he was right above the wall surrounding the Hokage tower. He smiled at the birds before he stopped channeling chakra. So long, he said as he began to fall. Naruto smiled as he free fell downwards and watched the world move towards him. People looked up at him in fear as all they saw was a person falling from an extreme height. He flipped into a handstand position and pushed a ton of wind chakra into his arm funnels. He slowed to a stop mere centimeters off the ground. Naruto looked up at the ground and smiled. He, never gonna get tired of flight, he said before pushing himself higher and flipping around to an upright position, never touching the ground as he swapped between the uses of wind funnels. He casually hovered over to the back entrance of the Hokage tower which connected to the council chambers. He raised a brow at the fact that there was twice the amount of Onbu in the area as usual. Must be something to do with what Ba-chan is up to, he muttered as he was led in by an Onbu and escorted to the council chambers. The door was opened and Naruto smiled at Tsunade, who was sitting in the Hokage's seat. The council was in an oddly silent state. Hey Ba-chan, Naruto said with a wave as he landed softly. Many ninja and civilians gasped at Naruto's address and stared at Tsunade in fear. To their shock Tsunade just frowned lightly. Naru-chan, when I have this hat on I'm the Hokage. Alright? She said. Naruto just nodded with a small smile. Okay Hokage Ba-chan, he said with a chuckle. Tsunade breathed a chuckle. Alright smartass, now that you're here we have some announcements to make, she said as she sat slightly straighter. She nodded to the chair where the advisors were sitting. As stated by the Shodaime, I have only just stepped into office so I enact the Hokage's personal laws. Any objections from the civilian council? She asked. In a second, many of the dumber civilians burst into a raucous. The advisors turned to Tsunade and raised their hands along with those that actually knew what they were doing. Tsunade clicked her fingers. A large number of Onbu dropped from the ceiling and landed in front of all the talking civilians and flicked their foreheads before jumping back into the darkness. Everyone went quiet in shock at what just happened and Tsunade used the opportunity to take charge. As you can see, unlike my sensei I will not be patient with you. Next time someone talks out of turn, it will be a kunai instead of a finger flick. Am I clear? She said as she glared. The ninja side sat in silence and shock at the violent display of power by the Hokage. Most of the civilians sat in silence when one stood, a brunette woman that ran the finances of the orphanages of the village. This is unacceptable behavior. I will not. Schlink. Everyone stared in silence as the Onbu caught the dead woman and disappeared into the darkness again. Tsunade stood. Am I clear? She yelled. The whole hall nodded, keeping their silence and opinions to themselves. Tsunade smiled. Good. As I said before, any questions from the civilian council? She repeated. Some raised their arms into the air as if they were children in class. Tsunade nodded to a man in a wheelchair. Yes, you, she said. He frowned. Hokage-sama, I request to take over the financial management of the village's orphanages. I run the shinobi library anyway, I don't mind the extra work. Mayoshi Haruno said. Tsunade recognized him and nodded with a smile. May I answer your request in a few minutes? I wish for you to answer a question later that may affect your decision here, she said. Mayoshi nodded. Of course Hokage-sama, he said with a confused look on his face. Tsunade then nodded to the advisors. Your questions? She asked. They nodded. Himura stood. As the advisors to the Hokage, we officially accept Danzo-san into our ranks. Danzo stood with a smirk as he went to walk towards the advisors' circle. He was unopposed as he sat in a chair between the two existing advisors. The Ninja Council waited for Tsunade to oppose the idea, but to their shock, she just moved on. Not really a question, but all right. Now, Ninja Council, any questions from your end? She asked. All the people looked at Shikaku, as they knew he would ask the only important questions. They were right as Shikaku raised a hand. Tsunade nodded. Yes, Shikaku-san? She asked. Your display of power against that civilian woman, is that how you plan to get your way throughout your time as Hokage? He asked. Tsunade shook her head in the negative. Of course not, I just want you all to know that when I order you to do something, I mean it. This is a ninja village, not some farm town, she said, subtly letting Shikaku know that she saw the Ninja Council as the actual important side and that she was whipping the civilians into obedience. Shikaku smirked at the tactic and nodded. That's all I care about, anything more would be too troublesome, so I've asked enough, he said. Inoiki raised his hand. Tsunade raised a brow and nodded to him. Sorry Hokage-sama, I have but one question, why is Naruto present during these council proceedings? He asked. Everyone turned their eyes to the airborne Naruto. He was crouching in midair again. Tsunade smirked. Good question. You see, Naruto will be a large factor during my first true action as Hokage, other than the little essentials of course, she said. Naruto's brow raised. She's gonna make me decide now? He thought as he hovered in silence. Tsunade nodded, continuing from the personal laws agreement. My next action is the selection of advisors, she said calmly. Danzo twitched in irritation as he realized her plan. Koharu turned with a confused look. Hokage-sama, we're already selected, she said. Tsunade smiled. Sorry, my sensei chose you too when he entered office and the Yondaime just didn't pick out new advisors. I will be choosing others, so you two are dismissed. Danzo, please return to your chair on the civilian council, she said with a tone of finality. The two geezers stood in defiance when an Anbu team appeared surrounding them. You will vacate the premises under your own power or in cuffs, he said as he fingered the handle of his wakizashi. The two ex-advisors scowled as they were dragged out. Danzo stood and calmly walked back to his chair. The only sign he was beaten was the frown on his face. Tsunade smirked and turned to the Anbu next to her. Let in my advisors, she said with a smile. The Anbu turned and opened a door. Hiruzen Sarutobi rolled in, followed by some blind older brunette woman. Shikaku's eyes widened. Ka-san? He asked in shock. She moved as if she could see, but her eyes were wrapped behind a layer of bandages. Yes, Shikaku-kun, she said softly as she sat down. He sighed before resting his head on the table, appearing to fall asleep. Inoiki and Kuza seemed to relax as well, as if all their worries were now unnecessary. In fact, most of the Ninja Council had relaxed smiles on their faces, as if all the weight of being in their situation was lifted off their shoulders. Tsunade continued, Welcome Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hani Nara. Now that the formalities are over, I get to use my inauguration law, right? She asked. Hiruzen smirked. Correct, he said. Hani continued, as long as a majority vote is casted with the Ninja Council of the village, your law or movement will be accepted. She clarified. Tsunade smiled and stood. People of the council, I move that 2 forgotten clans be re-established, she said cockily. There was silence before every civilian council member burst into a screaming frenzy. Who's joined the village? What clan? Do they have Kekkei Genkai? Tsunade raised her left arm and circled her pointer finger in the air. An Anbu dropped and sent chakra into a seal carved into the floor work. A purple pulse of chakra moved over the civilian side of the council and suddenly, the whole left side of the room was muted. Tsunade watched with a smirk as a large majority of the civilian council kept asking questions, while the ninja side sat in silence. Shikaku raised his arm. Tsunade-sama, if I may? He asked. Tsunade nodded and her smirk widened as Shikaku's shadow stretched across the floor of the council and attached to a man standing at the front. Shikaku turned to his side and bowed, causing the man to turn to the guy next to him and headbutt him. The civilians stopped and stared at the ensuing fist fight between the council members, until an Onbu dropped down and stood between them, a hand on each of their necks. The other Onbu dropped the seal as the civilian council was silent. Tsunade spoke, "All right, since this matter is a ninja matter, I ask all the civilian council to vacate other than Mayoshi-san and Takebana-san." Danzo stood and glared. "This matter concerns the village and therefore civilian council representatives must be present," he said. Tsunade scoffed, "It doesn't affect anyone just yet, so get over it. Leave now or you will be forced," she said as she met his glare with a smirk. The many Onbu dropped in front of the civilian council again. Most went without fuss, but some had to be forced out. In the end only Mayoshi Haruno and Takebana Chimono remained, and they both seemed very nervous. Tsunade stood, "Remaining council of Konoha, I want you to be honest with me here. How many of you know who Naruto Uzumaki's parents are?" she asked. Hiashi, Shikaku, Sume and Takebana raised their hands. "Do you all know who both of his parents are?" Tsunade asked. Sume's hand wavered before she lowered it. "I only knew his mother," she said. Tsunade nodded. "That's fine. How many of you know who his grandparents are?" she asked. Takebana and Shikaku lowered their hands, causing Hiashi to frown slightly. Tsunade said, "Hiashi, can you please tell everyone the last 3 generations of Naruto's family please?" Hiashi stood and walked down to the floor where Naruto stood. "Naruto Uzumaki, his parents were Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze," he said with an absolutely calm expression. Everyone was stunned silent until Kuza stood. "Naruto is the son of our fourth?" he asked as he leaned over his table. Naruto nodded. "Need proof?" he asked as he formed a Rasengan between his 2 hands. Most gasped at the revelation, while Naruto sighed. "Now I'm only gonna be seen as the 4th son, at least it's better than Fox Boy or Demon," he thought. Tsunade quietened the talking with a simple raise of her hand. Since Naruto is the son of 2 major clan heads, he wanted to bring them back into existence. The only problem is, one man cannot be clan head of 2 clans. "So I have come up with a solution," she said with a smirk. Naruto raised a brow. "So I don't have to choose which clan to bring back?" he asked. Tsunade smiled and shook her head. "No, Naruto. Legally speaking, since you are unable to run either clan until you are 21 or a jonin, there is no specification for a situation involving 2 clans to the one person. So until either of those moments, you will be asked to choose people to represent both of your clans." Naruto nodded as he thought over Tsunade's explanation. "Okay, well I'll stick my original choice still." He turned to Mayoshi. "Mayoshi-san, could you please fill in for clan head of the Namikaze clan?" he asked. Mayoshi sat in stunned silence. "Naruto-san, we've had a total of 2 conversations, why would you trust me to do this?" he asked. Naruto smiled, "'Cause anyone else would have jumped at the chance to be in a position of higher power. The fact you just asked me that show you're the type of person I can trust," he said. Mayoshi looked at his lap for a second before nodded slowly. Yes, I will help you with this Naruto-san," he said before facing Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, I wish to retract my request from before," he said. Tsunade smiled and nodded. "That's why I've got Takebana-san here," she said. Takebana's eyes widened. "Huh?" he asked. "You see, Takebana, since you are in charge of all of the food establishment's money in the eastern sector of the village, I was wondering if you could keep an eye on the orphanage's wages since they are both in that sector as well. What do you think?" Tsunade said. Takebana tilted his head to the side before nodding. "I guess I could. What's 2 establishments he rhetorically asked as he stood. "Is that all you need me for, Tsunade-sama?" he asked. Naruto cut in. "I have a question," he yelled. Tsunade smirked at his behavior. "Yes, Naruto?" Naruto turned to Takebana. "I wanted to ask, Ichiraku Ramen is in the eastern sector as well, right?" Takebana nodded. "Yes it is, why do you ask?" he asked. Naruto smiled. "Well, I was wondering if I could buy the establishment from you? I would like to make it bigger and have it near the northern district," he said. Takebana held his chin in thought. "I will have to check with Tuchi-san and the costs against the value before I can set up anything. But I will get back to you on that one, Naruto-san," he said with a nod. Tsunade spoke up. "In that case, you are dismissed, Takebana. Thank you for cooperation and I do believe I will be visiting one of your establishments tonight," she said with a smile. Takebana's eyes gleamed as he imagined customers pouring in to see the new Hokage. "No problem, Tsunade-sama," he said before walking out. Hiashi walked over to Mayoshi, who was still looking down and thinking about the responsibilities of being a clan head. "Mayoshi Dono, Would you like some assistance getting to the seat of the Namikaze clan head? He asked. Mayoshi snapped out of his thought train and shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Hyashi-sama, Hyashi Dono, but I can make it there myself, he said as he wheeled out from behind his table on the lower row of the civilian council and rolled over to the ninja side. Hyashi watched as Mayoshi got to the stairs and used chakra to speed up and literally wall right up the staircase and land at the top. Mayoshi smiled at Hyashi, who nodded in respect to the skill. Naruto smiled as he watched Mayoshi will himself next to Tsume and rested against the table there. Naruto then turned to Tsunade. Can I choose Iruka-sensei as my representative on the Uzumaki clan? He asked. Tsunade blinked. I think so? She looked to her advisors for help. Hani, who had perfect recollection, nodded. Even though Iruka-san is only chunin, not only is he 23, he has served time in the Anbu Fuinjutsu unit. So he is qualified to be a representative, she said. Naruto blinked. Iruka-sensei was in Anbu? He asked. Hani nodded, that he was Naruto-san. She answered. Naruto tried to imagine his ex-sensei in the outfit but couldn't quite do it. Tsunade coughed. All right, this entire meeting was public, therefore, there is no need to try and keep it a secret. Although there is one last thing, she said, gaining everyone's attention. Tsunade turned to Hyashi. You apparently know who Naruto's grandparents are/were? She asked. Hyashi nodded. Minato's parents are yourself and your late lover Dan, he said. Everyone stared openly at Tsunade as Sarutobi stood. Listen to me. Everyone stopped and turned to the Sandaime. Tsunade was lied to by the past council. She did not leave her family behind. She was deceived and has decided to forgive the village. We should be grateful for her compassion, he said. He stared down any clan head that glared at Tsunade. Hyashi continued. Kushina's parents were lost in the attack on Uzushiogakur, but her pregnant Annie was taken to the Sound Village by one of Orochimaru's thugs, he said. Everyone then stared at him, including Tsunade and her advisors. I suppose I was the only one with this knowledge? He asked with a raised brow. Hiruzen asked, why didn't you inform me of this discovery, Hyashi? He near yelled. Hyashi blinked. I thought you'd have known. After all, I found out through my father, who found out through the monthly intelligence reports given to the clan heads many years ago. Did no one read those reports? He asked. Many of the clan heads blushed in embarrassment, but Tsume just raised a brow. We're actually meant to read those things? I just thought it was junk mail, she mumbled. Tsunade sighed and pinched her brow in frustration. Okay, from now on clan heads will meet on the first Monday of each month and we'll discuss everything in the reports. That way no more stuff-ups on something this huge, she said. The whole ninja council nodded. Hi Tsunade-sama, they said in unison. Tsunade smirked before waving her arm, dismissed. Naruto was hovering home, thinking about his two clans. Talk about pressure, geez. He came around the corner to the Uchiha district to see Sasuke walking slowly with a light layer of sweat on him. Hey Aniki, what are you doing out of the hospital? He asked. Sasuke stopped his slow walk and looked at Naruto. They said I could go home if I wanted, but I'm not allowed to use jutsu until my chakra is at 100% again. They said I should be 100% in 2 more days, but everything still aches for me trying that damn seal. He muttered. Naruto looked ahead and saw that they were still 8 blocks away, and Sasuke looked to be in major pain. Aniki, I'm carrying you, he said. Sasuke glared. I can do this myself, Naruto. Ooh. Naruto picked him up on his back and hovered slightly faster towards their house. Sasuke sighed with a light smirk. Well, I guess this is alright. He thought as his sore legs finally got to relax. Naruto floated to the door and hovered through the house up to Sasuke's room. Sorry Aniki, I just wanted to make sure you healed proper, he said as he landed in front of Sasuke's door. Since Nate-chan is still healing as well, I thought I'd get some takeaway from Ichiraku's for dinner. That sound okay? He asked. Sasuke opened his door and trudged to his bed. He sat down and sighed. That would be good at Toto. Where's Sakura-chan anyway? I thought she was let out a few hours ago? He asked. Naruto tilted his head in thought, realizing his clone hasn't dispelled itself yet. I'm not sure Aniki, you want me to look around? He asked. Sasuke shook his head in the negative. It should be fine, I'm gonna have a rest then head to the shower. Why don't you try out getting a mission? He asked. Naruto raised a brow. But we can't do a mission, you and Sakura are still injured, he said. Sasuke chuckled. Dobi, you're a chunin now. You have to start leading missions as well. For your first it should only be a C rank at best. Why don't you do yours now so you could be done by the time we're fully healed? He suggested. Naruto frowned in thought. I guess I could. Okay, I'll go ask Ba-chan. On my way back I'll grab dinner, will you be okay? He asked. Sasuke smirked and slowly stood. I'll be fine, don't worry about me, he said as he walked to the door and headed towards the bathroom. Get going Naruto, he said as he grabbed a towel from the cupboard. Naruto nodded and hovered into his room. He closed the door behind him and got undressed. Where's the outfit Nei-chan got for me when she went out with Kin-chan? He muttered to himself as he landed and placed his weapons on his bed. Naruto looked at the small desk in the corner of his room and saw a pile of clothes there. A note sat on top of it. Naruto picked up the note and read. Dear Naru-ni. I thought this outfit would be cool and suit you well. It's not like your other outfits. I figured instead of having aspects of all the people you've absorbed, why don't you show off your arm gauntlet? It's a pretty good symbol for everything. Also, since you are aiming to become an assassin, this outfit's color is adjustable. If you channel a tad of chakra into the small bulb on the white side, it'll turn black, and the same goes for the reverse. Love you lots. If you like the outfit just tell me and I'll order more for you, don't worry about the price. K? Your Nei-chan, Sakura. Naruto smiled as he read the note and pinned it on his wall with a small kunai. He stood back and smiled as he read it from a distance. He stopped admiring his new poster and decided to try on the new outfit. 10 minutes later, Naruto walked out of his room admiring his completely new outfit. It was a short-sleeved full-body suit. The left side was completely white and the right was completely black. The colors ran down his legs. There was a hood attached to its collar. On his chest there was a zigzag pattern where the two colors met. The bodysuit was tight on the upper half of his body, wrapping tightly up and around his neck and met his skin tightly on his biceps. The necklace Tsunade gave him sat around his neck. He wore a dark gray belt that had a ninja pouch on both sides of his backside. On his lower back there was a small bulb on either side of his outfit. The lower portion of his outfit was baggy at the top, then became skin tight around his shins. On his back he still wore his weapons sheath and his left arm was covered in his gauntlet and ring. His shoes were standard black ninja sandals, but they had a hole cut into the bottom so that the air holes in his feet would work for flight. Over his right eye was the scoping seal Sasuke had made for him so see long distances. He no longer wore a mask, showing off his enlarged fangs and the whisker marks. He no longer wore the Chunin vest, instead showing the red Uzumaki swirl on his chest. Naruto leapt over the stairway rail and landed softly downstairs. He nodded as he affirmed the outfit's maneuverability. Hovering slightly, he left the house and sped towards the Hokage's office through the air. The tight upper portion stopped his clothes from flapping in the air and his flight was soundless other than the whistle of the wind funnels. He tried his outfit's camouflage and his entire outfit other than the swirl on his chest became black. He then did the reverse and appeared white. He pulled the hood up and discovered it changed as well and could cover his entire head and down to his nose, covering his whole face except for his mouth in either hood or shadow. He smirked as he slowed to a halt outside the Hokage tower and flew up to the office window. Naruto looked in and saw two Tsunade sitting at desks facing the windows and Nara seemingly looking over their shoulders, even though her eyes were wrapped shut. A third Tsunade was sitting at her desk with Sarutobi, going over some large pieces of paper. Naruto flew in through the open window on the right side of the office. Hey Aba-chans, Gigi, Hani-sama, he said as he barrel rolled through the air to hover right side up air crouching. Tsunade and Sarutobi looked up while when the clones turned to answer, Hani grabbed their heads and turned them back to their worksheets. Hani just waved over her shoulder. Tsunade sat straight. Already back to see me Naru-chan? She asked with an amused smirk. Naruto shook his head, not really. He dodged a pen. You said Gigi was in charge of mission assignments, right? He asked. Hiruzen nodded and leaned back into his wheelchair. Your team can't do a mission Naruto, 2 of them are incapacitated, he said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I know. I was wondering if I could lead my first mission as a Chunin leader? He asked hopefully. Tsunade interrupted. New threads Naruto? She asked. Naruto smiled. Yes ma'am, he said as he stood in midair and posed while slowly rotating. Tsunade and Hiruzen laughed at Naruto's show, while Hani turned and frowned. Tsunade-chan, are you working or are you playing? She asked. Tsunade stopped laughing and looked back at the papers. Working Hani. She answered as she pretended to fiddle with some sheets of paper. Hani smiled and turned back to the clones. Sarutobi wheeled himself around the desks to Naruto's side. I have my own office next door, let's go see if we can find a suitable mission, he said as he wheeled past Naruto. Naruto waved goodbye to Tsunade and hovered after him. The two entered into Sarutobi's office. It was smaller than the Hokage's, but that might have been because of the 5 Sarutobis working to organize and rank all of the missions along the right half of the room. The original Hiruzen rolled past them all and stopped next to a basket labeled, "C, low chance." Naruto raised a brow. "What does the low chance thing mean?" he asked. Sarutobi smiled as he lifted out 3 scrolls. "It means there is a low chance that the mission will be bumped up anything more than 1 rank." He then rolled over to his desk, which had its back to the window that showed the eastern sector of the village. He laid the scrolls out on the table. "These missions I think are suitable for you and those who you may choose to accompany you." He picked up the 2 scrolls on the left. "These missions can have up to 5 people in total, but if you choose to have 4 people accompany you on them, they must all be genin. If you choose only chunin, then you are allowed a maximum of 2. Or you can do a mix that needs to be approved by myself. You get the standard pay rate determined by the time taken to do the mission, the mission parameters and the type." He then picked up the one on the right. "This mission is a simple delivery mission. You go yourself and you get paid depending on how fast you deliver. If you fail in any of these missions, you don't get paid." Hiruzen explained before leaning back again. "Feel free to read them over," he said as he pulled out a long pointer from beside his desk. He let Naruto read as he turned to the wall to the left side of his office. He pulled a rope, causing the curtains that covered the wall to open. The wall was covered in pictures of the ninjas of the village, underlined with their names and a small light. Some were lit up red while others were blue, some weren't lit up at all. Naruto stopped his reading to look over all the pictures. "What's that, Gigi?" he asked. Hiruzen smiled. "This is the active ninja board. Those whose light is turned red is currently in the village. Blue means they're in the village but unable to do a mission. Off means they are currently doing a mission," he explained. Naruto looked over the faces in amazement. "This is awesome," he said. Sarutobi chuckled. "Yes, it is. Have you chosen a mission, Naruto?" he asked. Naruto picked up the scroll in the middle. "Yeah, this escort mission seems good. I can have 4 people join me, right?" he asked as he searched for the currently available genin. Sarutobi nodded and used the pointer to push a lever. The wall rotated and suddenly it displayed all the genin of the village. "Take your pick, Naruto," he said. Naruto looked for familiar names and chose in a matter of moments. "Okay, since we need to protect someone from possible attacks, I need at least 1 distance sensor so we can counterattack," he muttered to himself. He spotted the remainders of Team 8 and smiled. "Hinata and Shino to start," he said to Sarutobi, who wrote their names on the mission scroll. Naruto then thought about the actual fight and protection. 2 combat specialists, preferably 1 distanced fighter. His eyes lit up. Tenten and Neji, he decided. Sarutobi wrote their names in the scroll and put the scroll in a slot in the wall. It fell downwards. Sarutobi smiled. "Go gather your team. Your mission scroll will be prepared for you at the front gate from midnight onwards. So I suggest leaving early tomorrow morning," he said. Naruto smiled and nodded. Suddenly the light bulbs under his team's name turned off, signifying they are being used for a mission. "So I go tell them now?" Naruto asked. Sarutobi nodded. "You can tell them now or send out a message for them by messenger bird. In this situation, the messenger bird would be most suitable since the messages will be delivered within the hour and they'll be able to prepare. With missions that are A or S ranked, the Onbu messenger service will take care of it automatically and within 5 minutes," he explained. Naruto nodded. "So how do I use the messenger service?" he asked. Sarutobi pulled out a piece of paper. "Just write down the mission specs, who will be on the team and what time to meet at the gate. You can add any personal messages as well. Then you take it to the messenger bird's balcony." He noticed Naruto's blank look. "It's left as you leave my office, then take the second stairwell to the top. There should be someone there who can send it off for you. But make sure you tell him exactly who each one is for," Sarutobi explained. Naruto picked up the piece of paper and read over it. Mission spec, the team, the time, the place, and then send it off. "Got it, Gigi," he said as he stood from his chair. "I'll see you later," he yelled as he hovered out the door. Hash. Knock knock. "Come in." The door to the study was opened and the Hyuga messenger bowed. "Good evening, Hiyashi-sama. I have a mission request for both Hinata-sama and Neji-san," she said as she placed the letters on his table. Hiyashi looked up from his paperwork and looked over to see the letters. He picked up the one on top and read through it. It read, "Dear Neji-san, I have drafted you for a mission since I know firsthand you are a top-class fighter. Meet me and your team at the main village gate at 6:30 in the morning. I will give the team a rundown of the mission and their key roles. Remember 6.30. The team will consist of yourself, Tenten, Hinata and Shino under my command. Signed Chunin, Naruto Uzumaki. P.S. I'm 90% sure Hiyashi-sama will be reading this before it gets to you. I want to suggest him something. Do you use clones for the tons of paperwork you have to do? Cause Hokage Ba-chan is, and I think it's kinda cheating. Hiyashi placed the letter back in its envelope and gave it along with Hinata's back to the messenger. Please deliver them and inform the two that I approve, he said. The messenger nodded and picked up the envelopes and bowed. Right away Hiyashi-sama, she said before running out of the room. Hiyashi took out an envelope from his drawer and opened it. He scanned the contents before placing one of the pieces of paper on his table. He slammed his head on the crudely drawn target. Stupid. Bam, stupid. Hash. Shino. Yes, father? You have a mission. Thank you, father. Indeed, the Aburame is a clan of few words, the author thought as Shibi passed the letter to his son. Hash. Tink tink. Tenten sat up and looked across her apartment to see a bird pecking on the window. She blinked in confusion before recognizing it as a messenger bird. Tenten ran over and opened her window. The bird flew around the room once before landing on the back of one of her dining chairs. She went to her cupboard and took out a cracker. The bird chirped as she placed it on the table in front of the bird. She sent a small amount of chakra into the seal on the bird's leg holster. It was a storage seal. She found a letter addressed to her. She opened it as she gave the bird a second cracker. It read, Dear Ten-chan, I have drafted you for a mission. It is my first mission as a Chunin leader, so I'll need the best I can get. And you're the perfect marksman, thus this letter. D. Meet myself and the rest of the team at 6:30 in the morning at the main gate of the village. At which point I will inform everyone about the mission details. The team will consist of yourself, Hinata, Shino, and Neji. Signed Chunin, Naruto Uzumaki. P.S. Glad to see you again, haven't really talked since the Forest of Death Tower. Tenten blushed. He wants me? She smiled as she petted the bird. The bird chirped and she took it back to the window. It flew back to its post. Tenten watched it fly off with a smile, then she gasped, I better sharpen my best tools, she said to herself as she ran to a cupboard and opened it up. She ran in and the cupboard was actually a stairway. She went down and appeared in Dan's ninja store. Uncle Dan won't mind if I borrow some more stuff, she said as she ran around grabbing some weapon maintenance tools. Hash. Naruto hovered into Ichiraku's ramen stand as the sun was making its final descent. Hey old man. Can I get my family's usual to go and 2 extra beef? He yelled. Tucci looked up and smiled. Sure thing Naruto, he said as he began to cook. Ayame leaned over the counter. Hey Naruto-kun, how are you? She asked with a smile. Naruto grinned back. I'm great Ayame-chan. I have my first mission as a leader tomorrow, so I'm a little nervous but really excited as well, he said as he scratched his head. Ayame gasped, already? But you're only just a Chunin, she said. Naruto frowned. Way to show some encouragement, he said. Ayame laughed. Naruto, I know you can and will do the mission safely. But I still worry sometimes, she said as she reached over and ruffled his hair. Nice outfit by the way, I almost forgot just how wild your hair is, she said with a chuckle. Naruto laughed as well. I love it. Sakura-chan chose it for me and it's exactly what I need, he said with a smile. Tucci yelled, order up. Ayame turned to him. Hold on a second Naruto, she said as she held the containers out for her father. In a matter of moments, Naruto had 12 bowls of ramen in 2 bags. Thanks guys. I'll tell Aniki you're gonna come over tomorrow Ayame-chan, he said as he flew up over the opposite building and began to fly towards the Uchiha district again. Hash. Kin opened the door to see Naruto kicking off his shoes. Hey Naruto-kun, that dinner? She asked as he stepped inside. Naruto nodded. Yep. I got a bowl of ramen for each of you guys, 2 for sensei and 5 for me, he said with a smile. Kin took a bag and noticed there was 12. What about the other 2? She asked. Naruto grinned. Breakfast for tomorrow, I got 2 beef. He explained. Kin chuckled as the two walked into the kitchen. Sasuke and Sakura were sitting next to each other. Naruto smiled. Hey guys, how are you feeling? He asked. They turned and smiled. I'm doing much better, I'm allowed to walk now and it feels fine. But sometimes if I bend too far I twinge of pain where I was cut, Sakura said as she stood up and helped Naruto with the food. Sasuke just smirked. Much better now, I already feel as though I could do a jutsu again, he said. A wet napkin slapped him in the face. Now Sasuke, I thought I made it clear about what would happen if you went against the doctor's orders? Naruto looked over to see Kakashi drying the dishes. Kakashi Oji, Naruto said in excitement. He hugged Kakashi around the chest. Kakashi chuckled and patted Naruto's head. Hello Naruto, how are you? He asked. Naruto stepped away from the hug and grinned. I'm great. Did they tell you about the mission to get Ba-chan? He asked. Kakashi nodded. Yes they did. I also had to explain some things to Sasuke about his limits, he said with an eye smile. Naruto raised a brow. Limits? He asked. Sasuke scowled. Yeah, sensei had me look over some things in the Hiroshin seal, specifically, the blood seal portion, he said unhappily. Naruto looked confused as he placed the ramen on the table. Blood seal? He asked. Sasuke nodded. You see, the Yondaime's technique was made to feed off of his bloodline. But since I don't share his blood I can never do the technique, it will react differently to mine while trying to force the technique to happen in the same way. He then smiled, but, if I can find out what the specifications in my blood can do, then I can create my own all-new sealing technique, he said as he leaned onto his perched hands. Naruto blinked. His blood? He asked. Sasuke smiled. Yep, and that means it'll work for you Itoto, he said. Naruto's answering grin split his face. Yada, he yelled as he threw his arms in the air. Kakashi pushed Naruto into his seat and finished passing out the ramen bowls. In that case, you'll need energy. Therefore, let's eat, he said as he began eating through his mask. Kin watched the action with confusion. What the? Sakura just patted her shoulder. Don't bother asking, we've tried, she said. Sasuke swallowed a mouthful. Tell you what Itoto, I'll finish taking apart the sealing array and give it to you in exchange for a favor, no matter what it is, deal? He said. Naruto smiled. Deal, he yelled before he dug into his food at an unexplainable rate. The family laughed at Naruto's actions before digging into dinner themselves. Chapter 24, My First Mission. Naruto arrived at the front gate as the sun was coming up. It was currently 6:25 in the morning. He walked up to the Eternal Gate guards and said, Good morning, you guys got my mission? Izumo was snoring as he lay back in his chair. It was Kotetsu who tossed him the scroll. Good luck on your first leading mission Naruto, he said. Naruto smiled as he caught the scroll and double-checked its contents. Thanks Kotetsu. You can expect us back in about a week, probably a little earlier, Naruto said. Kotetsu nodded before looking over Naruto's shoulder. Naruto turned to see Neji and Hinata. Neji bowed. Naruto Teiko, he said. Naruto spluttered. Don't call me that, just address me like you normally would, he said as he walked over to them. Hinata smiled and stepped up to him. The two met in a hug. Good morning Naruto-kun, she said with a light blush. Naruto smirked and stepped out of the hug. And to you Hinata-chan. A swarm of enlarged Kikaiku gathered next to Neji, then dispersed to show Shino in a crouch. He stood and readjusted his glass. Good morning Naruto Teiko, I would like to thank you for the boost given to my family's techniques. We now have a total of 40 new techniques, he said. Naruto smiled. That's great Shino. But seriously, don't call me captain, he said. Naruto then looked back towards the village. Now we're only waiting on Ten-chan, he murmured. Hinata raised a brow. Ten-chan? She asked. Naruto nodded, not realizing the potential crap storm he just set up. Yeah, she should be. Good morning Teiko. Naruto looked to see Tenten jumping down from the village wall. There you are. But don't call me Teiko, he said with a smile. Neji chuckled. I don't think you can stop us Teiko, he said with a smirk. Naruto sighed. Alright fine, he said before he stood tall, stepping into his leader mode. Listen up. I want you to follow after me in an open spearhead formation. Neji and Hinata will be on the outsides with their Byakugan scanning the area around us. If there is a potential threat, tell us and Shino will be first strike on the left, Tenten on the right and myself will handle the back and front. Got it? He asked. Everyone nodded. I said do you get it? He yelled. Hi Teiko. The four yelled in unison. Naruto smirked and turned down the road. Alright. Let's move out. He ordered before he began to fly forward at a quick pace, the Hyugas and Tenten running after him and surprisingly, Shino flew as well. Naruto landed in a clearing. Alright guys, we'll camp here for tonight and head off early tomorrow. We'll be there around midday so we'll make it with plenty of time to spare, he said. All the genin except for Shino landed behind him, panting heavily. Tenten spoke, Taeko-kun, there was a restaurant and hotel just 2 miles back, why didn't we stop there? She asked between breaths. Naruto smirked and formed some hand seals, wood style, traveler's den. He announced as he stomped the ground. Neji and Tenten's jaws hit the floor as a wooden hut rose from the ground. How the hell did you do that? The two of them yelled. Shino and Hinata, who had both witnessed these skills before, just walked into the hut calmly and admired the inside. Neji and Tenten followed behind as Naruto explained that he learned wood-style jutsu from a dormant blood cell. Team Naruto landed at a coastal town. Alright, we arrived ahead of schedule, so we have 2 hours till we're needed at the daimyo's home. Any suggestions? Naruto asked as he stopped his hovering and the group began walking around town. Shino adjusted his glasses. It would be logical to locate the daimyo's premises first, then find suitable lunch for the team to ensure we are prepared for a long challenge, he said. Naruto looked at Shino and blinked. Shino, you're my second in command, he said as he jumped onto a nearby building. The others followed, but Shino once again flew up into the air and landed gently. Neji asked, Shino-san, how is it that you seem to be floating? Shino stood tall and lifted his left sleeve. There was a bracelet with a seal imprinted on it. Sasuke-san gave me a modified anti-gravity seal, and from the inside of my body, a team of the Kikaiku are able to lift my weightless body and maneuver it as though I am capable of flight. Shino explained as she pulled his sleeve back down. Tenten shivered at the thought. That's kinda creepy, she said. Naruto scoffed, says the girl who keeps a katana sealed in her underpants, he mumbled. Tenten blushed while Hinata stared openly. How would you know that? They both yelled. Naruto and Neji stepped away in shock and Shino cleaned his ringing ear. It was a joke, geez. Naruto replied after a moment to recover. Neji coughed lightly, turning everyone's attention to him. The daimyo's house? He asked. Naruto nodded. Oh yeah. He turned to Shino. Shino, use your bugs to scan the districts nearby to look for signs of chakra. Apparently this daimyo has 2 ninja guards, so you should be able to find them. As soon as you get the trace, transport Neji to that area and he'll locate it with his Byakugan, Naruto said with a smile. Shino adjusted his glasses. That is a magnificent idea for tracking down a hiding ninja Taeko, but wasn't the address of his palace written in the mission scroll? He asked. Naruto blinked before turning to his navigator. Is it? He asked to Hinata. She took the scroll from her pouch and looked at it with her Byakugan, not even bothering to open it. It's number 1 on Coastal Avenue in the South District, she said with a soft smile. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Okay, guess we'll just head there then, he said as he began to lift off. He paused before landing again. Actually, as my second in command, do you have any more suggestions? Naruto asked Shino. Shino nodded. If I send 10 of my Kikaiku to the location for each of us, then I can transport us each there instantly. If this tactic is chosen, it would be logical to go find some lunch while we wait, he said. Naruto smiled. I'm so glad you guys are on my team, he said as he rested his hands behind his head. So, any suggestions for food? He asked. Tenten spoke up. My uncle used to do trading here. There is a top-class noodle restaurant overlooking the water near the tourism docks in the central district, she said. Naruto grinned widely. Noodles? As in ramen? He asked. Tenten chuckled flirtatiously, causing Hinata to frown slightly. Of course there is, silly, she said. Naruto grinned, thinking he did something funny. Hee hee, awesome. Shino, let those bugs loose. Let's go get some ramen, he said as he flew over to the central district. The others followed after him, Shino sending a few super Kikaiku towards the address spoken. Neji shut down his Byakugan. I've found it. It's just a few blocks that way, he said pointing down the coastline. Naruto nodded. Let's get going then, he said. Everyone began walking but Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand. Naruto-kun, can I talk to you for a moment please? She asked with a sad look on her face. Naruto saw her expression and broke a little inside. Of course Hinata-chan. Guys, go on ahead. He ordered as he picked Hinata up in a hug and flew onto a nearby rooftop. Tenten looked on confused, and a little hurt. Wait, what? She asked Neji as she watched the two fly off in each other's embrace. Shino placed a hand on both Neji and Tenten's shoulders. A pulse of chakra enveloped the two before Shino flew towards the restaurant, dragging the two behind him as if they were much lighter. He landed and turned to Tenten. We will get a table. We will get menus. You may ask questions and I will do my best to answer. You will not disturb the two of them, he said in his normal monotone, but there was something intimidating about it. Tenten just nodded while Neji followed along with his brow raised in confusion. Naruto landed and sat down, pulling Hinata onto his lap. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? He asked with a worried tone as he hugged her. Hinata held Naruto's face and looked into his eyes. Naruto-kun, do you love me? She asked. Naruto smiled and snuggled into her neck, causing her to giggle. Of course I do, Hinata-chan. If there is anything in this world I'm absolutely sure about, it's that I love you, he said. Hinata blushed and smiled. Okay then, just checking, she said. He pulled away from his snuggling and looked her in the eyes. Why do you ask, Hinata-chan? She bit her lip. Well, to me it seemed like you might have been, flirting earlier with Tenten? Her voice rose until it was high-pitched as she twisted the answer into its own question. Naruto blinked in confusion. Flirting? Sorry if I was, I'm not really sure about how to flirt, so I guess I might have been. Sorry if it made you jealous, Hinata-chan, he said. Hinata blushed again. I wasn't jealous. I was just worried. I don't want to lose you, Naruto-kun, she mumbled softly. Naruto held her tighter and kissed her cheek. You never will, I swear on my Nindo, he said. Hinata smiled before sighing. But, I will have to share you, won't I? She asked softly. Naruto froze and pulled away from the hug. So, then? He asked with a frown. Hinata smiled softly. It's okay, Naruto-kun, it's not your fault. You have to revive 2 clans, I can handle your procreating with other women. I guess it's just me being selfish, she said. Naruto held her hand as he leaned back into the hug. But, I'm not sure I can even do it. I mean, how can I love you and be intimate with another person? It'll still feel like betraying you, even if it's apparently okay, he said with a scowl. Hinata sighed as she thought on the subject. Well, you still have a few years to decide who you want. Maybe we'll both be able to agree on some women? She said with a smile, trying to lighten his mood. Naruto grinned back at her and took her lips in a quick kiss. Hinata-chan, did I mention you're the best? He asked. She laughed at his question and kissed him in return. It wouldn't hurt you to say it more often, she said. Naruto lifted Hinata up bridal style. I better start saying it every day then. He placed her lightly on her feet. I'll let you choose my future wives then, okay? I know it'll be easier if I have your approval, he said. Hinata tilted her head in thought before nodding. I guess that's okay. If I have to share you, it may as well be with someone I could like as well. She trailed off at the thought. Naruto blushed as he imagined Hinata and another girl liking each other. Hey, he chuckled perversely under his breath. Hinata looked at him, not realizing the implications of her words. What's so funny, Naruto-kun? She asked. Naruto stopped his chuckling and hugged Hinata again, swinging her in the air. Nothing, Hinata-chan. I'm just happy that this worked out. I had no idea how to go about telling you this, he said as he swung her up above his head. Hinata laughed at Naruto's playfulness. Anything to make my Naruto-kun happy, she said between laughs. Naruto placed her on her feet and faced his back to her, pulling his hood over his face as he crouched. Want a lift? He asked. Hinata grinned and hopped onto his back, using his sword handle as a type of rein. She yelled, mush. He chuckled as he launched the two of them high into the air. He sent chakra to a bulb on his back and the two became a white blur as they flew up into the clouds. Only for Hinata to yell out, what about the team? He stopped the flow of chakra to his feet and the two began to freefall. You're right, Hinata-chan, he yelled over the wind as they began to fall towards the restaurant. Hold on tight. Earlier, with Neji, Tenten, and Shino. Can I get you anything to drink while you wait? The waiter said as the trio sat at a booth. Shino spoke, a herbal tea please. Just some water for me, thank you, Neji said. Tenten nodded, can I have a tea as well? Ginseng? She asked. The waiter nodded, got it, I'll be back in a moment, he said as he put his order pad into his apron and walked away. Tenten turned to Shino, just how close are those two? She asked with a hint of anger in her voice. Neji slid away from her slightly, now knowing just how dangerous she can be after she helped him train for the Chunin exams. No more pointies, he chanted in his thoughts as he shuffled away. Shino answered calmly, Naruto Teiko and Hinata-san are in love with each other, and as far as I know, they intend to marry once the both of them reach 18, he said. Tenten looked hurt at Shino's answer and looked down sadly. Oh, I thought he liked me, she mumbled softly. Shino spoke, asked me about Naruto's family. Neji and Tenten looked at him in confusion. Okay. Who is part of Naruto's family? Tenten asked in confusion. Shino shook his head. Biological or adopted? He asked. Neji's brow furrowed. I thought his biological family was, well gone, he said. Tenten's eyes lit up in realization. Who was Naruto's biological parents? She asked. Shino nodded. As clan heir, I have been informed that Naruto's mother and father were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, he said, perfectly calm. Tenten and Neji stared at Shino in shock. And Namikaze? Neji asked. Shino nodded. The fourth Hokage. He answered. Tenten sat gobsmacked before realization once again hit her like a ton of bricks. So he has to revive the Namikaze clan, right? Has the council ordered the Clan Restoration Act? She asked. Shino put a hand on the desk and Bug spelled the word, yes. I am not allowed to speak of it, he said as he pulled the bugs back to his core. Tenten blushed at the thought of being able to be with Naruto, until she realized she would have to share him. So, the only way I can be with him would be if I shared? She asked skeptically. Neji nodded, eyes wide in confusion. It would appear so, Tenten, he mumbled as he thought of his sister having to leave the clan just to be with Naruto. Shino looked out the window to the group's left. It would be logical to approach Hinata first and discuss it with her. Tenten. I recommend before we return to the village. Tenten blinked at his blatant callousness. Enough now. They're almost here. He ordered. The other two looked out the window and saw Naruto's outfit turn to its normal color as he landed on the opposite building's roof. The two of them leapt into an alleyway before casually walking into plain sight over to the establishment. Tenten bit her lip. Do I like him that much? And would Hinata even say yes? She thought as Neji raised a hand to a waitress. She came over and asked, what can I do for you? Shino spoke, 2 friends of ours are about to enter your establishment. Could you please inform them of our positioning? He asked. Yeah sure, she said as she looked at Shino as if she thought him crazy. She walked off to welcome Naruto and Hinata as their original waiter came back, holding their drinks. Okay, herbal tea for you, he said as he placed the teacup and a small pot down. Water for you, he placed Neji's tall glass of water down, and a ginseng tea for the lady, he said with a wink as he licked his lips while placing Tenten's beverage in front of her. Tenten frowned. Geez, what a creeper. I wonder if most men are like that. She thought as she compared the man in front of her to Naruto. It was at that moment Naruto and Hinata walked in holding hands. He sat down next to Shino, purposefully as far from Tenten as he could. Hinata sat next to Tenten as the group shuffled so everyone could fit. The waiter appraised Hinata, before shaking his head and saying, are you all ready to order? Or do you need a few more minutes? Naruto waved him off. Give us a few minutes. The waiter nodded and left. So what's good, guys? He asked as he picked up the menu that only Neji had actually looked at. Tenten looked over at Naruto and smiled. My uncle said that for a noodle shop, their seafood was top-notch. She explained. Naruto passed the menu to Shino. In that case, 3 seafood ramen. He announced to himself with a grin. Hinata watched as Tenten laughed with Naruto. Well, maybe Tenten would be a good choice? I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to look for in this situation. She thought with a soft smile. Tenten had just been given the menu but she passed it straight to Hinata. Here Hinata-chan, what do you want? She asked with a smile, trying to get on Hinata's good side. Hinata smiled and looked over the menu. I guess I'd like some vegetable ramen, she said. Tenten nodded. Sounds good, she said with a friendly smile. The waiter came back. Are you ready to order now? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yep, 3 seafood ramen for me please, a tempura noodle dish for Neji, the noodle soup for Shino, the yakisoba for Tenten, and a vegetable ramen for Hinata, he said. Also, can Hinata-chan and I get some water? He asked. The waiter nodded as he finished writing the order. Alright, that'll probably be about 15 minutes wait. I'll get your drinks for you now, he said as he once again walked off. Naruto turned to the table, donning a serious look. Alright, Hinata-chan, what is the main directory of this mission? He asked. Hinata pulled out the mission scroll and placed it on the table. We are to protect a runner during his 10-hour race and help him if he comes across anything he can't handle, she said. Naruto nodded. Correct. He turned to Shino. What do you think the best defensive formation would be? He asked. Shino adjusted his glasses. I would suggest Hinata in front, to scan with her Byakugan, Neji at the rear for the same reason. He used his bugs on the table to demonstrate, showing the client as well as Hinata and Neji. Tenten and myself will be on the client's two flanks, and you will be out of sight up in the air. Every strike team from the front we defend ourselves against will be spotted by Hinata, attacked from a distance by Tenten and I while Neji defends the client, then you fall in to finish it. Every team attacking from behind will be handled in the same way except switching Hinata and Neji obviously, he said as he used his bugs to show the layout plan. Naruto nodded, that's a perfect plan, but you're forgetting one major factor, can anyone tell me what it is? He asked. The team sat in silence. Naruto smirked, as you all know, the race goes from the coast to an island, that means for a portion of the actual race, we will be on the water. That opens up to the possibility of underwater attacks, as well as giving us the restrictions of a boat since the civilian racer will be guarding probably can't water walk. Any more ideas? He asked. Neji raised his hand, while on the boat, I can take watch for any surrounding attacks, with Shino and Tenten there to guard with me. You and Hinata can venture ahead in secret and see if there are any boats in our path. On the way back, Hinata can use her Byakugan to scan under the water as well, he said. Naruto nodded, so we have a great plan for on land and on water. But what if we get separated? Naruto asked. Tenten blinked, why would we be separated? She asked. Naruto sighed, it's a race isn't it? Our main purpose is to make sure he gets to his goal safely and quickly. Therefore, we can't stop for each fight. So, who should go on ahead and who should stay behind? He asked. Shino lifted his head, while on foot, Neji and Teiko are the fastest. Therefore, they should be the ones to stay behind so that they can catch up quickly. Also, Hinata and myself already learned 3 defensive strategies as a team. If we explain them to Tenten she should be able to fill in the role of the third person, he said, hesitating to say Kiba's name. Naruto nodded, perfect. So, does everyone understand the plan? He asked. The team nodded as Naruto repeated anyway, on land, we'll be in a diamond formation leading with Hinata. On water, there will be myself and Hinata as a scouting party and Neji, Tenten and Shino as defensive players. In a battle situation, Neji and myself will be the ones to stay behind. I just want to add one thing, everyone paused in their nodding as they refocused. Shino, this bug teleport thing, can it work in reverse? He asked. Shino nodded, if I have 10 bugs on a person, at least 2 of them my enhanced Kikaiku, I can swap myself with their position in less than a second. He explained. Naruto nodded, if we do get separated, can you place 10 of your bugs on me and 10 more on Neji? That way if you guys run into trouble, you can pull us to your position. Right? He asked. Shino nodded, that is correct. He confirmed. Naruto smiled, just as the waiter arrived with their meals. Here it is, he said with a smile. The meals were passed around and Naruto held up his glass, to a successful mission. He toasted. The others raised their drinks and clinked them in the air before taking a sip and digging into their meals. 2 guards stood in front of a massive gate of the Wasabi mansion. They looked to be standing at attention, but if one looked closely, they would see that the both of them seemed closer to sleeping on their feet. The guard on the left blinked at what looked to be a big bug, he waved it away and watched as it flew to the bottom of the steps. He stared as many of the same type of bugs swarmed together. The 2 guards now stared as the swarm pulled tightly together before dispersing in a ring revealing a smirking Naruto and his team. Naruto saluted, we are the escort squad from Konoha, the leader of the Wasabi requested us, he said as he waved for Hinata to pull out the mission scroll. The guards looked at each other, okay, one said while the other shrugged. Naruto just blinked at the guards, that means we want to talk to the leader of the Wasabi? He hinted. The other guard nodded, oh, okay yeah. Let me go ask, he said as he turned and knocked on a little window on the gate. The team looked at each other sharing the same thought of, their security is shit. The window opened, hey man, what's up? A voice said from the other side. The guard spoke, well, them ninjas that are gonna look after a date are here and their leader guy wants to talk to Jirocho-sama. The voice replied, oh, okay. I guess I'll go ask, can they wait? Naruto nodded as the guard looked at him, sure they can. The guard said. "K, be back in 1." The voice said before the window closed. Neji whispered, are they serious? Naruto whispered back, I think so, in this case, I reckon it'll be easy enough to get the meeting over and done with. Hinata spoke up, Taeko-kun, maybe only some of us should be here for this then? The others could find us a place to stay for the night, she said. Naruto tilted his head in thought, I agree. In that case, Shino and Hinata will stay with me for the meeting since as clan heirs, they hold a high image. Neji and Tenten, find us a place to stay. Actually, you guys want to scout out the starting point for the race? Naruto ordered. Neji smirked, hi Taeko, we'll do both, he said. Naruto nodded and the two turned and began to ninja sprint up the coastline towards the starting line in the central district. Naruto smiled lightly as Hinata and Shino stood next to him. This should be over fast, Naruto mumbled as the window opened again. The voice from behind the window yelled out, yeah, you're all good, come on in. The gate opened and Naruto led the way as the three entered the complex. They followed a height-challenged man through the large complex into the room of the daimyo. Naruto stepped out of the room with a tall teen by his side. So, Idate, just how fast are you? He asked. Idate ignored Naruto and walked ahead. Hinata and Shino stood next to their captain. He appears to dislike us, Shino said. Idate glared over his shoulder. I despise all ninja, he said with malice before turning away and continuing walking. Naruto blinked. Well, he's dramatic, he mumbled. Idate turned again. I can hear you, moron, he said while glaring at Naruto. Naruto shivered, pretending to be intimidated by the glare. Oh no, some kid is looking at me. Help me, Hinata-chan, he said mockingly as he latched onto Hinata's arm. Hinata just giggled and held Naruto's arm while Shino took a step forward. Even if you despise us, it would be logical for you to come with us so that we may discuss the best protection for you, he said. Idate snorted. I don't need your help, he said as he turned away again. Shino's head tilted as he spoke. If that's the case, why is it that the person that trusts you more than anyone here hired us to protect you? He questioned. Idate stiffened and looked at the ground. Shino continued, I apologize if you feel uncomfortable around us, but it is only logical that you get used to us. Come with us so that you at least have a say in what is going to be happening during the race. Shino finished. Idate stood still with his fists clenched. Fine. He growled out. He felt a soft hand grasp his arm. Thank you, Idate-san, I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble, Hinata said with a smile. Idate blushed and lost his anger. Sure thing, miss. He muttered as Hinata dragged him through the village, towards the center. Naruto frowned as he stood next to Shino. Maybe I should let you guys handle him, ni? He said. Shino nodded. It would be logical, but I feel as though something else may be problematic about this situation, he said as he gestured to their right with a nod. Naruto looked and saw a ninja dressed in yellow PJs jumping away across the rooftops. You get a bug on him? Naruto asked. Shino adjusted his glasses as the two began to walk after Hinata and their client. Obviously, he said. Neji sat back, leaning away from the large piece of paper sitting on the table in the middle of the lounge room of the small apartment he and Tenten had purchased for the night. And that's all we found out, he said, finishing his explanation of the layout of the beginning of the track. Naruto nodded and turned to the team's charge. Once again, how fast are you? He asked. Idate looked up at him and smirked. Faster than any damn genin, he said mockingly. Naruto chuckled, as did Neji and Tenten. Sure you are. Now seriously, how fast are you? Tenten asked. Idate glared. Faster than you, he said as he sat taller. What makes you think you're all so much faster than me? He said. Naruto shrugged. Actually, you very well could be faster than any of us, but any genin? No way, I know two people who only just became chunin and they can both ran at the speed of sound, Naruto said. Neji nodded. When Lee first opened the Hachimon, he was fast enough to lap Konoha in 18 seconds. Tenten nodded. Yeah, now if he could actually follow his own movements he'd truly be unstoppable, she said. Idate cut in. My point being was that I'm pretty damn fast, he said angrily. Hinata placed a hand on his shoulder. Please don't be angry at us, it is just that we know people who are very fast. It is unlikely a civilian is close to that speed, she said with the same smile she used before. Idate instantly calmed down. Right, sorry Hinata-san, he said with a small frown. She patted his shoulder once more before sitting back. Maybe we should have a small race to check how fast you are in comparison to us? She said. Shino nodded. Hinata-san's idea is the most logical, he said. Naruto nodded. All right, how far do you run a date? He asked. Idate straightened up proudly. I run to the outpost and back every morning, he said. Naruto nodded. Okay, we'll do that now. By the time we get back it should be near dinner time, he said as he stood up. It smirked. All right, rules? He asked as he stood, along with the genin. Naruto looked to Shino, who nodded. We must place one hand on the wall of the outpost gate and return to the lobby of this establishment. Using only a method of travel, no instantaneous movement jutsus to be allowed, Shino said. The group nodded as they walked out the door. It smirked as the group entered the hotel lobby. By the way, I learnt to run with the ninja steps, he said. Naruto smirked. Now this will be interesting, he mumbled as the 6 of them stepped outside. They got into a line and It made the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go, he yelled as he propelled himself from a classic sprinter's position. He looked to his side, expecting to see the others in his dust, but was shocked to see who easily kept up with him. Naruto and Shino both flew by his sides, quite easily judging by the lack of effort they seemed to be exerting. It glanced back to see Neji a few steps behind him and Hinata on his tail. The only person he seemed to be faster than by a large margin was Tenten, and she was only a few meters behind him as well. It sent chakra to his feet and began to propel himself faster, managing to outrun Hinata and Tenten, though Neji just did the same with his chakra, and Shino and Naruto just flew by his side still. Naruto stopped flying and began to run on his feet. He only took one step to Itate's 5, but with his adamantine power flowing through his legs, he managed to be slightly faster. He, come on Itate, Naruto yelled as he started to gain ground. Shino took over him as well, but he was flying still. It smirked at the challenge and began sprinting at full speed. I will win, he said determinedly. Later that night, Team Naruto and Itate had finished the race, with Naruto in first, Itate and Shino tied for second and Neji in fourth. The 2 girls thought the challenge was boring after a few minutes and turned back, deciding there was more constructive things to do. The 6 of them had just exited from a restaurant when Naruto spoke up. All right, I think it's time we all turn in. Big day tomorrow, he said with a smile. It nodded. Jirocho-sama said that you'd all meet me at the compound? He asked. Neji nodded. That's the plan, meet you there at 8 in the morning, arrive at the track start line at 8:45, then race. He re-explained for Itate's sake. It nodded. All right, see ya then, he said as he turned and began walking away. Naruto whispered, I'll make sure he gets home safe. You 4 go back to the room, Shino, explain to the others what you saw today and discuss a strategy. He ordered. Shino nodded. Hi Teiko, he said before the team ninja hopped back to their apartment. Naruto flew up into the night sky and camouflaged himself black. He followed along behind Itate towards the compound, his zoom lens seal activated so that he may see everything from his height. Itate was almost back safe when another ninja in the yellow PJs ran from an alleyway and charged at Itate. Naruto acted instantly and shot a bone bullet at the kunai in the ninja's hand. The kunai was knocked from the ninja's grasp with a loud clang. Itate turned at the sound and saw the stumbling ninja. His eyes widened as the ninja faced him. He froze as the ninja stood and pulled out another kunai. Bang! Naruto landed foot first from his fall right onto the ninja's back, knocking him to the ground and creating a small crater. Go Itate, Naruto yelled. Itate stared, frozen in shock and some fear. Naruto, whose hood hid his face, stared at the bandaged face of his captive, a rain headband. But this guy is someone else, not the one we saw earlier today, a Genin team. Naruto thought before kicking the ninja away and backing up in a defensive stance. The ninja stood with a wince, and 2 more ninja in the same stupid outfit stepped out of the shadow. Naruto recognized the one on the right to be the one Shino currently has a Kikaiku hidden on. Alright, that's a small mission for tonight, Naruto thought. The middle ninja stepped forward. We are Team Oboro, give us a date and we won't kill you. The guy, Oboro, said. Naruto chuckled. Answer me one question and I'll consider it, Naruto said with a smirk. Itate's eyes widened. Why you'd betray me that easily? He asked in shock. Naruto smirked over his shoulder and whispered, shut up. I will get you home safe, I promise. Itate took a step back at the bloodlust in Naruto's eyes. Naruto turned back to Team Oboro. Will you answer my question? Naruto repeated. Oboro nodded. Sure thing, Konoha trash, he said with malice. Naruto smirked, the bloodlust in his eyes growing. Will you be protecting Itate's competitor tomorrow? The 3 laughed. Yeah, along with our sensei. Now move, or we'll kill you, Oboro said as he took a step forward. Naruto just stood straight and turned to Itate. Hold on, he said with a wink as he held out his hand. Oboro charged with his kunai, hoping to strike Naruto from behind. It grasped Naruto's hand with a small smirk of his own. Naruto swung It like a rag doll and Itate's knee connected with Oboro's face, knocking him back. Psych, Naruto yelled as he held a hand sign. The area was enveloped in mist and before anyone from Team Oboro knew it, Naruto and It were gone. Naruto landed lightly in the courtyard of the Wasabi complex. He placed It on his feet. Good thing you're such a good runner, that impact might have injured someone else, Naruto said with a smile. It just nodded and walked inside. I'll see you tomorrow, he mumbled. Naruto smiled until the door closed behind It. Instantly his expression became hard and he flew into the air. He faced the hotel and clapped his hands in front of him. Motion sickness, he yelled. He propelled through the air at Mach speeds and within 4 seconds he was above the hotel. Stopping his chakra flow, Naruto fell towards the hotel and pulsed his chakra twice. Landing on his room's windowsill he opened it to hear the end of Shino's speech. I can track the target as long as my bug is on him. Shino spoke as Naruto sat inside. Hinata noticed the seriousness on his face. Taeko-kun? She asked. Naruto kneeled between Neji and Shino. It was attacked on the way home. They won't strike him in the compound, but Shino. I want you to attack them now, Naruto said. Neji raised a brow. By himself? Neji asked. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, my plan got ahead of my mouth. I want Shino's bugs to find the location of the 3 genin and drain their chakra throughout the night, at a slow pace though so that they won't notice. I'm assuming the Jonin sensei is protecting the competitor firsthand, so most likely the genin are by themselves. I know you will be tired for the race then, Shino, are you okay with that? Naruto asked. Shino nodded. Thank you for your concern, but I will not be tired as I can set one of my evolved queens to be in charge of this operation and I will only be woken up if a problem ensues with the mission, Shino said. Naruto grinned. Perfect. In that case, we're changing the overall plan just a little. Shino, you get started while I explain. 9:55 a.m., the Tokoroki Gate. You ready, It? Naruto asked as he stood next to It, who was stretching his legs. It raised a brow. It's a bit late to ask that, don't you think? He said as the whistle went off. Naruto stepped into the shadows as It stepped up to the starting line. Jirocho placed his hand on his shoulder. Do me proud, It. He ordered with a soft smile. It nodded and watched as Hikyakuya Fukusuke stepped away from a crowd of people. He got a glance of the yellow-wearing ninjas running towards the water. Wow, that Shino guy sure is smart. It thought as he stood next to his opponent. A man raised his arm into the air. Runners. Listen up, he yelled, causing the crowd to quiet. He spoke again. Once the gates open the whole way, I will blow this whistle. When you hear it you may start. Got it? The dude with the whistle yelled. It and his Fukusuke nodded as they both starting positions. A nearby clock struck 9 and the gates began to open. It looked at the clouds and smirked. The gate opened completely and the whistle was blown as both racers sprang into action. But to many people's surprise, It took a few steps forward and began sprinting up the coast. People of the Wasabi clan gasped and yelled in frustration and anger as they watched It disappear into the distance. Jirocho stood with a frown until he saw Naruto flying after his runner. Naruto, help him win, was his only thought before the two were out of sight. Naruto caught up to It and began running by his side. So the wind changed like you said? He asked. It nodded. If I'm lucky, the speed boost from the wind against my sails will be enough to push me to the island twice as fast as him. If I'm unlucky, the wind change will bring a storm that I get caught up in, he said as he took a few deep breaths. Let me breathe, I need to run, he said before running at full speed. Naruto smiled as he kept up with his client. The plan is working fine, he thought as the two continued running. Not 30 minutes later, Neji appeared in the distance. Eventually, the two caught up to him and he began keeping up with them using chakra in his steps. Taeko, a field genjutsu has been set up ahead of us. You must enter it before you can be dispelled from it, he said as he deactivated his Byakugan. Naruto nodded. Good work, how about the rest of the way? He asked. Other than a cliff, the track is clear. It seems as though the person who casted the genjutsu was overconfident in themselves, or they underestimated us, Neji said. Naruto nodded. Alright, go to the boat and set it up. How far away is it, It? Naruto asked. It leapt over a rock as he spoke. Only about 3 miles from the bottom of the cliff. It'll take about an hour to run down the cliff's footpath, but then it's a straight shot to the beach, he said as he began picking up speed. Naruto nodded to Neji, "Go," he ordered. Neji nodded and leapt into the trees. Using the tree hopping technique, he easily gained ground and began to disappear in the distance. Naruto ran ahead of Idate as he felt the tiniest pulse of chakra enter his senses. "Damn, that is a good genjutsu," he said. Idate looked around. "We're already in it?" he asked. Naruto pulsed his chakra and released the genjutsu over him. He screeched to a halt and stopped looking over the massive cliff. "That was close," he muttered. Idate ran straight past him and off the edge of the cliff. He yelled in fear as he plummeted. "Maybe I spoke too soon," Naruto mumbled as he dove off of the cliff. Naruto caught up to him quickly and flew underneath Idate. "I may not be allowed to give him a boost in the race, but saving his life while accidentally cutting off some of his run? I can do." Naruto thought as he formed a few hand signs and sent out his wood chakra. He manipulated the palm trees underneath him to grow, bend and stretch, making a makeshift slide from their position back to the path at the bottom of the cliff face. Naruto cheered as he landed on the slide and slid down quickly. Idate followed behind him still screaming. Naruto pushed off at the end of the slide and floated with arms downwards. He grasped Idate's forearms and threw him onto his feet. "Run Idate, run," he yelled with a chuckle. Idate stumbled as he landed but managed to straighten himself and began running. After a few steps he began laughing. That was exhilarating. He cheered as he laughed. Naruto flew next to him and laughed. "Yeah, wanna do another 200-meter high slide sometime?" he joked. Idate ducked under a low branch and pushed chakra to his feet. "Hell yes," he yelled. Naruto watched as Idate propelled himself forward at remarkable speed, especially for a civilian. With a smile, "I kinda doubted him for a while, but maybe he's more than I thought he was worth," Naruto thought. About an hour and a half later, Idate was within view of the beach. Naruto propelled himself forward as he waved to Neji and an old man. "Ready?" he yelled. Neji looked up from his conversation and began running towards a small sailboat. He began pushing it out into the water as the two neared. Idate waved to the old man. "Thank you, he yelled as Naruto grabbed his airborne arm and threw him forward. Neji had just set the boat off of the coastline and he turned around. Idate landed on him and knocked the two to the floor of the vessel. Naruto landed and pulled the two to their feet. "Get sailing, Idate," he ordered as he pushed Neji towards the bow off the boat. The two scrambled to action and within moments, the three boys were sailing across the sea towards the Todoroki shrine, the wind on their sails and Neji scouting with his Byakugan. "That is their ship," Shino said as he pointed to a small boat on the horizon. Hinata activated her Byakugan and focused all her vision forward. "Their chakra is only at a tenth of their capacity at best. This should be easy," Hinata said as she deactivated her Byakugan and stepped behind the sails. Tenten took handle of the small vessel's fin and handed one end of a long piece of ninja wire to Hinata. "Ready, Hinata?" she asked. Hinata nodded as Shino lifted her up into the air and threw her downwards with as much force as he could. Hinata began to spin as fast as she could. "Kaiten," she yelled. The spinning ball of blue chakra slammed into the water and made a large wave, easily twice the size of the boat. Shino landed on the boat as Tenten began to steer the boat onto the wave, successfully catching the wave as if she were steering a surfboard. Tenten laughed as the boat was pushed forward at immense speeds. She looked over her shoulder and yelled out, "How you doin', Hinata-chan?" Hinata slid towards the boat, using an extension of the water walking technique to catch the wave herself and surf on the spot. She pulled herself towards the vessel with the ninja wire. "I'm fine thanks Ten-chan," she said as she finally grasped the back corner off the boat and was hauled in by Shino. Shino looked out towards the enemy's boat as they passed the halfway mark on their collision course. "Aburame secret jutsu, bug boulder blitz," he ordered as he set up his distraction. On the ambush boat of the Rain Genin, the three stared towards the coastline, trying to locate Idate's vessel. "Ow!" one of them yelled. The other two looked at him to see a large bug fly out from his sleeve and him rubbing where it had presumably bitten. "Man up, you wimp," the fully bandaged one said as he glared at his teammate. Oboro stared at the bug which flew up into the air, noticing it meet with many bugs. "Scratch that, thousands upon thousands of bugs. Guys! Stop your bickering. Something is going on here," he yelled as he pointed at the gathering swarm. The other two members of the team looked up to see the bugs begin to gather around one location in mid-air. The swarm suddenly froze and compacted before falling towards the boat. Oboro's eyes widened. "Abandon ship," he yelled as he dove off the side. The fully bandaged teammate dove off after him, but the one which was bitten found that he was paralyzed. A paralyzing toxin in the bug? he thought as he looked up again. The bug boulder landed on him and pulsed, exploding across the ship in a blitz of bugs, crushing and shredding him while tearing up everything on the boat to shreds. Oboro and his last teammate surfaced and watched in shock as blood dripped from the decking and the bugs flew over their heads. Their gazes followed the bug swarm until they were facing a huge wave that was carrying another vessel towards them. Hash. Shino raised his arm and all of his bugs re-entered his body, making him feel complete once again. Tenten, I do believe it is your turn, he said as he floated into the air, and Hinata jumped onto the wave and began surfing away from the boat. Tenten pulled out 2 scrolls and placed them on the deck below her feet, twin rising dragons, she yelled as she leapt into the air, scrolls on her hands. As she peaked in her leap, she began throwing all the weapons at her disposal at the enemy ninja's boat. The 2 rain ninja dove underwater to dodge the attacks, but their vessel wasn't as lucky. Tenten's weapons stabbed into the boat and the corpse on board, covering the whole ship in weapons. Tenten stopped throwing and sent one last kunai into her own boat as she leapt into the air and whipped out a sail that she had tied some ropes to. Katsu, she yelled as she pulsed her chakra. The last kunai she threw had an ignition tag on it, and as Team Naruto's boat connected with Team Oboro's, the fire set ablaze every explosive tag on each of her weapons. Boom! The boat exploded. The force pushed the remaining members of Team Oboro underwater and Tenten into the air. He pulled a piece of rope on the sail she held, it unfolded into a parachute and she was pushed clear of the explosion. Shino floated next to her as they looked at the burning vessels. Did you see where Hinata-chan ended up? Tenten asked as she angled herself towards the wreckage. Shino just pointed to a floating crate that Hinata was standing on. The 2 floated down to her. Tenten landed on the water and stood. She folded her new parachute and held it in one hand. Any news? She asked. Hinata nodded as she stared towards the shoreline with her Byakugan activated. If we head north just a little, they should pass by us in about 20 minutes. But, she said as she faced south, the opponent's boat will pass us in 30 if we head south. Shino shook his head. We should not attack the other boat, especially consider, and he was pulled underwater. Hinata looked down to see one ninja holding Shino underwater while another was punching the air from his lungs. No, she yelled as she remembered watching her last teammate die and her doing nothing to stop it. Tenten dove underwater and saw what was happening. She unsealed a spear and began pushing chakra from her legs to propel herself towards them. One pajama-clad genin turned and dodged her stab. He swam at her quickly, trying to catch her off guard. Even thought Tenten was much slower underwater. She used the length of her spear to keep him away. Shino squirmed and finally managed to get away from the ninja's grasp. He kicked off from the ninja's chest and pushed himself to the surface. Hinata pulled him up onto the crate as he caught his breath. Thanks, Hina, ta. He panted out. Hinata nodded before pulling up her sleeve, showing a tattooed seal. Shino's eyebrows rose. You're going to use it? He asked. She nodded as she sent chakra into the seal, revealing a metal staff as tall as she was. It was completely hollowed out inside and had the Hyuga crest about halfway down its length. I have 2, she whispered as she watched Tenten get pummeled by the 2 ninjas underwater. See, the thing which is amazing about the Hyuga clan, isn't their Kekkei Genkai. It was the fact that they manipulated the whole world into thinking their clan's fighting style was earth-based because of its strong defense and immovability. In truth, the Juken was a combination or using normal chakra as if it was both water and lightning chakra in one. Using the lightning capabilities, the chakra could pierce through any material, and using the water, the chakra could sit inside of the target's body and deter chakra pathways. This is what made Hinata's weapon so special. It took the manipulated chakra and made it into the actual elemental type. Hinata channeled her water chakra and dove into the ocean, leading with her staff. The staff split the water around her, suddenly leaving herself, Tenten and their opponents in mid-air. Hinata whipped her staff around and threw Tenten upwards. Shino caught her and they both floated into the air. Hinata spun as the water came back together. The 2 rain ninja quickly swam at her, planning to overwhelm her. Hinata began to spin, very much like the Kaiden, but with the staff above her head. A whirlpool formed around Hinata, sucking the 2 rain nin inwards before throwing them around and breaking their bones. Hinata pulled her staff to her side and suddenly she was thrown up into the air above the whirlpool. She rotated around and looked down as the 2 genin appeared at the bottom of the whirlpool, unable to move. She spun her staff and created lightning chakra as she fell towards them, Hyuga lightning style, thunder slash, she yelled as she swung the end of her staff into the whirlpool's base. The rain ninjas were slashed and fried due to the sharpened lightning chakra. It caused a small explosion that threw Hinata into the air again. Shino caught Hinata with his right arm as Tenten was hanging from his left. He pulsed chakra into his anti-gravity seals to make the three of them lighter. Within moments the three were hovering over the slowly calming sea. Tenten looked around with wide eyes. Hinata-chan. That was amazing, she exclaimed. Hinata panted with a smile. Yep, Jay, just don't ask me to do it again, she said with a small smile. Shino turned and began floating north, causing Tenten to look up at him. Shino? She asked. He just nodded towards the Todoroki Isle, letting Hinata and Tenten know his intentions as the three could see a date's boat in the distance. Teiko. I see them, Neji yelled as he looked at the large explosion of lightning chakra in the distance. Naruto flew next to the boat and could vaguely see flames on the water. Is everything clear? I want to get them here safely, Naruto said. Neji scanned the area. Yeah, it's clear, he said. Naruto flew into the air. Be right back, he said as he flew towards the flaming wreckage. Within 5 minutes of his flight, Naruto could see the trio floating through the air towards him. He activated his scouting seal and looked over the three. Other than being wet, none of them seemed to be injured. He deactivated the seal as he flew underneath them, just as Shino began to lower from exhaustion. Naruto caught Shino on his back and Hinata passed Tenten a piece of ninja wire that wrapped around the handle of Naruto's sword and into either girl's hands. You guys okay? He asked as he flew slowly towards Adate's boat again. Hinata nodded, but seemed tired. We'll be okay after some rest, Tenten said as she let Hinata climb onto her back and the two lifted into the air with Tenten's parachute, trailing along behind Naruto. Naruto raised a brow at the small invention before smiling as Shino grasped the handle of Naruto's sword. Ready, Teiko, Shino said between breaths. Naruto sent more chakra through the tubing in his body and flew back to Adate's ship at high speed, making it back in another 10 minutes. Naruto laid Shino down on the deck behind Adate and pulled the girls down onto the back end of the boat. The boat began to slow because of the weight. Sorry if I sound rude, but with everyone on this boat we're slowed down majorly. Adate pointed out. Naruto nodded and lifted Hinata onto his back. Hinata-chan, can you tie off Ten-chan's wire so I can pull her with us? He asked. Hinata nodded as she did as was asked. Ten-ten tied a staff to the ropes that she would normally hang off of. Ready? Naruto asked. The two girls nodded tiredly as Naruto lifted into the air. Ten-ten sat on her staff and didn't bother steering, letting herself trail behind Naruto. Naruto flew next to the boat. He blew into the sails without Adate noticing. Wind style, great breakthrough, he whispered. For Adate, the wind seemed to suddenly pick up and propel the boat forward faster than he expected. Whoa! Here's the northern front, he yelled as the group flew forwards. Naruto then flew next to Neji, who was standing on top of the mast. I think we need to go back to Shino's original plan if we come across that team's Jonin-sensei, Neji said. Naruto frowned in thought before nodding. Hopefully it won't happen, but the island is still like 2 hours away, then the last 2 hours on land. Naruto spoke out loud with his thoughts. Hinata kissed Naruto's neck. It's okay, Shino, Tenten and I will play guard while you and Neji handle anything that comes at us. Okay? She said. Naruto nodded. Hi Hinata-chan. Now rest, he said with a smile. Hinata lay her head down on Naruto's back and trusted him to hold her up. Naruto continued to talk with Neji as Tenten watched with a smile from above. Tenten saw Naruto smile as he whispered to Hinata to rest. She couldn't help but smile herself. He's so sweet, I think I can share him if that is the only way he'll be like that with me. She thought as she watched Hinata snuggle into Naruto's back. She watched as Neji looked up at her, causing Naruto to look over his shoulder and grin widely. She waved in response with a smile of her own. I wonder what they're talking about. She thought as she watched Naruto continue to talk with Neji. Back on the mast, Neji spoke. As my teammate I am sworn by an oath to not tell her secrets, he said quietly. Naruto whispered back, but does she like me? 'Cause she's pretty awesome, and Hinata-chan seemed to actually be considering her as someone to join my clan in the future. Neji frowned. Ask her yourself, or wait till she has the nerve to ask one of you too. I don't want to talk about it, she might hear and then, he shivered, it'll rain pointies again, he whispered in fear. Naruto raised a brow. Pointies? He asked. Neji shivered. I don't want to talk about it, he whispered. Naruto could see that something had seriously scarred Neji, so he just nodded and floated away toward Shino and Adate. How are you guys? He asked as he hovered above Shino. Adate nodded with a smile. Good over here, I think I can see the island in the distance, he said. Naruto looked over to see that they could in fact see the island, causing Naruto to frown. Shino, are you good to fly in about an hour? He asked. Shino nodded. I can fly as long as I need to, my bugs have rested and will be of use in moments, he said. Naruto nodded. Awesome, Idate, just focus on your race, okay? He said as he floated up to Neji again. Idate raised a brow in confusion as he watched Naruto float up. What does he mean? Idate asked Shino. Shino tilted his head. Where is the one place our enemy knows we will be at some point? Shino asked. Idate shrugged. On our way to the shrine, I guess. Oh, he said as he realized the very likely scenario of this last ninja waiting for them. Shino sighed. Exactly. Back with Naruto and Neji, Neji nodded subtly to his right. Their ship is still behind us, but a man with easily high Chunin level or even low Jonin chakra is running across the water towards the island. At his speed, he will be there in approximately 45 minutes, given him about 10 minutes to recover his chakra before we get there, so we may be lucky when it comes to taking him down. Neji explained. Naruto sighed. So there is no way to avoid this conflict? He asked. Neji shook his head. None that I can see, Teiko, he said. Naruto nodded. Alright, we got just under an hour, rest up and be ready cause you and I are gonna take down this Jonin and win this race, Naruto said determinedly. Neji nodded with a smirk. We got this easy, two of the strongest low-level ninjas of the village. So what's the plan? He asked. Naruto grinned and looked into the distance. You'll have to wait and see. Chapter 25, The Sword of the Thunder God. Shino took Idate onto his back. Ready? Shino asked. Idate nodded. Only if you're feeling up to it, Shino-san, he said. Shino pulsed chakra into his anti-gravity seal, making the two only as heavy as their clothes. Hinata kissed Naruto's cheek and hugged Neji. Please be careful, she whispered. She stepped away and jumped onto the water, standing next to Tenten who passed her one end of a huge cloth. Shino and Idate lifted into the air and flew down the coast, hiding behind the large sheet of camouflage material that was being carried by Tenten and Hinata to cover their escape. Neji watched them slowly disappear before turning to Naruto. So how will we make sure he attacks us? Neji asked his captain. Naruto formed 3 hand seals with a smirk. Wood clone jutsu. He announced, summoning a clone of wood from his own chakra and the wood of the boat. Neji watched with wide eyes as the clone formed. Clones don't have chakra systems, Teiko. He can't hold a transformation, he said with a frown. Naruto and the clone chuckled. This one can, he said as the clone performed said jutsu and appeared exactly as Idate did. Neji activated his Byakugan and gasped. How? He asked. Naruto's clone smiled. I have the chakra system from the boss, it's just how this jutsu works, it said with a smirk. Neji shook his head with a sigh. Do you even have a limit, Naruto? He asked bluntly. Naruto and the clone smiled. I'm only limited by what I believe is my limit, he said. Neji raised a brow and looked at Naruto incredulously. What does that even mean? He said. Naruto suddenly turned serious. No time. We'll be within view soon. He turned to his clone. Get sailing. He then turned to Neji. Keep your Byakugan active, but don't make it obvious you can see him unless he breaks cover. Naruto ordered. The two nodded and got back into position. Naruto walked to stand at the bow and scan the coastline, making it obvious that he was doing so. He subtly activated his scope seal and zoomed in on the boat's landing point. There were no traps and Naruto could see that someone was hiding in one of the nearby trees. Yep, rain headband and Jonin stripes. This is gonna be hard, but it looks like he's underestimated us. Gotta end it quickly then before he realizes how big a mistake that is. Naruto thought as he saw the guy stand on his branch and stretch. Naruto now got a look at the guy's full outfit. What the hell is with the Rain Village ninjas and their onesies? He asked out loud. Neji raised a brow. Teiko, you do realize you're wearing a onesie? He asked. Naruto's brow twitched. Shut up. He ordered. Idate and Neji chuckled. 10 minutes later, the trio landed the boat and straight away they began running as if the race still mattered. Naruto yelled, how far off now, Idate? Idate replied, not too far, we should be miles ahead of the Wagarashi's runner, it said. Neji ran in front of Idate while Naruto ran behind. It was less than a minute later that Neji turned. Look out, he yelled. Naruto spun around to see something rising through the air. It slowed to show, an umbrella? Ninja art, Senbone shower. Naruto watched as the umbrella opened up and began to spew forth needles. Wide range attack, already planned for. He thought as he let the act begin. Naruto dove in front of Date and took over 100 needles in his back to protect him as Neji dove to the side and barely dodged the attack. Neji froze in fake fear and stared at Naruto in shock. "Naruto?" he gasped, staring wide-eyed at the corpse. Date crawled away as the rain nin fell to the ground and saw Neji's fear. "Humph, weak," he said before charging at the off-guard Neji. Neji just stared at where Naruto was, watching as he turned to a puddle. 3, 2, 1. Neji counted down in his head. The rain ninja whipped out a kunai and was about to lunge when Naruto's hand sprouted from the ground and tried to grasp his ankle. The Jonin reacted and managed to only get hit off balance. Just like they planned. Neji began spinning as the Jonin settled his footing less than a meter away from him. Kaiden. The ninja was shredded, showering the two in water. Naruto pulled himself out of the ground and took guard next to Date. "Damn it. Almost had him," Naruto yelled in frustration. A laugh was heard from the trees surrounding them. "Wow, I must say that was certainly surprising. You would have had me if I hadn't noticed the boy's Byakugan. It was obvious you would have spotted me while I was waiting." Neji activated his Byakugan to find the enemy, but could only see a thick veil of chakra rising above them. "What?" he muttered. "Ninja art, Black Rain." A black drop hit Naruto's face, causing him to look up. He saw large amounts of a black liquid forming above his head. Unfortunately, some just fell into his eyes. "Ah," he yelled in pain. Neji, who saw what happened with his Byakugan, didn't bother to turn around. "Teiko?" he asked as he stood on guard. Naruto suppressed his pain and stood tall, his eyes still shut. "I'll be fine. Plan B," he ordered. Neji nodded before some of the liquid landed on his arm. He touched it and realized what it was. "Teiko, this is oil," he informed. Naruto frowned, then he heard a noise. "You're 7 o'clock. he muttered. Neji heard the quiet words and focused his Byakugan, managing to see a small chakra tag be thrown at them. Neji realized his opponent's plan. "Explosive tag," he yelled. Naruto reacted instantly. He raised his arms and focused his chakra, decapitating air waves, he yelled as he launched the jutsu. It blew the tag away, causing it to explode only meters from where it was thrown from. The explosion didn't reach the oil field, so the Naruto, Neji and Date were safe. Naruto crouched as the ninja was forced out into the open. "Step back," he ordered to Neji. Naruto punched the ground with his awesome strength, causing a small earthquake and a fissure to form. Most of the oil drained into the fissure within a few seconds. The ninja paused and clapped. "Once again, I am impressed you two work well as a team. And you, Blondie," he said pointing to Naruto, "certainly have a wide range of techniques for a genin," he said. Naruto smirked, with his eyes still squeezed shut. "Chunin actually," he said. The ninja raised a brow. "Wow, and you're pretty young as well, huh? Tell you what, I'm having fun. So I won't kill you just yet," he said with a dark sneer. "Let's see if I can't break your guard," he said as he pulled out a black handle. Neji's brow rose as he looked at the handle with his Byakugan. He could see inside was some seals and a small something. "What is that?" he thought. Naruto used his sensor abilities from Zabuza and Akamaru to feel what his enemy was doing. "Holy shit. That's a lot of lightning chakra," he thought, clasping his hands together in a seal. "Better not risk it," he muttered. "Water style, water wall," Naruto yelled. A huge wall of water rose around the two Konoha ninjas, acting as a defensive play. Naruto sent chakra to his feet to hold him to the ground and dug his head into the rising wave. The water hurt, but it removed all of the oil from his eyes. Neji was looking through the water and saw the rain ninja charging while sending chakra to the handle in his hand. "Move," Neji yelled as he kicked Naruto aside and jumped through the water wall himself. Date barely turned in time to see a blade of lightning slice through the wall in its arm. The clone only jumped away, as it dropped its transformation. The rain Jonin paused in his charge and stared at the clone. "What?" he yelled in shock at being deceived. Naruto stared at the lightning blade in the ninja's hand. "That's the sword of the Thunder God," he proclaimed with shock. Neji landed next to Naruto, both of them slightly wet. "You mean the weapon of the Nindaime Hokage?" he asked. Naruto nodded and glared as the ninja turned to face the two with his own glare. "That can mean only one thing. You're Aoi Rokuso, leaf missing nin," Naruto said with a glare. Aoi returned the glare. "I'm a rain ninja now." "Where is Date?" Aoi asked. Naruto smirked. "None of your business, traitor," he said as he whipped out his own sword. Aoi's eyes widened. "A mist sword?" Aoi asked in shock. Naruto chuckled. Yep, scared yet? He said as he pulsed his chakra, deactivating his weights. Aoi glared. No, I'm just pissed off, he yelled as he charged at Jonin speed. Naruto parried the first strike, only to be electrocuted through the metal of his own sword. Aoi kicked Naruto's chest, pushing the two apart. Where is Idate? Aoi yelled. Naruto rolled to his feet as Neji stood guard in front of him. Teiko, you can't let his blade touch yours or you'll be shocked, Neji said. Naruto nodded. I know that now, he said as he held a one-handed sign and blew onto his blade, surrounding it in a green hue, wind style, upgrade blade, he declared as he whipped it forward again. Naruto and Neji stood side by side as Aoi spoke. One last chance, where is Idate? He yelled. Naruto whispered, you see any weakness in the blade, Neji? Naruto asked. Neji nodded. He needs to be channeling chakra for it to be active, therefore, if I can block the chakra points on him, it will be nothing more than a handle, he said while his Byakugan glowed. Naruto nodded. I will try to get you that opening, he said as he took an offensive stance. Aoi smirked with a scoff. You're going to fight me? Are you stupid? He asked. Naruto just looked at the size of his own blade, then at Aoi's. Nah, as you can see. You're just tiny in comparison to a real man. He taunted with a grin. Aoi, who secretly is ashamed of his lack of endowment, bristled with hatred and charged with unfocused rage. Naruto used his enhanced blade to fend off Aoi, but he was losing ground. Neji, he yelled as he countered a high strike and pushed back. Neji dropped behind Aoi and span, Kaiten. The orb of chakra threw Aoi around and then towards Naruto's forgotten clone, who held a hand sign, wood style, prisoner vine, it yelled. Aoi impacted the chest of the clone and it exploded into a net of thorny vines, wrapping around Aoi and holding him still. Naruto dove at Aoi, his blade swinging. This is it. He screamed. Shlink. Kubikiri's blade glistened as the liquid dripped down its length, only for Aoi to burst into more water. Naruto was kicked in the ribs once again, launching him back towards Neji's side. Shit. What do we have to do? Naruto asked. Neji's mind raced. I'm not sure what we can do, other than continuing to try, he said. Naruto nodded. How does someone even make a sword of lightning anyway? He proclaimed. Something in Neji's mind clicked as Aoi started another speech about how he'll find Idate and his thought to be still alive squad will destroy these two useless children. Aoi spoke as Neji whispered, Naruto, you remember the basic element use classes from the academy? He asked. Naruto raised a brow and nodded. Yeah, but my wind blade should have been cutting through his lightning anyway by now, he said. Neji nodded. What if you hit him with some water? He's holding what literally thousands of volts. Neji explained. Naruto smirked. Oh, we so got this, he declared. Are you even fucking listening to me? I'll kill you, Aoi yelled when he realized the two were talking over him. Neji sprinted forward while Naruto held his blade above his head with his right arm and began forming seals with his left. Neji pulled out two kunai and threw the first at Aoi. That's it? Aoi laughed as he cut down the kunai. Neji threw his second at Aoi, only for it to fall short, causing Aoi to laugh as Neji closed in. Konoha standards have really fallen with you. He mocked as he stepped forward to meet Neji's charge with a swing of his blade. Neji jumped into the air as he passed his own kunai. The seal on the kunai made a small explosion, covering Aoi in a smoke cloud and pushing Neji high into the air. Neji landed on a nearby tree and reactivated his Byakugan. Looking through the smoke he smirked. We win. He muttered as he began sprinting into the cloud. Aoi had shielded his eyes with his sword so that no dirt entered them. When he pulled away, all he saw was a dust cloud. Trying to catch me off guard, I guess? Whatever, this sword can handle anything. He thought with confidence as he saw Naruto appearing through the cloud. Naruto just sprinted at Aoi with a battle cry and a fist held back, so Aoi swung his blade again, cutting the water clone into pieces, making a puddle and wetting Aoi's legs. Son of a bitch. Aoi muttered as the clone fell. Aoi's eyes widened as a water dragon flew at him from behind the collapsing clone. He quickly held up his sword, using it as a last defense. That was his biggest mistake. The sword did manage to cut most of the dragon, but the water still covered Aoi and the sword together. This caused the sword's electrical properties to be forced through his system. Aoi screamed in pain as his nerves were shocked. He released the sword and it deactivated without his chakra. The water dragon fell as well, but Aoi was paralyzed from the electricity, so he stood defenseless as Neji took a low stance behind him. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, he yelled as he launched himself forward. Aoi barely managed to turn his head slightly as Neji assaulted him. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Neji took a low stance as he lined up his last blow with Aoi's spinal cord. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Aoi's lower body became limp, exactly how Hinata's had once been. He fell to the ground in pain with the electricity still shooting through his nerves. Neji picked up the sword of the Thunder God and felt a pulse enter his body. I feel it, he thought as he admired the blade. Aoi rolled onto his back and pulled out a kunai. I'll kill you, he grunted out through his teeth, taking aim at Neji's turned back. He swung his arm to throw when suddenly, he had no arm. He looked at his stump and screamed before Naruto stomped on his stomach, blowing the air out of him. Shut up. You've lost, Naruto said before punching Aoi into unconsciousness. Naruto smirked as he pulled out his weapons pouch. Mission complete, he said with a smile as he turned to Neji. He raised a brow. Neji? You okay? He asked. Neji snapped out of his daze and looked away from the handle. Sorry? He asked. Naruto flicked Neji's ear. Stay with us, you hear? You can admire your new trophy later, we gotta take this guy home now, Naruto said as he pulled out a seal from the pouch. Neji clipped the handle onto the waistline of his belt and knelt next to the unconscious Aoi. Why do we have to take him alive? He asked. Naruto grinned, cause this guy has a capture and interrogate if possible order on his head. As far as I know, no one in our squad is an interrogator. Right? Naruto said as he slapped the seal on Aoi's forehead. Neji nodded in confirmation as the now forced to be unconscious Aoi was picked up. Forgive me, Teiko, but if we want him alive, shouldn't we do something about that arm? Neji asked as he pointed to Aoi's bloody stump. Naruto watched blood flow the wound and frowned. Really should have learned those medical jutsu before this mission, Naruto thought as he pondered over what to do. Neji whipped out his new sword and seared the wound shut with a stroke of lightning. Let us make haste, Neji said as he began walking. Naruto made a few hand signs and knelt, summoning jutsu. He spoke. Neji turned and stared at the apartment-sized rattlesnake that appeared. How can I help you, Naruto-sama? It asked as it bowed slightly. Naruto gestured to Aoi's hovering unconscious body. Hey Tenso, can you drop this guy off at Konoha's front gate? Tell him he's from me and we'll be home tomorrow night, Naruto ordered. The large snake nodded. Sure thing, Naruto-sama. Naruto sighed and watched as the snake slithered over to Aoi. How many times have I told you not to call me Sama? Naruto asked. The snake swallowed Aoi whole and his rattled tail suddenly pulsed blue. 14. It answered with a fang smirk. Neji stared as the rattle took the shape of Aoi's body and felt as though he was gonna throw up. Naruto spoke with a frown. And how many times till you actually listen to me? Naruto asked. The snake chuckled. Only 986 more to go, Tenso said before it tunneled underground. Naruto turned and began hovering. Ready, Neji? He asked with a smirk. Neji just stared. Why didn't you just summon one of those monsters earlier? Neji yelled. Naruto tilted his head curiously. They're not monsters, they're snakes, Naruto said as he began flying in the general direction of the main race course. Neji blinked in confusion before tree hopping after his Teiko. If you weren't able to kill me, I would destroy you right now, Baka, Neji yelled as he chased after Naruto. Okay. Initiate the plan, Tenten yelled as the group hit land. Shino placed a date down and a date began sprinting at maximum civilian speed. Shino flew above his head and kept pace. Hinata tree hopped ahead to scan for any problems with her Byakugan, and Tenten paused to rewrap the camouflage cloth before catching up to Shino and a date. Shino needed almost no chakra to fly by himself since it was his bugs doing all the work, so he was to be the one to guide a date through any upcoming conflicts that Hinata would spot. Tenten would help Hinata before the two caught up. Shino spoke. How much farther a date-san? It sprinted as fast as he could. If I can keep this speed, only half an hour to the steps, 10 minutes up the steps, then it's the last stretch, he said as his speed increased. Shino nodded as he kept up with the date, the coast disappearing behind them and Hinata disappearing ahead of them. Tenten thought, I hope Naruto-kun and Neji are alright. 20 minutes into their running, Shino suddenly swooped down and lifted a date into the air, barely dodging a kunai trap. Tenten leapt forward while simultaneously whipping out a katana. She deflected another set of kunai, then threw one of her own with an explosive tag attached. The kunai flew into the woods and exploded, forcing the two rain genin out into the open. Tenten's eyes widened in shock. "How are you alive?" she yelled. Shino placed a date back on his feet. "Run a date," he ordered. Tenten waved Shino along. "You too. Someone has to protect him and these two are injured. I can handle it," she yelled as she took a defensive stance with her katana. Shino saw the look in her eyes and slowly nodded. "I wish you luck, Tenten-san." "Be careful," he said before flying after a date. One rain genin went to follow Shino, but he was forced to dodge Tenten's swipe. "You have to go through me first," she said as she took another defensive stance. The one on the left, Oboro, Tenten realized, took a step forward. "Look, it's 2 against 1 here. Either give up or die. If you give up, I promise to allow some fun before we kill you," he said. Tenten could recognize a threat when she saw one. "In that case, I'll kill you first," she said as her gaze hardened. Ninja art, Hei's clone technique. Tenten's eyes widened as she realized Oboro was distracting her while his teammate formed a jutsu. She took a defensive stance and pulled out a short sword in a reverse grip to complement her katana as hundreds of black-dressed versions of Mubi rose from the ground. Tenten looked back at her attackers only to realize they disappeared amongst the clones. "Shit," she muttered as she turned in a circle. She stared down the clones surrounding her, noticing they were moving slow and sluggishly. "I've never heard of Hei's clones. How does this technique work?" she thought as a clone took the first attack. She dodged its kunai swipe and slashed its chest open, staring shock as her blade just passed through the clone. "So they're not even real? A genjutsu?" she thought. She decided to ignore the Hei's clones and instead tried to find the originals, only to gasp in pain as a Hei's clone cut her arm. "What?" she asked in shock as she stepped away and began to dodge and block every kunai swipe and strike. Tenten jumped and dodged strikes for nearly 10 minutes before she was too tired to continue. "No choice then," she yelled as she rolled back from a strike and whipped out 2 scrolls. Tenten leapt into the air and unsheathed a spiked ball and large shield. She threw the ball downwards and shielded herself in mid-air. The moment she heard the impact, "The pulsed her chakra katsu," she yelled. Boom! The ball exploded, shredding the clones and decimated many trees in the surrounding area, creating a flat plain and nothing more to hide behind. Hash! Boom! What was that? Tenten's shrapnel bomb. Naruto's eyes widened at Neji's answer. "Let's go help her," he yelled as the two changed direction. Hash! Tenten landed with a pant as she re-equipped herself with weapons, this time a spear. She scanned her surrounding area to see black blobs rising out of the ground, reforming into the Hei's clones. "You have to be kidding," Tenten muttered as the numerous enemies reformed. She caught a glimpse of yellow in her peripheral vision and turned to see a Hei's clone attacking her with a kunai. She stabbed the clone's arm with her spear, making it move away from the airborne kunai. Her eyes widened when she realized what they were doing. They are throwing kunai at the same point one of the clones strike. "Now how do I stop them?" she thought to herself. She kept dodging the strikes and swiping at the clones. She smirked as she came up with a plan. "Let's see who has faster reflexes," she thought as she moved to the center of the clearing. She counted the timing between each real strike, about 8 seconds, and they appear from where I last dodged from, she thought. She dodged 2 fake strikes then counterattacked the third, putting herself in a blindside position. "Let's hope my aim is perfect as usual," she thought as she threw a dagger into the air. She took the attack to her arm and leapt right, keeping her wound facing where she leapt from. She rolled to her feet and pulled the kunai out. 3, 2, 1. Ah boom! Tenten smiled as she turned to her last spot, seeing the splatters of her opponent, who she just blew up. Mubi. No. She spun and earned a handful of shuriken to her leg. Shit. She let out as she fell to the ground in pain. She looked up to see a pissed-off Oboro charging at her in blind rage. Her spear lay under her good leg. One shot, she thought as she reacted quickly. Oboro lunged at Tenten, his kunai glinting in the light. At the same time Tenten hooked her foot under her spear and kicked upwards. Schlink. Oboro paused in midair as he landed on Tenten's spear. He looked down to see it stabbing through his chest. He dropped the kunai and slid down the pole, landing half on Tenten's legs. He stared at her wide-open eyes and gurgled blood before dropping his dead weight onto her lower body. Tenten stared at Oboro's open eyes in shock. "I, K killed?" she muttered. She sat in his growing puddle of blood for a few minutes, maintaining eye contact with the corpse. Naruto landed by her side, kicked the body off of her. "Ten-chan. What happened? Are you okay?" he asked as she snapped out of her silence and began to cry. Naruto held her to his chest as Neji arrived on the scene. "Teiko? What happened?" he asked as he looked at Ten-ten's body, covered in blood. Naruto looked up at Neji. She became a true ninja. "Listen to me, Neji, activate your Byakugan and tell me if pulling these out of her will do any damage," Naruto said as he nodded to the shuriken. Neji did so and shook his head. "They didn't reach in far, so removing them will do no harm," he confirmed as he scanned the rest of her for wounds. Naruto pulled the shuriken out, causing Ten-ten to gasp each time. He used his enhanced sight seal to examine each wound. Finding nothing in the wounds, he said to Neji, "Wrap her arm, I will do her leg," he ordered. Neji nodded and pulled the bandages from his arms, passing most of them to Naruto. Neji lifted her unmoving arm and began to wrap it, causing her to whimper in pain. He hit a tenketsu in her arm to numb the pain. "Better?" he asked. Ten-ten nodded, tears still falling down her face. Naruto ripped the left side of her blood-covered pants leg off and began wrapping her wounds with Neji's bandage. "Sorry about the pants, Ten-chan, but they're ruined anyway," he said as he finished wrapping the wound. Neji helped her climb onto Naruto's back and Naruto hovered in the air. "Ready?" he asked. Ten-ten nodded as grasped her hands around Naruto's neck as he cupped her so she could sit. The three pushed on, rushing through the trees to catch up to Idate. Hinata stood at the bottom of the stairs and saw Fukusuke appearing in the distance. "Come on, Idate, Shino," she thought as she looked down the side road Idate would be appearing from. Just as Fukusuke took his first steps onto the staircase, Idate appeared not 20 meters away. Hinata grinned and began to wave to him and Shino. "Hurry, Idate," she yelled. Fukusuke turned with wide eyes as Idate slowly caught up to him. "Almost there." Idate panted as he caught up to Fukusuke. The two runners sprinted at full speed, seemingly equal as they reached the viewing partition halfway up the stairs. "There they are. They're neck and neck. Go, Fukusuke. Come on, Idate." Shino landed in a tree and Hinata leapt up next to him. They tree-hopped up the hill, keeping an eye on the racers. Both racers hit the top step at the same time and broke into a full-out sprint. The crowd screamed with cheers as the two runners turned the last corner within the same second of each other. Idate glanced at his opponent from the corner of his eye. How did he even get here this soon? Idate thought as he focused his gaze forward. No time to worry, he thought as he took a deep breath. In the last 20 meters of the race, Idate suddenly shot in front of Fukusuke. He tore through the finishing ribbon and stumbled to the shrine. His victory was met with applause as Fukusuke fell to his knees. Idate smiled as he was lifted into the air by the Wasabi clan. Tears of happiness and relief flowed as his smile turned into a huge grin. "Idate. Idate. Idate. Idate." They cheered as they threw him into the air. Hinata smiled and she turned to Shino. "He did it," she said excitedly. Shino nodded and stood tall while adjusting his glasses. "Mission success." Later that night in the Wasabi complex, the whole clan was partying in celebration of another 4 years of the town being under their control. Idate and Jirocho sat next to each other at the head table, eating a feast and sharing numerous drinks with raucous laughter. All the Konoha ninjas stood in the corner of the room, discussing the mission and what the next plan is. "And that's when you turned up." Ten-ten finished retelling every one of the fights she had against Mubi and Oboro. Hinata was frowning. "I can't believe I missed seeing those two. I'm so sorry, Ten-ten-chan," she said. Ten-ten shrugged. "It's all right, Hinata-chan, it's in the past so it doesn't matter, K?" she said with a smile as she stood straight and slightly winced at the pain in her leg. She leaned back against the wall. "This does hurt though," she muttered as she rubbed her leg. Naruto felt bad for letting Ten-ten get hurt, as he felt it was his responsibility. So naturally, he hugged her and lifted her onto a nearby chair. "Don't move, okay? We don't want you getting any worse. In fact, I will carry you back to Konoha when we go," Naruto said as he stared into her eyes. Ten-ten nodded and blushed, which Hinata noticed. "Hey Ten-ten-chan, can I talk to you in private please?" she asked. Ten-ten nodded and pointedly looked at Naruto. He stepped away and walked over to Neji and Shino, who were both being hounded by local girls. One brunette looked at Neji with stars in her eyes. "Neji-sama. Please take me to Konoha with you," she screamed. Neji twitched before glaring at the girl. "No," he said. A blonde girl held Shino's arm. Shino-sama. Will you marry me? She yelled. Shino looked down at her and considered his options like any Aburame does. It would be illogical to dismiss the advancements of upper-class woman of an allied village, he thought. He saw the throbbing hearts in the girl's eyes and for once, dismissed logic. Fuck that, fangirls suck. He thought. Naruto's eyes widened as Shino let out some bugs from his mouth and formed a creepy smile. Pretty 5 Earl, he said as he raised a bug-covered arm. Every girl near Shino and Neji screamed and ran away. Neji let out a deep breath. Good work Shino-san, he said. Naruto stepped up to them. What was that about? He asked. Shino brought the bugs back into his body and readjusted his glasses as Neji explained. It seems we are known as heroes for our exploits in protecting Adachi-san. The girls and young women seem to be embracing their fantasies of marrying a hero, he said with a frown. Naruto raised a brow. How come no one has been hitting on me then? He asked. Neji smirked. When you were cleaning your sword before, not only did that intimidate some girls, but Hinata-sama also persuaded a few more reckless girls to quit their advancements, Neji said. Shino nodded. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle, he said. Naruto chuckled. That's my Hinata-chan, he said with a grin. Hash. As Naruto stepped away, Hinata sat down next to Tenten. Tenten-chan, do you like Naruto-kun? She asked with an embarrassed blush. Tenten blushed herself. Sure I do, he's nice, she said, pretending she had no idea what Hinata was talking about. Hinata grasped Tenten's hand, causing her to look at Hinata's face. Tenten-chan, I can see it. I know you like him like I do, Hinata said.
Tenten looked back at her lap. Sorry, I know I shouldn't, and you love him and I don't know when it started, but she stopped her nervous rambling as Hinata put a rice ball in her mouth to shut her up. Hinata smiled as Tenten blinked at her in shock. Please, be quiet and listen for a moment? Hinata asked. Tenten just nodded as she took a chomp out of the rice ball. Hinata began her premeditated speech. Tenten, Naruto and I are going to be together for as long as he lets me be with him. Hopefully that will be forever, but Naruto is someone very important in our village, she said before taking a deep breath. He is the last member of 2 deceased clans, she said. Tenten's eyes widened and tightened her lips to stop from interrupting Hinata. He's from a clan? Didn't see that coming. She thought. Hinata began again. As the last member of his clan, it is law of the Leaf Village that he marries at least 2 wives, and a maximum of 4. At least I think that's right. Therefore, I have to get used to the idea of sharing him, she said. Tenten's face blushed as she thought of sharing Naruto with other people. Hinata finished. He said he'd only be with people who I approve of. And I can't think of anyone better than someone who loves him like we do. Do you understand what I'm saying, Tenten? She said with a soft smile while she tightened her grip on Tenten's hand. Tenten blinked in shock before smiling and holding the last of the rice ball to Hinata. So, we'll share? She asked hopefully. Hinata smiled and took the rice ball. She finished it off in a single bite. MHMM. She hummed with a close-eyed smile. Tenten hugged Hinata while wincing as her wounds pulled. Thank you so much Hinata-chan, she said rather loudly. Hinata smiled back. No problem Ten-chan, you do have to ask him yourself though. But I'm pretty sure he'll give you a chance, she said as she returned the hug. Hinata stood and held Tenten's hand. Helping her to her feet she asked, do you want to go outside to the balcony? I'll send Naruto out in a minute so you can prepare yourself. Tenten nodded and began to walk away with a limp. That would be great Hinata-chan, thank you again, she said with a huge smile and a wave. Hinata nodded and turned to find her Naruto. I hope this is okay. She muttered as she spotted him. Hinata stood behind the 3 boys and smiled as Naruto said something that he laughed at and the 2 emotionless boys even cracked a smirk. Naruto-kun? She asked as she tapped his shoulder. Naruto turned and smiled widely. Hey Hina-chan, he exclaimed as he hugged her close. Hinata leaned into his embrace for a moment before stepping back. He caught her off guard with a quick kiss. She blushed hard. What do you need Hina-chan? He asked. Hinata smiled. Well, you remember what we talked about with your future wives? She asked, accidentally slipping out a stutter. Naruto raised a brow. Yeah, if one of us chooses then the other has to approve. He saw the look in Hinata's eyes. Oh. He let out as his face flushed and he began looking around. Is it someone from this party? 'Cause I'm not too sure about bringing a stranger back to the village. He muttered, trying to hide his nervousness and how uncomfortable he was behind conversation. Hinata held his hand. Don't worry Naruto-kun,
it's someone I approve of, and I know you like her more than a friend already. She's on the balcony waiting for you, Hinata said while pushing him in the general direction of the balcony. Naruto nodded, okay, yeah, I'll go, do that. He muttered as he slowly walked towards the balcony. Hinata smiled as she watched him walk away. This isn't as hard as I thought it would be, well, for me at least. She thought with a smile. Naruto pushed the curtain aside and stepped out onto the balcony. He smiled as he saw the moonlight glowing through a few spread-out clouds. He trailed his sight down from the moonlight sky to see Ten-Ten leaning against the railing, looking out into the sky as well. He smiled, Ten-chan, I guess if there has to be someone else, I'm glad it's her. He thought as he took a step closer. He leaned against the railing next to her, looking out just as she was. Hey Ten-chan, he said quietly. Ten-Ten glanced at Naruto out of the corner of her eyes. Hey Naruto-kun. She muttered nervously. The two stood in silence for a moment before Ten-Ten finally spoke. So, did Hinata-chan? He nodded, told me everything, he said with a smile. Ten-Ten looked down at her fiddling hands nervously. So, do you accept me to be, well, yours? She asked. Naruto was quiet for a moment, before grasping her face softly and turning her gaze to meet his. I wouldn't be here if I didn't want you Ten-chan, he said as his cerulean eyes burned into her chocolate brown. Ten-Ten grinned widely at Naruto's proclamation and boldly leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. Naruto's eyes widened before he too leaned into the kiss. It was just a kiss, but the two felt as if something connected them in that moment. Ten-Ten and Naruto pulled away from each other and smiled widely. They stood in a comfortable silence, just looking up into the moonlit sky with each other. An hour or so later. Excuse me Ninja-sama. Naruto and Ten-Ten looked behind to see someone bowing. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Jirocho-sama would like to speak with Naruto-sama. The little girl said. Naruto stepped away from Ten-Ten but held her hand. Sure thing, where is he now? Naruto asked. The girl smiled up at Naruto. He just left to his study Naruto-sama, she said. Naruto laughed and patted the girl's head, causing her to smile up at him. Please don't call me Sama, I'm no better than you, he said before he walked past her and led Ten-Ten back inside. Ten-Ten squeezed Naruto's hand once before she stepped back towards the team. See you later Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Naruto nodded. Bye Ten-chan, he said before he walked out of the ballroom and towards the first room he met Jirocho in. Knock knock. Enter. Naruto opened the door to see Jirocho sitting in his chair, a small smile on his face. Please Naruto-san, come here, he said as he waved Naruto over. Naruto walked to Jirocho's side and crouched. What is it you need Jirocho-sama? He asked politely. Jirocho grasped his shoulder and lifted him to his feet. I need to thank you for doing such a wondrous job with protecting a date, and pay you for your mission, he said with a smile as Naruto stepped back. Naruto nodded. It was my honor to help Jirocho-sama. Please feel free to call upon my aid in the next race, Naruto said with a smile in return. Jirocho reached into his vest and pulled out a fat A4 envelope. You know, I think I will. By the way, I added a little to your pay considering the injuries sustained by that teammate of yours. I hope she heals quickly, he said as he handed the large sum of money to Naruto. Naruto nodded as he received the payment. I'll pass on the message. We will be leaving early in the morning and heading home at full speed, so I do not expect to see you for a while after this meeting, Naruto said with a small smile. Jirocho nodded. Indeed, the life of a ninja seems to be fast-paced, he said as he stood in front of Naruto. I truly thank you for your services Naruto-san, I wish you well tidings for the future, he said as he clasped Naruto's forearm in a monkey grip. Naruto shook the daimyo's hand and nodded. It was an honor sir, I wish you the best for your term in office, Naruto said with a smile. They released their grips and Naruto walked from the room, exiting with a respectful bow. It was 3 a.m. and Naruto stood in front of his 4-man squad. This was the best way a first C rank could have gone I think, he said with a smile. Only one person injured, no casualties and a success, he said as he counted off on his fingers. I just want to thank you all for helping me, Naruto said with a wide grin. Neji fingered the handle hanging from his belt. If I get something like this every time I enter a mission with you, consider us even, he said with a smirk. Shino nodded. It was a challenging and interesting mission. I thank you for allowing me to join you on it Naruto Teiko, he said. Hinata smiled softly. You did wonderful as a captain Naruto-kun. You led this mission well and you were able to rely on the team's strengths just as any good captain would, she said. Tenten nodded in agreement. This was the best mission I've ever done. She cheered. Naruto smiled and faced Konoha. Alright then, time for the quickest ride ever. You ready? Naruto asked. Tenten unsealed a long chain from her weapons scroll and climbed onto Naruto's back. Shino clasped Hinata's and Neji's hands and pulsed his chakra, focusing his and his bug's chakra into making them weightless. Tenten looped the chain around the handle of Naruto's sword and threw either end to Hinata and Neji. They caught the ends with their spare hands. Naruto rose into the air. From the outskirts of Fire Country to Konoha by dinner time? He asked Tenten. Tenten smiled and held on tight, not nearly fast enough. She cheered. Naruto pushed some of his more potent chakra from the Kyuubi into his wind funnels. Let's go, he yelled as the five disappeared in an airborne blur. Hash. At full ninja speed, the journey from the Wasabi Complex to Konoha's front gate takes about 18 hours of travel. For Naruto and his team of Genin, they made it in 13. That's why when Izumo and Kotetsu saw a giant dust cloud rapidly approaching the village, they raised the silent alarm, alerting a squad of combat Onbu to the approaching possible threat. The Onbu arrived within 5 seconds of receiving the alert. The captain took lead. Eagle, what is it? He asked. The woman on the team looked down the road. A glimpse of her white eyes were visible through the mask. It appears to be Chunin Naruto Uzumaki and his squad, she said. The captain sighed before taking a step back. By the looks of things, he's not gonna be able to slow down in time to not crash. I'll slow him, then you catch him, okay, Bear? The captain said. The large chubby man on the team's right nodded. Got it, Teiko, he said as he stepped forward and dug his feet into the ground, literally. The captain stood on his shoulders. Cat, give me a boost, quickly. He asked. The cat-faced Onbu placed a hand on the captain's back, sending his own chakra into the captain's seals as well. Eagle spoke up. 10 seconds till collision. Recommended start in 4, she said. The captain formed some hand signs and the jutsu's power was doubled. Thanks to Cat, wind style, weighted whirlwind, he said as he pushed his arms forward, creating a rippling effect in the air as well as a very strong wind. 3 seconds, Eagle yelled over the noise. Ready, Bear? Cat yelled. Bear nodded, partial expansion jutsu. He proclaimed as he held his now gigantic arms forward. The dust cloud stopped meters from the 4 Onbu, the wind slowing down Naruto enough without harming him for Bear to catch his shoulders. Though they were still pushed back a few meters. The captain stopped his jutsu and dropped next to Naruto. How many times has it been, Naruto? He asked. Naruto, who was still being held in the air by Bear's arm and had Tenten sitting on back, grinned sheepishly. Don't know what you're talking about, puppy-san, he said. Bear placed Naruto onto his feet as the captain leaned over Naruto's form and pointed to his mask. It's not a puppy, it's a wolf, he said. Naruto shrugged. Puta too, he said as he lowered Tenten to her feet and Shino and the others rejoined the group. The Onbu sighed. Whatever, there's no point anyway, he said as he brushed back his gray hair. Naruto frowned, but MMPH. Wolf slammed chakra enforced tape over Naruto's mouth. It doesn't matter if you know what my name is, you aren't allowed to call me by it while I'm in the outfit, Wolf said as he turned back to his team. Naruto managed to rip the tape from his face. Will you be home tonight? 'Cause I want to tell everyone about the mission, Naruto said with a wide grin. The wolf-masked Onbu face-palmed. What did I just say, Naruto? Stop giving away my identity, he yelled as he bobbed Naruto's head. Naruto just stood with a frown on his face as he stared up at Wolf, who sighed. Yes, I'll be home tonight. Go report to the Hokage, he said before disappearing in a poof of smoke alongside his squad. Naruto grinned widely and turned to his team. Time, Neji? He asked. Neji pulled out his pocket watch. Just over 13 hours, Naruto Teiko, he said with a smirk. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, I'll do that whole journey in less than a second someday, believe it, Naruto said as he gave a thumbs up to his team. Shino nodded and calmly walked past Naruto. The only sign that he was exhausted was the slump of his shoulders. That was very interesting, Teiko, although I do not need to crash through any more trees or buildings in my lifetime, he said as he began to walk away towards his compound. Naruto smiled again. Well then, I guess that's the cue to dismiss everyone. I'll see you guys next time, yeah? Naruto said as he lifted into the air again. Last orders, Hinata Haim and Neji, escort Ten-chan to the hospital and make sure she sees a jonin named Shizune for medical treatment. Then you both go straight home and rest. As soon as you're better, Ten-chan, I want you to help Neji use his new sword. Everyone in agreement? The three nodded and Hinata resealed the chain into Tenten's weapon scroll as Neji gave Tenten a piggyback. Hinata smiled as she helped hold Neji's bag while he carried Tenten. What about you, Naruto-kun? She asked. Naruto grinned and pulled up his hood, camouflaging himself black and shooting up into the blackening sky. He yelled, I got a Ba-chan to annoy. His laughter echoed behind him as he launched towards the Hokage's office. Mission accepted, Sarutobi-sama, Ibiki said with a bow that Sasuke mimicked from his place by Ibiki's side. Hiruzen nodded and handed the scroll over. Anko and Kin have him from 4 in the morning. You two can take over at 8 if they get no results. We want all the information on what Aoi did since he left the village, he said. Ibiki nodded. Are you sure Sasuke should be present for my methods? He asked. Sarutobi nodded. He wants to be a hunter ninja, and as you know, some hunter ninjas need to be able to extract information. Who else could teach him better than the mind sadist of Konoha? He asked rhetorically. Sasuke raised a brow. So I'm going to actually be learning to be an interrogator? He asked. Ibiki's answering laughter bellowed. That will take years. No, I'm just gonna give you a crash course, he said. Sasuke nodded slowly. And what will that entail? He asked. Ibiki placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. You will be watching me work, with your Sharingan active. I'll also teach you my 4 interrogation genjutsus. With any luck you will learn to do them visually, Ibiki said with a smirk. Sasuke's eyes widened. You want me to steal your work? He asked. Ibiki laughed again. Steal? It's part of the Sharingan. As an ally I'm officially giving you permission to use my works. Get it, brat? He said with a sadistic smirk. Sasuke smirked and nodded. I understand, Ibiki-sensei, he said. Crash. Sasuke whipped out his Kusarigama in the same second Ibiki and Hiruzen sighed. Hey yeah, Naruto yelled as he was wrapped in Sasuke's chain and held against the floor. Sasuke blinked. Oh, Atoto, you're back already? He asked casually as he lifted his foot off of Naruto's back. Naruto rolled onto his back. What the hell, Aniki? He screamed. Sasuke just smirked and pulled Naruto to his feet. I just reacted. Next time check if the window is open before you fly through it, he said as he pulled his weapon, spinning Naruto around until he fell on his ass unwrapped. Ibiki chuckled. You may be a chunin, but you're still a brat. Hiruzen smiled and talked before Naruto could begin yelling again. Ibiki, Sasuke. You two are dismissed. If you find anything that involves setting up another mission, or when you've finished your report, give a copy to me as well as Tsunade-chan. I'll see you both tomorrow, he said. Ibiki and Sasuke bowed before heading for the door. Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder on the way out. The family is meeting at the autumn tree for dinner at 7. Try to make it in time. I want to hear about your mission, Sasuke said as he passed and left the room. Naruto yelled out, I'll be there. As Sasuke closed the door with a smile. Sarutobi coughed lightly. Well, Naruto-kun, how was your first mission as a chunin? He asked. Naruto crouched in mid-air. Pretty awesome if I do say so myself, Naruto said with a smile. Sarutobi chuckled. Yes, it seems to have had some action, considering the prisoner you sent back. He folded his hands under his chin. Since you are a chunin, unless you took part in a AA rank mission or an S rank, you have to submit your report through the paperwork system. Do you need help? He asked as he pulled out 2 forms. Naruto shrugged. Sure thing, but after this I need to talk to Ba-chan about some stuff, so how long do you reckon this will take? Naruto asked as he looked at the sheets. Sarutobi smirked. Actually, the process is only a few steps. But the recount depends on the mission, he said as he pointed to a few points on the sheet. This is a layout sheet prepared for first-time mission reporters. Other than the basic obvious things like name, level, the client, predetermined rank and resulting rank from your opinion, the majority of a report is literally your recount of what occurred on the mission. If there were parts that you weren't present for that are vital explanation points, you will need to get someone who was present to recount those particular moments. You understand everything? Hiruzen asked. Naruto looked at the sheets and blinked. I'm gonna need more than one sheet for this, Naruto said after a moment. Hiruzen chuckled. See that seal? He asked as he pointed to a seal on the bottom of the line section of the page. It is your basic containment seal which holds a 100-meter length scroll. You should have enough room on that, he said with a smile. Naruto nodded. Okay then. He muttered, looking extremely confused. Hiruzen chuckled. It's okay, you can take the practice sheet home. You can't screw up if you follow those instructions. Just take your time, alright? He explained. Naruto nodded and smiled. I think I got it, but I can ask you any questions if I find something wrong, right? He asked. Hiruzen nodded with a chuckle. Of course you can, he said. Naruto stood tall. Okay, I think I should get started ASAP, shouldn't I, Gigi? He asked rhetorically as he floated towards the door. Thanks, Gigi. I'll see you later, he said as he waved. Sarutobi waved as well with a smile until Naruto clicked the door shut. He rolled over to the active ninja wall and pulled down a funnel. You two listening? He asked. From the same horn a rickety old woman's voice rang. Hiruzen, we can't work in these conditions. Get us another job. Hiruzen covered his mouth to hide his chuckle before speaking again. Now Koharu, you said you wanted a civilian-based job that'd work in the Hokage tower. I'm just doing what you asked, he said with a suppressed smile. Shuffling was heard before Homura's voice rang. What do you need, Saru? He mumbled in a tired voice. Sarutobi's brow tightened a little in sadness. Homura, Chun and Naruto Uzumaki returned from his mission successfully. Only Tenten will be out of commission. A few days at maximum. Can you come up here when you're free tomorrow? He asked with a hopeful voice. Homura was silent for a moment before he spoke. Of course, I'll be up at midday. The line cut off. Hiruzen opened the curtain and looked over the board, looking as the different lights turned off under the Genin's names and Naruto's turned off, signifying their return. Hiruzen smiled. One more safe return. Chapter 26. Average spring in Konoha. Hi, are Sasuke and Sakura here? Naruto asked nervously to the waiter. He nodded. Right this way, Naruto-san, he said with a smile before walking towards the booth section. Naruto smiled as he followed along. Looks like I'm finally being respected a little, he thought. The waiter paused and pointed to a set of large booths. Your family is waiting for you, Naruto-san, he said before walking away. Naruto blinked at the waiter's back. Okay, that was a little odd, he thought before turning to the booths and running over in excitement. Hey guys, he said as he arrived behind the booth on the left. Everyone looked up in shock but Sasuke, Ni-chan, Sakura yelled with a smile as she glomped him. Naruto caught her in mid-air and placed her down with a laugh. How was your mission? She asked as she pulled him over to the booths, which sat Kakashi, Tsunade, Anko and Jiraiya at one table and Sasuke, Sakura, Shizune. Naruto sat next to Sakura, who sat opposite Sasuke. Shizune was sitting in front of Naruto. Yeah, Naruto-kun, how'd it go? She asked. Naruto grinned widely as everyone listened intently to his retelling of the story. So when we got there, before we returned home, he even gave us a bit of more than we originally asked for. By the way, Ba-chan, how do I divide this up and give it to the team? Naruto asked as he picked through the things he brought from Sarutobi's office and lifted out the envelope. Tsunade held her hand out. You're meant to hand that into the financial desk after handing in your mission. I'll bring it in when I go back later tonight, Tsunade said with a smile. Anko hummed. So you're the one who brought in my latest victim? She asked with a grin. Naruto raised a brow. Victim? He asked. Kakashi put an arm around Anko's shoulder. Anko-chan is the best physical interrogator in Konoha. She's already started on him today, Kakashi explained. Jiraiya raised a brow. Really? Has he said anything? He asked. Anko nodded. He's told us about everything except what he did with the summoning and jutsu scrolls he stole when he left, which annoyingly is the most important part of what we need to learn from him, she said with a childish pout. Shizune patted Anko's hand. It's okay, you get another crack at him in the morning, right? She said. Anko nodded. Yeah, but that's more for Kin's benefit. I'm just gonna show her the ropes on hiding your humanity when causing someone physical pain for the purposes of torture, she said with a dark smirk and slightly evil chuckle. Tsunade poked Anko's head. With her super strength, it felt like a full-on push. Don't you go corrupting her, we don't want her to become another you, she said jokingly. Anko laughed openly while Sasuke shivered. Please don't do it, he muttered. It was at that moment the waiter arrived. Excuse me, may I take your order? He asked as he held up a notepad and clicked his pen. The waiter took the orders for the group and went to have them made. The group chatted about the specifics in Naruto's mission until the food arrived. Nearing the end of the meal, Naruto said, So Tenten's gonna train Neji how to use a sword so that he can master his new weapon. Tsunade stared at Naruto. You know, that sword should be put back in the cage vault, she said with a frown. Jiraiya placed his hand on her shoulder. Think about it, Suheim, it would be so much more useful in the hands of our ninja. Not sitting in a rusty old vault, he pointed out. Tsunade sighed and folded her arms. All right, but he better not lose it. She grumbled. The group finished their meals and their conversations. They split the bill and left the restaurant behind, separating at the door. Kakashi hugged Anko to his chest and she smiled, wishing I could stay over the night? She teased. Kakashi chuckled, I wish you could stay every night, he whispered in response. Anko stepped away from his embrace and grinned widely. Careful what you wish for, Kashi-kun, she said before puffing away. Kakashi watched the smoke dissipate before turning to the others as Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune disappeared in a flurry of leaves. He walked over to his squad and ruffled Naruto's and Sasuke's hair. Well, boys and girls, home time? He asked as he smiled at them. Sasuke smirked with a nod while Sakura and Naruto grinned up at their sensei. Yeah, Oji. The two yelled. Kakashi hopped onto the building next to him. Before his eye widened as Sakura shot past in a pink blur, Naruto flew by a white streak and Sasuke trailed behind with his curse mark active. Kakashi stopped for a moment and blinked. Huh. He muttered as his squad disappeared into the distance. He just smirked as he held a hand sign and puffed to the house. Sasuke's POV. Ah, good, you finally made it, Ibiki said as he opened the wrought iron door for Sasuke. Sasuke just nodded and stepped inside. Why is it so cold in here? He asked. Ibiki chuckled. The senses of touch are much more acute when the human body is in a cool environment, he said as he closed the door and led Sasuke down the hallway. Sasuke raised a brow, and why is that important? Ibiki just smirked and opened another door. See for yourself. Sasuke took a step into the viewing room and looked through the one-way glass only to let his eyes widen as he looked upon Kin demonstrate her last physical torture tactic. Aoi screamed into his muffle as Kin pushed the stick of a serve of Dengo under his thumbnail and pressed it up until his nail split. Sasuke watched as Kin ripped the stick out and pulled the cloth out of Aoi's mouth. One last chance. Where are the village's scrolls? She yelled in his face. Aoi glared up at her from behind his fringe. He spat his own blood in her face before looking back down. Kin just smiled as the blood dripped from her chin. She stabbed her small stick through Aoi's forearm into the chair's armrest. Aoi screamed and Kin shoved the cloth back into his wide-open mouth. She raised her fist only for Anko's voice to sound around the room. Enough. Physical torture won't work against him. Kin stepped away from Aoi and walked from the room confidently. She exited from the door to Sasuke's left and the moment the door closed she fell to her knees. Oh log, how do you do this all day, Anko-sensei? She asked as Sasuke helped her to her feet. Anko stepped from the shadows with a smirk. I just have a good grip on who I am, and who the interrogator is. Get up, Kin. She ordered. Kin stood tall and nodded before swallowing deeply. Hi, sensei, she said as she squeezed Sasuke's hand. Sasuke squeezed back and let Kin step out into the hallway where Anko was ushering her to. As Kin passed, Ibiki leaned to Anko. Did you even give him a go? Or did Kin do all the work? He asked. Anko smiled with a shrug. Nah, I was just teaching Anko 2.0 how to have some fun is all, she said, finishing with a chuckle as she closed the door behind her. Ibiki just sighed and turned to Sasuke, who was glaring through the glass at Aoi. Ibiki stood next to him. Do I sense anger, Sasuke? He asked. Sasuke nodded. If he broke sooner, Kin-chan wouldn't have had to enact such brutal methods. Ibiki smirked. How about we teach him a lesson then? He said as he walked over and grasped the door handle. Sasuke blinked his Sharingan on. You want me in there or watching from here? Ibiki's smirk grew into a wide grin. Oh, you will be right next to me this time, Sasuke. Aoi looked up wearily at the door when it opened. His eyes widened in fear as Ibiki walked in, his frame filling up the doorway. He barely cared as Sasuke followed behind him. Ibiki grabbed the opposite chair and sat on it backwards. He leaned over the backrest and stared into Aoi's wide eyes. Sasuke watched silently as Ibiki bored holes into Aoi's pupils with his gaze for near 10 minutes. Aoi was beginning to shake with fear. He finally blinked only to receive a punch to his face, knocking him onto his back. Ibiki stood. Didn't even last a minute. I think you could even break him, Sasuke, Ibiki said with a wink towards Sasuke. Sasuke nodded in realization of the technique. Manipulate the target's mind. He thought as he remembered the teachings Ibiki left him with the afternoon before. Ibiki placed a foot on Aoi's chest. Sasuke, did you master any? Sasuke smirked. Only 2, but my best is the last one on the list, he said as he stood to Aoi's left, opposite Ibiki. Ibiki smirked and leaned down, forcefully holding Aoi's eyelids open. Go for it. Sasuke looked into Aoi's eyes with his Sharingan, and activated his new, modified technique, visual jutsu, structural collapse, he declared, his Sharingan slowly spinning. Sasuke fell into Aoi's mind and ripped out his knowledge, his past and specifically, anything to do with scrolls. Sasuke pulled himself out and gasped, only now realizing that Aoi was screaming the whole time. Ibiki let go of Aoi's eyelids, letting them snap shut before he put his foot on his esophagus, cutting off his yells. "You alright, kid?" he asked as he glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. "Wow, that was exhilarating," he said as he breathed heavily. Ibiki nodded. "Did you get it?" Sasuke smirked. "Yep, though I almost got caught." Ibiki frowned. "That's why you got to be quick, don't want the structure of his mind collapsing around you." Sasuke nodded as Ibiki placed his iron boot on the leg of the interrogation chair and pushed it into its upright position. Sasuke sighed heavily as Aoi stared in fear at his Sharingan. "What now?" Ibiki smirked as he shoved the cloth back into Aoi's mouth. "If you got all the information on the scrolls, then we're done for now, I can finish up later." The two walked from the room as Aoi screamed after them, his mouth muffled and tears pouring from his eyes in defeat. Hash. Knock knock. "Come on in." Ibiki opened the door to Tsunade's office with Sasuke by his side. They stood at attention in front of Tsunade's desk, as her clones worked at smaller desks behind her, and bowed, "Hokage-sama." They both said. Tsunade looked up from her desk and smiled. "How did the interrogation go?" she asked. Ibiki placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "I let Sasuke take lead for his first go, and I must say he nailed it." Tsunade raised a brow. "Really? Well, what did you find out, Sasuke?" she asked with a smirk. Sasuke took a step forward. "When I followed the prisoner's thoughts of those scrolls, it took me to a time before he joined the Hidden Rain village. It was an underground trading market for scrolls and ninja weaponry," he explained. Hani, who was looking over the clone Tsunades, turned and stared at Sasuke. "Did you see any signage near the market entrance? Anything mentioning lost or missing?" Tsunade and Ibiki both seemed shocked at her sudden interest, while Sasuke just nodded. "Yes ma'am, it was called Lost Ninja Market, appears to be based in northern water country, there's no ninja-related factions near there, so it's kind of a sanctuary for missing ninjas. Or at least that's the kind of thoughts Aoi was having as he entered it." Hani nodded. "Tsunade-chan, you will set up a B-rank mission to retrieve as many scrolls as you can from the market. Tell your ninjas to buy the scrolls first, but I'll write a list for the scrolls they'll need to get no matter what," she said. Tsunade spun to face Hani. "Hold up, what's this market? What scrolls?" she asked. Hani sighed. "Do you remember your team's first mission as the legendary Sannin?" Tsunade nodded. "Yeah, we had to track down some missing ninja who stole the Nara clan's ultimate shadow jutsu scroll. We were driven off by a huge gang of missing ninjas." "What does that have to do with anything?" she asked. Hani nodded. "Orochimaru led that mission, he was the ninja who discovered the lost ninja market. Konoha is the only hidden village that actually knows it exists, but we lost track of its location when Orochimaru left with all his things. This is our chance," Hani said with a wrinkled smile. Tsunade shook her head again. Wait, a chance for what?" Ibiki nodded. "A chance to rediscover the location of this market and of these scrolls," he answered. Tsunade smiled as she caught up with what the two were saying. "Okay. I get it, let's get those scrolls ASAP." She turned to the confused Sasuke. "Now Sasuke, we'll need location specifics, so I want you to go down there and find out how he found out about it, and how he got there." Sasuke slowly nodded. "We'll do, Tsunade-ba-chan," he said with a smirk. Tsunade whipped out an empty scroll from her desk. "I'll write up the mission now," she hesitated, "but we can't send out any jonin, or high-profile chunin. What if they're recognized by nearby missing ninjas?" she asked herself. Hani coughed politely and gestured to the boys in the room, reminding Tsunade of their presence. "What are you two still here? Get going. We need that information," she yelled as she waved them away. Ibiki grabbed Sasuke's shoulder. "Hi Tsunade-sama," he said before the two disappeared in Ibiki's sunshine. Tsunade spun in her chair to face Hani. "Nara, can you get started on that list?" she asked. Hani waved her hand, causing her shadow to pick up a pen and begin writing names on the scroll on Tsunade's desk. Tsunade smiled. "The classic still amaze," she said as she grabbed another scroll and began writing the mission specifics. Hash. "You needed to see me, Sarutobi-sensei?" Jiraiya asked as he stepped into Hiruzen's office. Said grandfather raised his head and smiled. Yes, I do, Jiraiya-kun, he said as one of his clones tossed a scroll to him. The original caught it and held it out for Jiraiya. This is a mission that I will personally be employing you for, he said as Jiraiya picked up the scroll from his hand. Jiraiya raised a brow as he read along the scroll's title, an S-rank village defense mission? Sarutobi nodded. I want you to find a way to make these new trees into an outer wall defense for the village. I'm thinking something with seals since that is Konoha's forte now that Whirlpool is no more. Jiraiya smiled as he pocketed the mission scroll. Alright, I'll take it. Although it may take a while, I'll run as fast as I can. Sarutobi nodded as his student left the room through the window as per usual. Good luck, Jiraiya. Sasuke stepped out of the interrogation room and closed the door behind him. Turning to Ibiki he said, I got the exact location. He found out through rumors told to him by Orochimaru himself. Ibiki nodded. You reckon you can write it out on a map? Sasuke smirked. Even better, you still have his things? Ibiki raised a brow and nodded. He gestured to a table in the corner of the viewing room. Sasuke approached the table and lifted the ninja pouch. Inside, he grabbed Aoi's diary and ripped the leather cover off of the book. Movement in the interrogation room caused him to look through the one-way glass. He noticed that Aoi responded to the book being damaged even though he couldn't possibly see or hear them. A chakra guard? Ibiki muttered. Sasuke sent chakra into the weak seal and broke it easily, unsealing another scroll from the inside. Sasuke turned with a smirk and opened the scroll to show 3 maps with starred areas and highlighted paths. We got location, basic layout and map of the storage area. Looks like Aoi already thought of breaking in before he realized just how dangerous that could be. Sasuke pointed out. Ibiki grinned. You better take that straight to Hokage-sama, set up the mission details with her while I finish up here. I'll fill in the report as long as you write down absolutely everything you got from Aoi. Got it? Sasuke nodded and grabbed all of Aoi's things, including his combat umbrella. Yes sir, do you think anyone will care if I have this? I want to try something I read from one of the Uchiha's old weapon scrolls. Ibiki shrugged. That's not up to me, you'll have to ask Hokage-sama, now get going. Ibiki ordered as he stepped into the interrogation room and closed the door. Sasuke smirked and holding all of Aoi's things, shined to the entrance of the Hokage tower. So these are the 14 scrolls presumably located at the market? Tsunade asked as she began copying the list onto the mission scroll. Hani nodded as her shadow placed another piece of paper in front of Tsunade, and these are the 4 weapons stolen from Konoha's vault. They haven't been seen since, so I can only presume since no one is using them they are more than likely at this marketplace. Tsunade nodded before her eyes widened as she read the first item, Grandpa's automated weapon scroll? She asked as she then scanned the others. Yes, it went missing after his last battle against Madara. Originally we thought it was destroyed, but as the remaining weapons were being transported back to the village they were summoned away from us. And that is only possible if someone sent their chakra into the scroll and the weapons were resealed. She explained as Tsunade finished copying the names of the scrolls and weapons. Tsunade was about to reply when a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Sasuke let himself in and bowed, still holding all of Aoi's things in his grasp. He asked, Excuse me Hokage-sama, what do you want me to do with the maps? Tsunade blinked in shock. You already finished drawing a map? Wait, map S? As in plural? Sasuke just nodded. Yes, plural, he said as he stepped up to her desk and placed the scroll down for her to examine. She waved for him to sit while she looked over the maps. Wow, these are very precise Sasuke, good work. Sasuke smirked. Thank you Hokage-sama, he said smugly. Tsunade watched Sasuke as he smiled. She could see that it wasn't completely real. He's still hiding behind that Uchiha mask. I might regret this but I have to show him someone still cares. She thought, so she stood and walked around the table to him. Sasuke looked at her in confusion before she hugged him tightly, like he'd seen her do to Naruto. Tsunade talked softly as Hani pretended she wasn't in the room. I know you and Sakura call me Ba-chan already, but I want you to know that to me, you 3 are my true kids. I care about you all, so if you need to drop your facade and talk, please come to me, alright? She asked as she held him tightly. Sasuke's facial expression froze and he shook as a few silent tears dropped from his eyes. Thank you Ba-chan, he let out softly, but I'm not sure I know how. He muttered before swallowing deeply. Tsunade leaned out of the hug and looked into his eyes. Please try sometimes, since I've met you I've seen lots of the last Uchiha and not much of Sasuke. Sasuke nodded and she wiped his tears. May I have the battle umbrella, Ba-chan? He asked. Tsunade nodded as she stood tall again. Sure you can, and can I ask you to be the one to lead this mission? I plan to let it launch by tomorrow, she said as she walked back to her desk. Sasuke showed one of his rare true smiles. Thank you, Ba-chan, but I'm afraid that would be a bad idea. After all, you did say you need low-profile ninjas and I am easily recognizable as the last Uchiha. He explained as he placed Aoi's things on her desk and picked up the umbrella for himself. Tsunade hummed. Good point, I think I know who to send then. Thanks again for all your help, Sasuke, she said with a smile. Sasuke knew a dismissal when he heard it, so he nodded and softly muttered, Thank you, Ba-chan, for everything. Before he leapt out the window and shunshined away. Tsunade watched him leave with a soft smile before she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to look up at Hani. That was quite spontaneous of you, Tsunade. What brought that on? She asked. Tsunade sighed. Call it a woman's intuition. I felt that Sasuke was in emotional pain. And he's precious to me now, so I can't just let him suffer, she said as she spun back to face her desk. Hani frowned. I didn't feel anything of the sort. Tsunade scoffed. I said woman's intuition, not elderly intuition. Whack. Hani slapped Tsunade's hand with her ruler. Get back to work before I make you, he said gruffly. Tsunade grumbled and rubbed her sore hand before she went back to adding the map to the mission scroll. Mangy old hag. Whack. Ow. Hash. Knock knock. Hiruzen looked up at the clock on his wall and noted that it was exactly midday. Come on in, Homura. Homura opened the door and smiled softly. Hello, Saru, how's the new job? He asked politely as his gaze floated over the sorting clones. Hiruzen gestured to the chair opposite himself. It is actually quite relaxing. I get to look after my ninjas and oversee the missions without all the pressure and those stupid council requests and other Hokage duties, he said with a chuckle. Homura sat and chuckled. Sounds right up your alley, he said before leaning forward and turning serious. Is something wrong, Saru? Hiruzen sighed. Homura, you and I both know that Danzo is up to something. He always is. But why do you always help him with his schemes? I know you believe in the village the same way I do. He trailed off as he tried to discern Homura's actions. Homura sat in silence for a moment. She loves him, Saru. He muttered. Hiruzen sighed. You'll still follow her? He asked. Homura nodded. Even though Koharu loves Danzo, I do not care. I love her, and helping Danzo makes her happy. He tightened his hand into a fist. Even though I care for the village in the same way you do, my will of fire isn't as strong as yours. I can't put the village before the one I love, he said as he stared blankly at Hiruzen's desk. Hiruzen sighed. It's been 52 years, Homura, don't you think it's time to move on? She still doesn't see your feelings for what they are. Homura looked at his teammate sadly. That doesn't mean the feelings aren't there. I will always follow her. I'm sorry, he said as he stood. Hiruzen sighed before whipping his pointer out and quickly ripping the hidden seal from inside Homura's collar. So he still uses you as a spy? He asked as he breathed a small flame onto the piece of paper. Homura didn't even care that he was caught. Yes, he does. Hiruzen sighed. Is Danzo still running route missions? He is trying, but since you are the only person handling missions now, it's hard for him to get the ones this village rejects. Especially the B and higher ranked missions. Homura explained. Hiruzen nodded, and if he did have someone who works for him in this office, he would be able to go back to doing the darker missions secretly again, right? He asked as he reached into one of his drawers. Homura frowned in confusion but nodded. Of course he could. Hiruzen pulled out 2 pieces of paper. In that case I need you to listen, he said as he placed the papers on his desk for Homura to read. Instead of using clones every day for my work here, I've discovered a theoretical system of Minatos that I completed just yesterday. You see, I can make Koharu's and your jobs redundant with seals, he said as he placed an A3 sheet on the table, showing the sealing array. Now, if I do that, I would like the 2 of you to work up here with me. Homura sighed as he read between the lines on what Hiruzen was saying. Of course we'll accept. And I assume you'll have us bring the rejected missions to Danzo? Hiruzen shook his head and chuckled. Now Homura, you know it is illegal for me to ask you to do that. If you'll read these outlines for the 2 of you, I'm sure you'll understand exactly what I need from you, he said as he lifted the sealing array, uncovering the 2 sheets he withdrew earlier. Homura looked over the contracts and nodded. So, I will be organizing what missions are acceptable for the village and the ones that will be rejected. Koharu will be handling the mission rankings with the old system. And you will be handling the ninjas that will be taking the missions as well as the mission reports. Homura understood what was needed of him. I will gladly accept, this setup will help the village immensely, he said as he signed his contract and picked up the other. Hiruzen nodded as Homura stood. Thank you Homura, I'm trusting you with this so please don't make me regret it, he said. Homura nodded, you know me Saru, this setup will help the village in every way so you know I will stand by it. Once I tell Koharu-chan that it will help Danzo and his Onbu, she'll sign up immediately. He confirmed as he walked from the room. Hiruzen smiled, you'll both begin work tomorrow morning, but don't tell Koharu or Danzo our deal. Make it seem as though you convinced me to do this and it is a secret arrangement. Though I'm sure Danzo will somehow know anyway, he said. Homura grasped the door handle, thank you for this Saru, I know how hard this would have been to get past Tsunade-chan. We will be here at 6 in the morning so you can show us how to run things. Hiruzen nodded, I will see you then, he said as the door closed. Sasuke was walking home, his new umbrella in his grasp as he analyzed it with his Sharingan, capable of holding 1200 needles and launching in 6 rounds of 200, made of iron and chakra conductive wood so it also can be used in close-up combat. When I'm done modifying this I will have the perfect complementary weapon to my Kusarigama. He thought as he turned the last corner before entering the Uchiha district. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke looked up to see Ino running towards him, she had her arms open as if to embrace him. He blinked her into a genjutsu with his Sharingan, making her mind see him at a constant distance to what they were currently at. This had the simple effect of her running straight past him and continuing to run towards where she thought he was. He smirked at the simple genius of his idea, too easy. He thought with a smirk as he entered his district. A drop of rain hit his nose, causing him to look up HN. He grunted as he frowned at the beginning of the heavy rain. He sighed as he realized he still had 8 blocks worth of distance to walk. He decided to just analyze his new weapon some more. Looking at the umbrella for a moment he blinked, oh. He muttered as he realized a simple and rather obvious solution to the rain. He opened the umbrella and sat it over his shoulder, safely covering him from the rain. Looks like a normal umbrella, but if anyone attacked me from any angle, the moment they got close I could skewer them with needles. He thought with another smirk as he trekked home in the rain. Neji was returning home from his first session of sword training, which he only stopped because of the rain. He was only practicing a basic kata at the moment but every step he took, it felt as though the sword moved closer into his very soul. Neji blinked at the thought, no wonder Hanabi-sama calls me Shakespearean, I'm so dramatic. He paused for a moment in his steps, what is a Shakespeare? He shook his head to dismiss himself of the thought of an aged man with a fluffy neck brace and thought back on his sword katas. Just imagining his pale yellow blade swinging through the air calmed him and made him smile, I can almost see it now. Oomph. Neji fell to the ground and looked at what had collided with him. Resting on his chest was pale blonde hair, nearly reminding him of his sword. She lifted her head and their eyes met, he gasped as he saw her eyes like the skies of a free bird. He thought. She blinked, oh, I'm sorry Neji-san, Ino said as she leaned off of him and onto her knees. Neji blinked as he suddenly recognized who it was he was admiring. Ino? He asked. Ino looked at his shocked face and raised a brow. What? She asked as she noticed he was staring at her. He just continued to stare, unsure of what to say to her. Which was starting to freak her the hell out. Hello? Earth to pale eyes? She said as she clicked her fingers in front of his face. He shook his head again and said the first thing that came to mind, foi? She just looked at him incredulously for a moment before standing up and taking a step away. Okay then, she turned away to mutter under her breath, freak. She began walking away as rain started to fall on them. See you later Neji-san, she said as she left back towards her house, the collision driving Sasuke's genjutsu from her mind. Neji just sat in the rain and watched her walk away, my Juliet. He thought as he sat in a forming puddle, daydreaming of his sky-eyed beauty. Thank you for escorting me home Naruto-kun. Anytime Ten-chan, I couldn't just let you walk home in this rain. Especially with your injury. Ten-ten sighed and leant against his side, he wrapped one arm around her while his other was in the air holding a quickly spinning giant shuriken with a Rasengan in its grip acting as a super-speed swirling umbrella. Naruto smiled up at his creation, I wonder if this could have any combat uses. Ten-ten smiled up at her boyfriend's face, knowing you, there could turn out to be hundreds. Naruto smiled, say, I know this moment is kinda romantic and all, and I'm sorry to ruin it. But according to Shizune Nichin, Because they stitched you back up with medical chakra, your immune system will be a little weak for near a week. So do you want to take the shortcut home? He asked. Tenten raised a brow. You know a shortcut? He nodded. I'll take that as a yes, he said as he dissipated the Rasengan and let the shuriken spin down his arm and stop on his bicep. She covered her head. Still getting wet here. She pointed out. Naruto held a hand sign. Water prison jutsu, he said as he raised his hand above his head again. Tenten stopped feeling rain hit her, so she looked up. In a meter radius around them, the rain paused in mid-air just above Naruto's hand and was slowly forming a big ball. Well, at least we're dry, but I don't see how that's a shortcut. She pointed out to try and hide her amazement. Naruto smirked and held Tenten tight to his chest, causing her to blush. This is one of my original jutsus, water style, slippery slide, he said before blowing a small pellet of water at their feet. Naruto picked up Tenten on his hip and began using the water walk technique on the small stream of water. Since the flow was constant, the two were being pulled down the street at a fast jogging pace. Tenten smiled as she watched the orb above them get bigger with each drop. But before she knew it, the ride was over and the two stood in front of her uncle's shop. Naruto set her on her feet and smiled. I guess I'll see you later, Ten-chan, he said as he stepped away. Tenten nodded. Thanks again, Naruto-kun. I'll see you later, she said as she took the last 2 steps to the shop door and entered. Naruto smiled. What a way to end the day. He muttered as he began to walk home, letting the orb of water and the rain fall on him. He looked up at the clouds and smiled. I can feel the joy of the plants, they're excited to have some water again. He thought as he walked past a particularly bright rose bush. He rose into the air and pulled on his hood. Time to go home. He muttered before he shot towards the family's house. Hash. Plink. Damn it. Plink. Where is it? Sakura ran around the upper floor of the house holding 2 buckets and a pan, placing them under the few leaks in the roof. The only problem was, where the hell is that dripping coming from? She screamed in frustration. She became quiet and tried to listen for where the last source of dripping was coming from. Plink. She walked down the hall towards Kin's room. Plink. Stop. Take a few steps back towards the stairs. Plink. The bathroom. Sakura entered the bathroom and began looking around for the dripping water source. It took nearly half an hour, but she looked over the whole ceiling and couldn't find a single crack or puncture. No rain leaks. She sighed. Who'd have thought the thing that defeats me is some damn rain? She sat on the edge of the tub and sighed. Plink. She glared forward. Stupid rain. She muttered. Plink. She blinked and looked behind her and down. Plink. She scowled as she saw the drop of water leave from the bath tap. Plink. Sakura sighed. Damn it. She muttered as she reached over and tightened the nozzle. Finally. Sakura jumped to her feet with a smile and left the bathroom. She walked around the second story of the house to make sure there were no more leaks. Luckily there were none. Hash. Sasuke just stepped into their yard when he heard a crash, a rather loud one at that. Worried, Sasuke leapt up onto the roof of his house and looked around to see if anything had been damaged near him. Only for his eyes to widen in horror as he saw the torrents of water bursting through the village from the nearby dam, overflowing the rivers and streets. He stared for a moment before he heard a shout, Aniki. We have to help. He looked up to see Naruto hovering just above him. Come on. We gotta do something, he yelled. Sasuke nodded and began sprinting towards the edge of the roof, activating his curse mark. Naruto flew forward by his side as Sasuke used his enhanced strength to jump while throwing his umbrella through the open window of his room. Guys! Sasuke made the leap in a single jump, but Naruto stopped in mid-air and swooped down past the window of his sister's room. He grasped her arm in a monkey grip and continued after his brother, dragging Sakura along with him. Hash. Go Nate-chan, Naruto said as he threw Sakura at the ground in front of the massive torrent of water, putting her between it and the academy. Sakura landed and spat a glob of mud at the ground, Earth-style, mud wall. The academy students watched in awe, as a giant wall of earth rose up to protect them. It split the torrent in 2, around the academy on each side. Sakura saw 2 students still outside, about to be picked up by the water whip fist. She yelled as she propelled her gloves forward. She gripped the students' shirts and pulled them up to her, barely helping them avoid the water and setting them down next to her on the wall, falling to her knees as she smiled at achieving her part. Hash. Sasuke stood in front of one oncoming torrent that was heading for the business district. Many civilians stared at the water in fear while others ran screaming. Sasuke stabbed the blade of his kusarigama into the ground and activated a seal along its length, sealing Arthur's sword. The blade became immovable from its place in the stone pathway. He quickly formed 16 hand signs and enhanced the jutsu with his curse mark, Uchiha fire style, flame field. He yelled as the torrent came within a meter of him. Suddenly, a line of flame spread from his feet to the side of the street and formed a rectangle behind him. The torrent of water hit him, picking Sasuke up and throwing him around underwater, but his immovable weapon held him in roughly the same area. As the water hit the field, it evaporated instantly, causing a heavy steam to rise, but the torrent was now shrinking. Sasuke's jutsu was eventually overrun by the amounts of water, but luckily he held it off long enough for some other ninja to enter the area. They quickly followed along with his plan as a wolf-masked Onbu dove underground and pulled Sasuke by his weapon out of the flowing water. The two surfaced as the last of Sasuke's jutsu collapsed and the wolf-masked Onbu yelled, "Go!" Of the 20 ninja gathered, the first 8 formed seals, earth-style, mud wall. They used the walls to redirect all the water into a single giant earthen hallway, right in front of the next 12 ninjas who stood along the wall's lengths, fire-style, fireball jutsu. The massive balls of flame began to evaporate all the water, but the last thrush of it began to overpower the flames. At that moment, Jiraiya pulled Sasuke and the wolf-masked Onbu to stand at the open end of the hallway. "Sasuke, give me fire. Kakashi, we need a power boost," Jiraiya yelled as he formed hand seals. Finishing his last seal, Jiraiya yelled "move," causing everyone to leap away from the last quarter of the rushing water. Toad style, oil bullets. Uchiha fire style, flamethrower. Wind style, great breakthrough. The flamethrower's flames were spread by the wind and set fire to the oil, instantly superheating the remaining water and evaporating it into non-existence. The heat fell away and the normal rain began to fall again as many of the ninjas calmed down, but not Sasuke. A Toto went to handle the other one, he said as he looked around in hopes of some sign of his brother. Wolf placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Look up." Hash. Naruto flew over the top of his half of the massive water spout. "Crap. It's gonna hit the Hokage tower," he thought as he tried to think of an idea to stop the water or redirect it. A light bulb switched on in his head. "Got it," he declared as he dove at the water. Many ninjas stood in front of the Hokage tower, ready to evaporate the water or redirect it at a moment's notice. Tsunade rose her arm. "Ready?" she yelled. "Hi Hokage-sama." The ninjas replied. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Every ninja paused in shock and stared as the giant torrent of water became an impossibly large water dragon. It began to rise up into the air. Tsunade stared as the dragon flew above her head, over the Hokage tower and high into the air. The dragon spiraled into the sky and began flying over the village, letting everyone see the massive being of water and the small blonde Chunin standing on its head. Naruto smirked as he held onto the dragon with his chakra and rode it outside of the village and towards the lake located west of the village. He spiraled into the air, turning the dragon into a mid-air whirlpool, then simply let go. Tsunade stared as the giant dragon collapsed into the lake, splashing huge amounts of water into the surrounding forest. Shizune stood next to her on top of the tower. "That was amazing," she mumbled, snapping Tsunade out of her shock. Tsunade called out to all the gathered ninjas, "Crisis averted. Please everyone report back to your stations." Within minutes, the courtyard was empty except for Jiraiya and those he brought with him to the Hokage's tower. Hash. "In my office, now," Tsunade said as she opened her door. Jiraiya entered, letting Wolf, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto trail in behind him. Tsunade walked to her desk and sat down. "First of all, thank you Chunin Squad 7 for averting that crisis. Although we could have handled it since it happens almost every spring at least once." She muttered the last under her breath. Jiraiya chuckled as the children frowned. "Come on Suheim," the kids acted instantly and expertly. Even though Sakura's effort in protecting the academy was kinda wasted since it's protected by barrier seals, Sakura twitched in irritation at hearing this news. She managed to save 2 children who would have been killed or mutilated. Jiraiya continued, and Sasuke gave use the extra few minutes needed to completely stop the water from destroying some buildings in the shopping district. And Naruto, well, I can't even comprehend how he did what he did, he said with a grin. Wolf moved his mask to the side of his face, revealing him to be Kakashi. "What a shock. Hey, I helped out too," he muttered. Tsunade ignored him. "Jiraiya-kun, have you made any progress in what sensei asked you to do? She asked. Kakashi looked at his feet and sighed. Naruto patted his arm. It's okay Oji, Ba-chan's just grumpy today, he said with a smile. Jiraiya nodded in response to Tsunade's question. Sure have, although I want to recruit 2 people for this ongoing mission. It should only be a few days at best. Tsunade nodded. Sure, tell me who and I'll inform Sarutobi-sensei to take them off the board, she said. Jiraiya stepped back and placed a hand on both Sasuke and Naruto's shoulders. These 2, he said with a grin. Tsunade shrugged with a soft smile. All right, do you 2 accept? Sasuke frowned. We can't accept until we know what the mission consists of. Naruto yelled, sure we'll do it. Tsunade grinned at Naruto while Sasuke looked at him incredulously. I'll take that as a yes for the both of you. After this meeting, follow Jiraiya and do what he says, she said as she stamped a sheet in confirmation. Sasuke went to ask about the mission but Jiraiya cut him off. Anything else Suhaime? She nodded and turned to Sakura. Sakura-chan, Sarutobi-sensei wants to see you when you're done here. He has your first Chunin leader mission ready, she said with a smile. Sakura's brow rose in shock. Already? Are you sure I'm ready Ba-sama? She asked. Tsunade nodded. Sure you are, especially if this knucklehead managed one, she said with a gesture towards Naruto. Naruto scowled. Ba-chan, he yelled childishly. She just laughed and waved them off. All right, Jiraiya and Chunin Squad 7, you are dismissed. Everyone but Kakashi left the room with a wave. As the door closed Kakashi turned to his cage. Do you need anything from me Hokage-sama? He asked. Tsunade nodded. Yes, I just wanted to ask. Are you still able to access the white chakra of the Hatake clan? Knock knock. Come on in. Sakura opened the door to the 3rd Hokage's office, known as Mission HQ, and smiled as she noticed Shikamaru and Lee standing in their Chunin vests. You wanted to see me Sandaime-sama? She asked. Hiruzen smiled and gestured to the 2 in front of him. I have chosen a specific mission for you to lead Sakura-chan. These 2 will be your teammates for the length of the mission, he said as he placed a scroll on his desk. Sakura looked between Shikamaru and Lee, who both nodded to her with smiles of their own. She reflected the smile and picked up the scroll and read the title, B-rank mission, scroll retrieval. She looked up at the 3rd and smiled. We accept. Sasuke yawned and deactivated his Sharingan as he looked out the window at the rising sun. Morning already? He mumbled as he looked back at his desk and analyzed his final seal. He nodded and placed it into his weapons pouch. Standing from his chair, he cracked his back and walked from his room and downstairs. He blinked as he saw Sakura already cooking and Jiraiya sitting at the table. Morning Sasuke, Jiraiya said as he placed his own sheet of sealing paper on the table. Did you make any progress? 'Cause I managed 5 different defensive seals, but I can't fuse them just yet, Jiraiya said with a sigh. Sasuke trudged over to the table and placed his seal over Jiraiya's. Finished with all the key points you wanted, he said before walking over to Sakura. Sasuke placed his arms around her waist in a hug and rested his head on her shoulder. Good morning Sakura-hime, he whispered in her ear. Sakura smiled and leaned back into his embrace. Good morning Sasuke-kun, did you stay up all night? He nodded MHMM. He hummed in affirmation. Why are you up so early? He asked. She smiled and kissed his cheek as she turned holding the pan. I have my mission remember? She said. His eyes widened. That's today? She nodded as she moved some food from her pan to each of the plates on the table. Yes silly it is. I leave in 20 minutes. Sasuke's brow furrowed but he nodded. Does it have to be only Shika and Lee that come with you? Can't we send more people? She just smiled, understanding that he was worried. 3 might be too many already, we don't want to be noticed by anyone, she said as she sat down at the table and began to eat. Sasuke just sighed as he sat down and began eating his own serving of food. About halfway through their meals, Kin slid down the handrail and landed at the foot of the stairs. She ran into the kitchen and flipped some of the already made breakfast between 2 slices of bread. Sorry guys I gotta go. Good luck with your mission Sakura-chan, she said before giving a shocked Sakura a quick kiss on the lips and running out the door in a hurry with her breakfast sandwich. Jiraiya and Sasuke stared at Sakura, who reached up and touched her lips. Did she just kiss me? She asked quietly. Sasuke was snapped out of his daze when he heard Jiraiya's perverted giggle. He looked over to see the aged pervert scribbling in his notebook. Yes she did, Jiraiya giggled before a kitchen knife slashed his notebook in half. Thanks to Sasuke. Moments later, Naruto hovered down the stairs in his outfit. "Ne-chan. Are you ready for your mission?" he asked. Sakura jumped to her feet. "Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, Ni-san," she yelled as she grabbed her empty plate and placed it in the sink. Naruto grinned. "You going now?" Sakura nodded. "Yep." She kissed Sasuke on the cheek. "Bye, Sasuke-kun." She hugged Naruto. "Wish me luck," she yelled behind her as she ran out the door. Jiraiya smiled as Naruto sat down to eat and Sasuke stared after Sakura. "She'll be fine, Sasuke. If the Baka here managed a mission with Genin, she can easily handle this one with two Chunin backing her up," he said with a gesture towards Naruto. Naruto frowned and flicked a seed under the table. "Wood style, itchy pollen," he said. The seed busted into a flower, then into a pink cloud around Jiraiya. "Itchy," he yelled as he ran out of the house and dove into the small lake in the Uchiha complex. Sasuke smirked and finished his meal. "Everything will turn out fine, I know it." Chapter 27, Scroll Market Part 1 in a New Village Defense. "Alright, we'll stop here," Sakura said as she landed in a clearing inside Water Country. Shikamaru landed and fell onto his back. "Good night then," he mumbled as he rolled onto his side. Lee lifted Shikamaru back onto his feet with one hand by the collar. "Rejoice, comrade. As we are now within Water Country, now it is time to get ready to infiltrate the Lost Ninja Market," he yelled. Sakura slammed some tape over Lee's mouth. "Thank you for the enthusiasm, Lee, but now is not the time to be yelling out our mission objectives," she said. Lee nodded. "MHMMF. Shika just sighed. "So what's the plan, Captain?" he asked. Sakura sat on the ground and placed her large backpack on the ground. "These are the outfits Tsunade Bakken got for us for the first part of the mission," she explained when she pulled out 3 packages. Shikamaru raised a brow. "You already have a plan?" he asked. Sakura nodded. "For the infiltration and hopefully for a major portion of the mission." "MMHMF? What?" Lee nudged Shika and nodded to the packs. "I think he wants to know what's in the packs, and I want to know the plan," Shika explained. Sakura nodded. "Alright, well, Lee and I are just gonna be observers and backup. We reckon since it's a village of missing ninjas, they don't really care about the little things like names and such," she explained as she pulled her outfit out of the first package. Taking off her headband, she put on a hidden star headband with a slash through it. "We got one of these each, and a hoodie for Lee and I," she explained as she put on the hooded cloak, which hid her left arm in a way that makes it seem that it was cut half off. It also hid her pink hair from view. "Along with the cloak, I will edit my skin tone with some of this special makeup," she said as she held up a small ovular case of makeup and face paint. Lee opened his package and put it on his cloak and headband. The illusionary technique on it made him seem much taller than he really was. Shikamaru pulled out his package and raised a brow, noticing a full hidden star Chunin outfit. "Equipped with a slash-through headband, and what is my role exactly?" he asked. Sakura smiled. "You are buying scrolls for our Jonin sensei that is currently on a mission. We ran from the village to save the lives of myself and Lee. I lost an arm and Lee's chakra system was destroyed. You are our protection while sensei isn't here. Got it?" she explained. Shika nodded. "Easy enough, but I'm not exactly loaded with cash," he said as he took off the upper portion of his outfit to change. Sakura smiled and pulled out another package from her backpack. This contained stolen cash for the capture of some missing nins of the Leaf Village. "We commandeered it before anyone got wind of our plan," she explained as she poured 20 scrolls on the ground. Shika and Lee's eyes opened in shock. "Where'd the cash really come from?" Shika asked. Sakura smiled. "Village bank. Ba-chan reckons it wouldn't be fair to steal all of the scrolls. Even missing nin need money to live after all." Lee frowned. "MMFMH?" Sakura just looked at him pointedly. "Lee, we don't know what you're saying with the tape on your mouth." He reached up and yanked on the tape, only for it not to budge. He ended up rolling around trying to pry it off. Sakura watched him with a smile. "Now I see why the guys found this so funny. It's hilarious when it's happening to someone else," she thought before turning to Shikamaru, who had just pulled on the new slacks. "Well, you certainly look the part of a runaway ninja of the Star Village," she complimented. He raised a brow. Thanks." Lee stood to his feet, shocking Sakura and Shikamaru as he whipped out twin short swords and slashed the tape off of his face. "Yosh," he yelled as he was finally free. Sakura eyes hardened. "Lee." He froze and faced Sakura, intimidated by her order. "Hi Sakura Teiko?" he muttered. She just stared for a moment. "Set up our tents and get changed into your outfit. When you're done I have some She glanced at the twin short swords in his grasp. Questions? Lee nodded, bowing to the order of the team captain. Yes ma'am, he said as he grabbed the small tent bag and began setting it up. Shikamaru lay on his back again as Sakura began unfolding the material of her headband. So captain, you do realize that it is highly doubtful the items on our list are for sale at the moment, right? The head of this little market probably keeps them for himself considering their value. He muttered. Sakura nodded. Yeah, probably, but it doesn't hurt to hope. She glanced over at Lee and eyed the twin short swords resting across his lower back. Since when does Lee use short swords? Shika shrugged. I heard Tenten left him with some scrolls before her mission with Naruto. Apparently the third recommended he pick up some weapon skills as well as taijutsu. Also, you see those seals on the hilt? Sakura squinted and nodded when she spotted them. They look familiar. They should. Those are some of Sasuke's weight seals. Those swords should weigh as much as a fully stocked fridge by now. And that's individually. Shika explained. Sakura raised a brow. How do you know all of this? She asked. He shrugged before rolling onto his side. A little bird. Sakura sighed in defeat, not bothering to question him any further. Turning back to Lee, she noticed he had just finished setting up the team's tent. Good work, Lee, she said as she stood. Lee grinned a sparkly smile. Thank you, Teiko. Would you like me to take first watch tonight? I am full of energy and would like to practice my kenjutsu. He proclaimed happily. Sakura smiled at his enthusiasm. Sure, if you really want to. We'll do a basic split, 3 hours watch each. That way we'll be up and on our way by sunrise. She explained. Hi Teichuf. Lee curled into a ball and hugged his belly as Sakura cracked her knuckles. Lee, no more yelling while on any missions with me. I don't care what your sensei or any other captains say. Got it? She ordered as she glared down at him. Lee wheezed and held a thumbs up. Sure thing. He muttered before crawling off to the side. Sakura sighed and looked back at the tent to see Shika already crawling in. Good night. He muttered. Sakura shook her head and smirked. He's certainly not changed since the academy. She thought. She glanced back over to Lee to see him back on his feet, acting as though he wasn't unable to breathe just moments before. And he's the same, I remember him too. Sakura smiled up at the moon. This is gonna be good. She muttered before crawling into the tent and off to sleep. Hash. There's no way this'll work, Jiraiya yelled as he read over Sasuke's sealing array. Sasuke sighed. And why not? He asked. Jiraiya glared at his sealing student. You're using only 6 parts of the 8 trigram seal and trying to force it with a full absorption and transference. It can't happen. Sasuke sighed again and glanced at Naruto. Wanna help me test it out, Itoto? He said as he threw another copy of the seal onto the wall. Naruto smirked, trusting in his brother's ingenuity. Rasengan, he yelled as he launched at the wall of Jiraiya's room. Jiraiya watched with wide eyes as Naruto struck the wall next to the seal. The Rasengan slowly began to dissipate before it was suddenly gone. Jiraiya turned to Sasuke. How? He asked. Sasuke smirked. Try looking into the 8 trigram seal. Like a wise man once told me, using a seal and knowing it are 2 different things, Sasuke said as he peeled his seal off of the wall. Jiraiya smirked as his own words were turned against him. All right, fine, I'll look into it, he said before looking over his copy of the seal. Sasuke let Jiraiya go over it again and turned to Naruto. How are you going with the medical ninjutsu? Naruto, who was once again crouched in midair, replied, Actually, it's pretty easy. But I am having some disagreements with my tenants, Naruto said with a sad frown. Sasuke raised a brow. What do you mean? Naruto sighed, shrugged. I don't want to talk about it right now. Can we talk later? He said with a nod towards Jiraiya. Sasuke understood that Naruto wanted some true privacy, so he just nodded. Well, I guess I can wait. Jiraiya sighed, getting Sasuke and Naruto's attention. You're using the layout of the 8 trigrams, but you're using your own fusion seals. No one would have noticed if you didn't point it out. He sighed again before getting to his feet. Sasuke rose to his feet as well while Naruto just hovered next to him. So you approve of the seal? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, I guess. Have you got your part ready, brat? He asked in return. Naruto smiled and nodded. Sure do, Uro-sensei. Hashirama-sama explained it to me and I taught myself the rest. The key is feeling the trees, he said with a wave, acting out branches swaying in the wind. Whoosts. He finished with as he floated out the door. Sasuke sighed. Let's just go get this approved by the Hokages. He muttered as he followed after his sound effect making brother. Jiraiya just laughed as he picked up Sasuke's seal and followed after the two. Is that it, Shika-kun? Sakura asked in a fake intimidated voice. Shikamaru nodded and spoke louder than necessary. This is where sensei said to go, but I can't see the market. He overacted his nervousness and scanned around them. Not a second later, two ninjas jumped out of the nearby river and landed, one in front and one behind the trio. Oh? They're just kids. A tall man in front of them said. Most of his body was hidden by his outfit, but they could see that his cheeks were cut in a way that made his smile stretch across his face, but they were held together with stitches. His pupilless turquoise eyes watched the trio with boredom. Shut up, Hibuki. The ninja behind them said. They could be more dangerous than that. This is the ninja world. He pointed out as he fingered a dagger. Instantly, the trio got into their act. Lee stood between Sakura and the rear ninja while Shikamaru took a stance between Hibuki and her. Please, we mean no harm. Are you two the gate guards? Shikamaru asked. Hibuki nodded. Are you lost? He asked. Shikamaru remembered the entrance code. I'm just avoiding being found. He quoted. The two ninjas stood from their stances. All right, sorry kids, but we had to make sure. The ninja behind the group said as he sheathed his dagger. All right, original village and names? He asked as his partner took out a clipboard. Shika Kuchiki, ex-Chunin of the Hidden Star, Shikamaru said. Sakuri Ichigo, ex-Genin of the Hidden Star, Sakura said as she pulled her hood back, showing her bandage and cloth-wrapped head that was hiding her pick hair. And this is Lee Minnow, ex-Genin of the Hidden Star. She explained with a gesture to Lee. Hibuki narrowed his eyes at the hooded Lee, and why doesn't Lee answer for himself? Lee looked down in sadness before pulling his hood off, revealing his bowl cut and nothing else as his entire lower face was wrapped in bandages. Sakura held Lee's hand with her only visible one. Lee-kun saved me when we ran away. But he can't talk anymore cause of the burns. She muttered sadly. The ninja standing at their rear eyes widened in realization. Ah, right. Sorry about that, he said before turning to Shikamaru. We overheard you talking of a sensei. Who and where is he? Shika nodded and took charge. Musashi Shien, he is our Jonin sensei and he came with us when we left the village. He's on a mission right now to earn some cash, but he said he'd meet us here in a week, he said calmly. Hibuki nodded. Kurosaki, let them through. You want to get him a tour guide? He asked. His partner, Kurosaki, nodded. Sure, I guess. I think Memo is free at the moment, he said as he dove back into the river. Hibuki finished writing their details down and placed his clipboard back into his jacket. All right, I'll take you to the visitor's entrance, he said as he walked over the river. Shika knelt and let Lee climb onto his back, and he and Sakura walked after Hibuki, who raised a brow and asked, why you gotta carry him? Shikamaru sighed as he let Lee down. Lee has lost the ability to use his chakra, Shika said, even though everyone knew Lee could manipulate chakra, but not mold it and had the same level as a beginning academy student at best. Hibuki stared at Lee, who just held Sakura to his chest in a one-armed hug and placed a hand on Shika's shoulder. Another sacrifice? Lee nodded. You sure are one brave kid. Tell you what, screw Memo, I'll take you guys around myself for the day, Hibuki said as he sent chakra into his foot and kicked a nearby boulder. Besides, I'll get paid for the services if I do. Nothing makes a man's heart swell like money does. A genjutsu creating the boulder fell to reveal a cave entering into the small hillside. This'll take us to the entrance. I'll lead you through the market center and out to the camping grounds on the main island. Just remember this one rule, no one will bother you, if you don't bother them, Hibuki said as he led the trio through the cave. Shika raised a brow and glanced at Sakura. Island? He mouthed to her while she just smiled in return. Jiraiya yawned as the three exited from Tsunade's office. So do you guys want to start tomorrow morning or afternoon? He asked as he glanced back at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto raised a brow. Tomorrow? Why can't we do it now? He asked as he hovered to float in front of the duo's older sensei. Jiraiya laughed. Sure, how are we going to connect the seals in only a few hours? The sun's going to be gone in a few, so what's the point? He asked rhetorically. Sasuke scoffed as he walked to stand next to his brother. He looked over his shoulder to say, you get slow in your old age, Uro-sensei? He asked as he vaulted over the stair rail and fell the 8 stories to the ground. Naruto laughed as he backflipped and nose-dived after his brother, catching his arm just before he landed. Jiraiya sighed and shunshined to the front door of the Hokage tower. just as Naruto and Sasuke flew past him and towards the village wall, laughing along the way. Jiraiya sent chakra to his feet in a non-normal way, toad art, amphibious leap. He muttered before springing across the village in a single giant arc. He landed in a crouch on the village wall and lifted his arm, catching Naruto's collar and halting the two in mid-air. Alright already, I know you two have got something planned, so what is it? He ordered as he stared into Naruto's enhanced seal eye. Naruto blinked. How did you get here so quick, Uro-sensei? He asked innocently. Jiraiya sighed and placed the two on the wall next to him. Just do whatever unbelievable thing it is you're gonna do so I can go finish my research. I wanna sleep early tonight. He muttered as he sat facing the gigantic trees outside the village. Sasuke and Naruto shared a grin and Naruto leapt off the wall and flew towards the trees. Just wait and see, sensei, he yelled as he flew off into the distance, his voice vanishing slowly. Sasuke sat next to his sensei. This is gonna be cool, he muttered. Jiraiya raised a brow. You saying that something is cool? Damn, this must be good then, Jiraiya said with a smirk as Naruto disappeared into the tree line. Naruto flew with a smirk until he floated just under the top of the foliage, facing the main gate of the village. Time to get this show on the road, he muttered as he held the snake seal and focused a large amount of chakra. Wood style, wall of entwined life. Jiraiya's eyes widened as Naruto pushed his chakra along the line of gigantic trees, pulling branches and stretching trunks. From Jiraiya's vantage point, the trees stretched out into a giant wooden wall. In moments the village of Konoha was surrounded by a new wall the size of the Hokage mountain and made of superpowered nature. Naruto floated back and sat on the wall, panting heavily. That worked much better than I thought it would, Naruto said with a tired chuckle. Jiraiya nodded with a wide grin. Damn brat, you sure are amazing, he said. Sasuke slid off of the wall and landed on the ground. Guess it's time for my tags, be back in 10, he said as he activated his curse mark and ran towards the wall. Within moments he placed the first tag and then ran along the wall, placing another copy of the tag down every 100 or so meters. Jiraiya looked over at Naruto, who was panting heavily. You alright, kid? No matter how damn impressive that was, it would have been equally tiring, he asked. Naruto nodded with a smile. Yeah, I'm just happy I get to help Gigi defend this village. He smiled and sat slightly taller. And today is Kakashi Oji's last day retraining the Anbu, so we'll be able to go on missions as a team again, he finished as he looked to his older sensei. Jiraiya grinned widely. Good to know. I have to tell you though, it might not be a full team again just yet, he added quietly. Naruto blinked. Huh? Jiraiya dropped the smile and sighed. Well, this has been great timing for a certain famous actress and her manager. You see, the manager requested Kakashi specifically for a mission, and he needs to head off ASAP. So? Jiraiya trailed off. Naruto frowned. So Oji is gone again? He asked sadly. Jiraiya shook his head. No. He requested you and Sasuke along with a genin of his choice. The problem is you guys are meeting the client tomorrow afternoon, so your little cherry blossom won't be able to attend. That's what I meant by full team, Jiraiya explained. Naruto maintained his frown, but nodded. Yeah, I get it, he sighed. Alright, I guess. Do you know who the genin is yet? Jiraiya shrugged. Nope, but apparently Kakashi has noticed the kid to be a swordsman, so Yugao-chan has taught him a little. Naruto raised a brow. Yugao? He asked. Jiraiya shook his head. Never mind. He looked up to his left. Here comes Sasuke again. Naruto looked up and smiled as Sasuke placed the last seal and leapt back up to them. All done, sensei. Now we just have to activate them, and the wall with be chakra absorbent and resistant to physical attacks. Also, if any chakra hits the wall then a pulse will go out to this seal, Sasuke said as he held up a red seal. They need to be recharged every 600 hours, but that's the only fault in this system, Sasuke said with a smirk. Jiraiya smirked. Well, you guys have almost thought of everything, haven't you? He said. Naruto grinned and nodded while Sasuke picked up the almost. What's missing, Uro-sensei? He asked with a frown. Jiraiya chuckled and pointed to the main road leaving Konoha. Your defense is a little too perfect. Sasuke and Naruto facepalmed as they realized they had accidentally cut off the main entrance to the village as well as any other road-based entrances. Does this mean I have to deactivate the seals and get Naruto to morph the tree? Sasuke muttered with a frown. Jiraiya laughed at the duo's matching disgruntled faces and patted their backs. I've got it, boys. You two go report to the Hokage and I'll be there by the time you're done, Jiraiya said as he leapt down off the wall and ninja ran to the massive tree wall. Stepping into the light, the trio's eyes widened as they looked upon the scene before them. The market was more like a miniature hidden village. There were stalls, shops and other miscellaneous buildings. "This way, guys," Hibuki said with a wave from underneath the large rusted sign, "Market of the Lost Ninja." Shikamaru led the way for his 2 genin charges. They followed Hibuki through the market center and ventured further north. Hibuki gave them a full tour of the main market district and only 2-story building on the island which held someone important by the way Hibuki referred to it. Abruptly, the building stopped and many tents were set up in a large grid formation. "And this is where you'll be staying. It may not be a motel, but at night time we got enough of a cover that it stays relatively warm no matter what, as well as holding of the rain and such." Hibuki finished his tour with a grandiose wave of his arms. Sakura looked at Hibuki. "What do we do for food?" she asked while rubbing her stomach as if she was starved. Hibuki smiled softly. "All the stalls around here accept cash or anything else that seems valuable as payment, or you can do what some of the permanent residents here do," he said with a shrug. Shikamaru raised a brow. "And what's that?" Hibuki gestured to himself. "Us market keepers work for the market and are rewarded with our meals in some of the only actual hostels in the marketplace. I was originally only a D-rank missing nin, so my village never sent hunters after me. But in my time here, I've grown powerful enough to be pretty strong. The only one that challenges my experience is Raiga-sama," he said with a chuckle as he spoke Sama. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed as Sakura asked, "Raiga-sama?" Hibuki nodded. "Yeah, a while ago Raiga of the Twin Thunder Fangs lost someone important to him. So now he stays here as a permanent resident. He's the head of the peacekeepers at the market," Hibuki explained. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. "So what you're saying is, Raiga, of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, is head of security and law in this place. And you're stronger than him?" he asked while thinking, "Shit. I don't think we can take on one of the 7 swordsmen by ourselves. Especially not without being noticed." Hibuki nodded. "Essentially yeah, he mainly sleeps all day since he's the only person on night watch. That in itself is enough to intimidate people into not acting up." He shrugged. "I wouldn't say I'm stronger, just much more experienced. And in the ninja world that's what counts," he said as he caught an envelope that was thrown to him. He opened it and pulled out a wad of cash. "Well, experience and well-earned pay," he said with a dark chuckle as he led the 3 to an empty space overlooking one of the surrounding rivers. Shikamaru smiled and placed his bag down. "Thank you for this, Ibuki. Would you mind telling where the main buying is done? We earned a lot of cash recently, so I think it would be best to buy some things of value," he asked as Lee and Sakura sat down and began emptying the pack. Hibuki chuckled. "We're a marketplace for a reason, Shika. Every day around 10 this place is filled with bidding wars and scroll sales." Hibuki explained with a smile. "Is there anything in particular you were looking for? 'Cause I got the day off tomorrow so I can take you to the places most likely to have them," he said. Shikamaru turned to his team. "What do you guys think? Is there anything in particular you wanted?" he asked as looked pointedly at Sakura. She nodded. "I'm sure we can think of some things over the night. Is that all right, Hibuki?" she asked. He nodded. "Sure thing. How about I meet you guys here with some food in the morning, huh?" Shikamaru nodded. "That would be great. Thanks for this, Hibuki," Shikamaru said as he held out his hand. Hibuki grasped Shika's hand in his own. "One thing I've learned from my time as a missing nin, we gotta band together since no one else will help," Hibuki said. "See you kids tomorrow." He finished as he turned and walked back towards the marketplace. Shika turned to his teammates. "That went pretty damn well considering all that could have gone wrong. Right, Sakuri-chan?" he asked with a smirk. She nodded. "Yes it did. Help us finish this so we can rest," she said with a gesture to the tent. Shika nodded and helped the 2 finish setting up the large tent. It had more than enough room to fit 8 people and tall enough for the 3 to fit in while standing easily. Not 5 minutes later, the trio stood inside the tent and surrounded the foldable table Shikamaru had recently set up. Sakura placed one of her boyfriend's seals on the wall of the tent and a blue pulse of chakra covered the inside. "Part 1 success," Lee said as he pulled his bandages down from his face. Sakura opened her cloak, freeing her arm. "Seems like it. No one can hear us or see in the tent now. We're safe," she said with a smile. Lee spoke again. "Is it just me, or did Hibuki stand halfway between smoker and zombie?" he asked. Sakura sighed. "Not now, Lee." Shika placed the mission scroll on the table along with a list of scrolls. "So, plan specifics, Captain?" he asked as he stepped back. Sakura stood on one side of the table while Lee and Shikamaru stood opposite her, ready for her briefing. Alright, we need to think of some other scrolls to write on the list so it's not obvious we're after scrolls from the Land of Fire. Any ideas? She asked. Lee raised his arm. How about we add some weapons and materials to the list as well? That way it will seem as though we're stocking up for a long trip. It would make our exit seem much less out of the blue. He suggested. Sakura nodded. Sounds like a good idea. You want to add those items to the list? She asked as she passed a blank piece of paper to Lee. He nodded and got to work writing as Shikamaru spoke up, summoning scrolls. Imagine the possibilities if we can get more summon animals in Konoha, even if they aren't upper level like the toads, snakes, and slugs. Sakura nodded with a smile. That's a great idea. Buy as many as you can, but what kind of excuse should we have for buying such a large amount of scrolls? She thought out loud. How about I have a problem with shopping and I'm just following our sensei's order of learning all that we can while we're here. And if that doesn't work, I'll just say if no one wants them I can resell them back. Shikamaru explained as he unpacked his bedroll. Sakura thought over it and nodded. Seems legit, she agreed. Lee placed the sheet back on the table with Shika's original list. That seems youthful enough, doesn't it, Captain? He asked with a sparkling smile. Sakura nodded and grabbed a bottle of water. I'm sick of this makeup. She muttered before pouring it over her face. As she finished washing the disguise off of her face, Lee and Shikamaru laid out their bedrolls and got comfortable on them. Lee asked, So Teiko, while Shikamaru is off buying scrolls with Ibuki-san, what will you and I be doing? He asked. Sakura wiped the last of the makeup off of her face. We'll be comparing the maps we received to the actual layout of the market. If the first two are accurate enough, we can assume the third map, the one containing the layout of the storage area, is equally as correct. She explained as she dried her face with a tea towel from her bag. Lee grinned at the idea. Sounds like a very youthful plan, Sakura Teiko, he exclaimed excitedly. Sakura smirked at his enthusiasm. Alright then, let's get some sleep so we'll be up early tomorrow. Shikamaru, you sleep next to the door so as to get a warning if anyone comes by. She ordered. Shika opened one eye and didn't move, letting Sakura know what he was thinking. Oh, you're already there. Ha ha, she said tiredly. He just closed his eye again. Good night, Teiko. Was the last thing he said before rolling to face the door. Sakura lay down and quickly joined her two teammates in a nice sleep. Hash. That was pretty smart of you, Uro-sensei, but how did you get it done so quick? Naruto asked. Jiraiya chuckled. Well, even the wall would absorb the chakra of any jutsu that tries to tunnel under the wall. It doesn't stop anyone from physically digging. I just had Gama Dorilu make a 6-meter deep slope tunnel going under the wall at each of the main 3 gates of the village. He explained as the 3 left the Hokage tower. Sasuke nodded, simple but effective. But what stops other invaders from doing just that? Jiraiya raised a brow. What stopped them from doing it before? A team of Onbu doing constant watches over the wall. He asked rhetorically. Naruto smiled with a nod. Nichin left some food at home. Wanna go eat it since it's after dinner time? He asked as he floated higher into the air, ready to shoot off home. Jiraiya smirked. You two go do that, I have some research to do, he said as he whipped out his notebook. Sasuke sighed and tossed one end of his chain up to Naruto. Let's go Atoto, he said as he pulsed chakra into his levitation seals. Naruto flew home, pulling Sasuke along with him through the village at high speeds. Hash. You guys awake? Lee stuck his recently disguised head out of the tent door and did a shush motion. Oh, sorry Lee-san, Hibuki said as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Lee stepped out of the tent and stretched, accidentally giving Hibuki a view of his twin swords. You a Kenjutsu user? He asked. Lee went to nod but then shook his hands in a so-so motion. So you've just started? Hibuki guessed. Lee nodded and gave a thumbs up as he pulled out his swords and held them up for Hibuki. Hibuki admired them for a moment. These are well crafted. He looked at Lee. So I'm guessing you picked up weaponry cause you lost your chakra? He asked. Lee nodded again. In that case, I want Shika to pick up something special today for you. It will take longer for you to learn but I think it'll help your style a fair bit, Hibuki said with a creepy smile as he passed Lee's weapons back to him. Lee blinked in shock before bowing deeply in. Thanks. HMHMHM. No need to thank me, kid. Just promise me we'll meet in combat someday for a good spar, yeah? Lee stood tall and nodded hard and fast in response. It was at that moment Shika stepped out of the tent with a full sack and an empty sack slung over each of his shoulders respectively. Mornin' Hibuki-san. Hope Lee wasn't giving you too much trouble? Shikamaru asked. Hibuki smirked, stretching his stitching in an eerie way. Nah, he's a good kid. Have you guys had breakfast? 'Cause I got these, Hibuki said as he held up 2 paper bags. Sakura stuck her head out of the gap in the tent's door. Food? She asked. Hibuki sat in front of the tent and opened each bag. I got an egg, bacon and sausage muffins for each of us and 2 hash browns for the 3 of you guys. That sound good? He asked as he passed the muffins around first. Shikamaru looked at the odd-looking sandwich in his grasp. Sure I guess. Though I know I'm speaking for all of us when I say that we haven't eaten anything like this before, he said as he took a bite, mimicking Hibuki's way of eating. Hibuki smiled around his mouthful of food. Yeah, as a missing nin you'll get used to fast food. Lee took his food back into the tent. I'll eat with Lee-kun, Sakura said as the 2 slinked back into the tent. Hibuki frowned. How bad is that kid's damage? 'Cause his self-esteem has obviously taken a hit along with it. He asked Shika. Shikamaru sighed. Half of his mouth was more or less melted. It hurts for him to eat anything too hot or anything sour. Emotionally, he's a lot wiser and more protective of Sakura-chan. Shika explained with the team story. Hibuki nodded as he finished his muffin. You kids sure went through a lot just to get away. What about Sakura's arm? How does she manage in combat? He asked. Shikamaru smirked. She's fast. Was all he said. Hibuki raised a brow in question but was left unanswered as Shika finished his food. Do we want to get going? Shikamaru asked. Hibuki nodded and passed Shikamaru 2 of the 6 hash browns. Sure thing, should I just leave these here for your friends? He asked with a gesture to the bag. Shika shrugged. Sure I guess, he said as he yawned. Hibuki smirked and placed the bag just inside the lip of the tent. Well, the sales should be starting in about 10 minutes. Is there anything on your list that you want to look for first? 'Cause if not, I have a suggestions for something to buy your sword-wielding comrade, Hibuki said as the 2 walked away from the tent. Shikamaru smirked. Actually we came up with a pretty decent list, but let's find this thing that's gonna help Lee first if you want. Hibuki nodded. I don't mind, I get paid either way. The 2 entered the marketplace and began walking towards the first sales area, exchanging conversation all the way. Hash. Sasuke sat on the chair in the corner of the lounge room while Naruto lay on his back across the ground. We don't have long before Kin-chan gets home, so did you want to talk about whatever was bothering you earlier? Sasuke asked as he cracked his neck either side. Naruto rolled over and stared at Sasuke. Actually, I wanted to talk in private so you can try to talk some sense into the others in my head, Naruto said with a frown. Sasuke frowned in return. Toto, you know I'm not too great at venturing inside another person's mindscape yet. Not without breaking them at least. He added as an afterthought. Naruto sighed. Alright I guess. Well essentially my problem is that Hashirama-sama is convinced that I should absorb them all completely. He apparently was the creator of the technique or something since he knows so much shit about it, Naruto said with a frown. Sasuke raised a brow. Why don't you do it? Sasuke asked. Naruto's frown deepened. Aniki, they're my family too, he said sadly. Sasuke nodded. Well Naruto, if you want I'm home. Sasuke and Naruto looked up into the hallway to see Kin and Ayame walking in. Hey boys, want some dinner? Ayame said as she and Kin held up 2 bags each of ramen and dengo. Naruto jumped to his feet with a cheer and ran to the kitchen to get ready for his ramenfest while Sasuke inwardly sighed. Guess we'll work this out eventually. Sasuke thought as he stood and gave Kin and Ayame respective kisses on the cheek and walked them into the kitchen so they could eat as a family. Hash. Okay, this is the section of the market focusing on special scroll sales. Since that appears to be what you're interested in at the moment, I recommend this is where we start. Hibuki glanced over his shoulder at Shikamaru, though honestly I doubt you have enough cash on ya, that's the reason these scrolls don't go anywhere. He explained. These scrolls are worth as much as a village, which is impossible for missing ninjas to raise. He smirked at a secret thought, well, most of them. Shikamaru smirked and hefted the sack on his shoulder. I think I got enough, we managed to steal the bounties on 3A rank ninjas and some other stuff on the way here. Hibuki grinned, once again stretching the stitches on his cheeks. You'll be good for a fair few things then, he said as he knocked on the wall of a building. A high panel on the wall flipped open and a young girl stuck her head out. Hi Hibuki-san. You got a customer? She asked with a grin. He nodded and reached up, his arm seemed to stretch a bit under his sleeve so he could pat her on the head. Sure do. You guys running the high scrolls today? She nodded in response. Yeah, we're doing it first thing, about 10 minutes. Hibuki glanced at Shikamaru, who nodded. Sounds good, we can wait in the big room, he said with a smile. She nodded again. Okay. Then she stepped back inside and her little part of the wall closed behind her. 2 seconds later, part of the wall lifted, revealing a pathway. This way, she said. The two stepped in and Shikamaru smiled when he noticed the little girl's moving mechanism. It was a chair suspended by ropes. As she pulled lightly on one rope, the chair was pulled down the side of the hallway at a fast walking pace. Come on, Hibuki, she said with a giggle. Hibuki and Shikamaru had to almost jog to keep up with her until they made it to the hallway's end. They stepped into a small hall that held a circular stage with 6 of the 10 scrolls on Shikamaru's list plus more. Yes. Never thought we would get this lucky, he thought with a smirk. Hibuki showed Shikamaru to a booth, which is when he noticed the strange setup of the place. There were 8 darkened stalls which he assumed had people in them. I'll leave you here. To place a bet, just pull this panel down. It pulls the cover off of your section's light, showing the moderator that you're taking the next step. Got it? Hibuki asked quietly. Shikamaru nodded and stepped into his booth. Hibuki closed the curtain and his booth was silent. For the next few minutes, he could see the silhouette of people getting into their respective booths until the majority of them were full. This stuff must be worth a lot more than we thought. Good thing Sakura Teiko brought much more than necessary anyways, he thought as he noticed movement on the stage. The little girl from earlier lowered from the ceiling on her rope chair. Okay. I'm gonna point to you and you test your light, okay? I haven't seen this many people here in a while. Okay. She span and pointed to the person next to Shika. Check. A light flashed. Check. Another flashed. Check. Shikamaru flashed his light. Check. Another flash. Check. And finally, flash, check. All right, let's get started, she said as she pulled on another rope and picked up a scroll from the table. Now please, if you can't pay, don't bet for it. We've had enough of that kind of business, she said with a smile. First item, been in stock for 80 years cause no one got the cash. The automated weapon scroll of Hashirama Senju. Let's start at 9,999,999,999,900 Ryo. Do I have any takers? She said as if she expected nothing to happen. Flash. She stared at Shikamaru's booth in shock. Holy crap, she thought. Shikamaru was frowning, but he flashed his light again. That's over a third of what we got. But it is the most important item on the list, he thought. The girl pulled a rope and her chair lowered to stop in front of Shikamaru's booth. Do you have the cash? Flash the light once for yes, not at all for no, she said seriously. Shikamaru slowly and purposefully flashed his light. He smirked as he heard a few gasps. The little girl grinned widely. Yahoo! I'm going on vacation. She cheered as she placed the scroll into a slot and tapped his window. Put the cash on your side and I'll spin the thingy, she said. Shikamaru placed 4 scrolls in the large slot and knocked on his window. The opening span and Shikamaru smirked as he held the scroll in his hands. The scroll of the first. Holy log, this is intimidating, he thought as he sealed it into a smaller scroll and placed it in his empty scroll sack. Shikamaru looked up at the other items. Piece of cake, he thought with a smirk. Hash. Sakura held one of Lee's hands in her own left arm while her right was still camouflaged to seem as though it was severed. The two walked through the bustling market as though they were tourists. Sakura smiled up at Lee. Is the map accurate? She whispered. Lee nodded in affirmation and pointed a spot on the map he held, then towards a large building to their right. Her eyes narrowed. The storage shed? She asked. He nodded again and the two continued to walk through the town, until Lee hesitated in one of his steps. What's Rose? Sakura began to ask before she had to physically hold Lee in place as he took a step forward in rage. The two watched with wide eyes as a cartel of men and women, tied together with chains, walked past them. Sakura made eye contact with a girl only a year or so older than her. Her eyes look dead, she muttered in horror. The group of slaves passed by and walked back where Sakura and Lee had come from. Are those slaves? Sakura asked. Lee finally seemed to unclench his fists and nodded, causing Sakura to gasp as she saw the blood dropping from his hands. Lee-kun, she exclaimed. He just shoved his hands in the pockets of his cloak and flipped the hood up over his head and began following the group. Sakura swore under her breath before following his example. A few minutes later, The two witnessed the group of slaves being taken into the same storage area they had walked past earlier. Lee continued to glare while Sakura tilted her head and thought, "We can use this somehow, I'm sure of it." She once again took Lee's hand. "Come on, let's go get some lunch, and dinner for tonight. That way we can stay up and plan. Okay?" she asked as she squeezed his hand. Lee just glared forward at the whipman, forcing the slaves into storage. Sakura's grip hardened. "Lee. That's an order," she whispered harshly. Lee's stance softened and he nodded before letting himself be dragged along by Sakura back to the market's main square. "I will save them," Lee thought as a gleam of determination shone from his eyes. Shika left the secret auction with Hibuki, a smirk on his face. "Managed to get most of them, but it looks like we will end up having to break in as well," he thought as the two walked back to camp. Hibuki grinned at Shikamaru's expression. "So how'd the haul go?" he asked. "Got a lot of the stuff on the list, but I guess you win some you lose some," he said with a shrug, mentally trying to find a way to get the things that weren't bought since he had no way of tracking the items that were bought. Hibuki nodded. "That's good to hear. How long do you guys reckon you'll be staying again? 'Cause I think I found some room spare in my hostel." Shika sharpened and he inwardly smirked. "His hostel is close to the storage facility and it's a beeline to the entrance gate. I think Sensei said he will take almost a month and it's been a week and a half since we last saw him." Within the time of Hibuki's next breath, Shikamaru had come up with a contingency plan, but he did say he might try to contact me. "So I may have to leave for a day or so. I wonder if it'll be payment from the mission he's on. Or maybe some kind of new training," Shika said, pretending to be enthusiastic about training. "If any of my friends saw this," he thought with a hidden sigh. Hibuki nodded with a frown. "That's great and all, but we can't just let people come and go as they please, otherwise one of the ninja villages might find out about the market," he said. Shikamaru stopped walking and faced Hibuki. "Are you saying you won't let me or my team leave?" he asked, instantly on guard. Hibuki's eyes widened. No. Calm down, Shika, I just meant I'll have to teach you some of the basic tracking prevention methods of this place," he said as he waved his hands. Shika stood tall again. "Excuse me?" Hibuki sighed and pulled Shikamaru to the side. "Look, I'm not meant to tell visitors about our safety net, but tomorrow I got to do a scan on the northern current. If you come with, I can show you the 2 exit paths in the nearby rivers," he whispered. Shika inwardly smirked. "That would be great. Will you be on that site for the full day?" Hibuki nodded. "Yep, on it every 5 days. And the front gate in the afternoons of every other day, which is how I met you brats," he said with a smirk. Shikamaru smiled as the two of them stopped in front of the camping vicinity. "Speaking of which, I got 10 minutes till my shift. Will you kids be good for now?" Hibuki asked with a smile. Shika held his arm out. "Yeah, where should I meet up with you tomorrow?" Hibuki thought hard for a moment. "Well, you remember that stall we got the steamed dumplings from?" Shika nodded. "I usually get a quick breakfast from that place before my guard shift, so meet me there around sunrise. I start at 6:30 so we'll be easy on time," Hibuki said with a grin as he grasped Shikamaru's hand in a firm handshake. Shika nodded. "Sounds like a plan. I'll see you tomorrow, Hibuki-san. And thanks again, we'd be lost without you," he said with a grin. Hibuki nodded and stepped away. "No prob, see ya later," he said before disappearing in a swirl of water. Shika smirked and turned to his team's tent. "I don't think this day could have done much better. Now how do we get those remaining items on the list?" he thought as he knocked on the tent post. Sakura stuck her head out the zip. "Hey Shika, how'd it go?" she asked as she stepped out and gave him a hug. Shika returned the hug to keep up their cover and said, "Almost perfectly Sakiri, and I got some good news." Sakura stepped out of the hug and smiled. "Great to hear. Lee's waiting inside, so come on," she said with a gesture to the tent. Shika nodded and stepped in behind her. He zipped the tent closed and reactivated the sound barrier. "What's the next step, Teiko?" he asked as he sat down opposite Lee, who was chewing on their dinner. She frowned. "Well, Lee and I double-checked the 2 area maps. They were 100% accurate, so we can assume the storage one is as well. So that's a huge plus," she explained. He noticed her frown. "So why the disgruntled look?" Lee placed his empty bowl on the ground. "They have slave traders in this market," he said with a dark look in his eyes. Shikamaru nodded and suddenly understood the intense atmosphere. "So, do you want my report?" Sakura nodded. "Yes please, did you manage to find any of the items? And apparently you got a little something extra for Lee?" She remembered. Shikamaru smirked while he placed one of the sacks on the table and pulled out the 2 scrolls inside. This scroll is something for Lee. It teaches how to take the energy in one's blood and turns it to chakra manually. For most people this happens instinctually, but in your condition it might just push your chakra veins and coils into a normal size, he said as he held the purple scroll to Lee. Lee's rage vanished as he stared at the scroll in shock. I can get more chakra? He asked. Shika nodded. You probably still won't be able to mold it into jutsu, but you'll be able to activate seals, learn chakra control exercises, and it'll help increase your speed and strength. He explained as Lee took the scroll from his grasp. Lee stared at the scroll. With this I will become a most splendid ninja, he yelled with the flames of youth burning in his eyes. Shut up about that, Lee, Sakura yelled as she threw her pillow at him, knocking him to the floor. Shika sighed and unraveled the next scroll. And this is half the scrolls on our list plus some extras, he said as he sent a burst of chakra into the whole scroll, unsealing everything he bought. Sakura and Lee's eyes widened in awe as they laid eyes on 2 summoning scrolls, 6 jutsu/technique scrolls and the weapon scroll of the first Hokage. Oh my log! Sakura muttered as she stared at the collection in shock. Shikamaru pulled out his list and began crossing off items and adding some to the list. Okay, I purchased Hashirama-sama's scroll, his wife's summoning scroll, 2 scrolls that were originally owned by my clan, an ultimate elemental technique scroll, and the forbidden scroll of the hidden waterfall village. The extras are a combat scroll of Madara Uchiha, summoning scroll of the lightning eagles, and the last is some kinda map supposedly owned by the Sage of 6 Paths. He explained. Sakura nodded. Whoa! Was all she replied. Shikamaru glanced at Lee, who was just as awestruck as Sakura, but he continued to eat his second bowl of food and passed Shika his own. Thanks, Lee. Lee just nodded and opened his scroll, intending on learning to make his own chakra. Shika began eating while opening up one of his clan's scrolls, True Shadow Clone Jutsu. He read. So you guys understand the plan? Hi Teiko, Lee and Shikamaru said in unison. Sakura flipped her hood up. Alright then, let's get started. Shika stepped out into the morning haze and smiled at the other 2. I'm seeing Hibuki-san again. He's gonna give me another tour today. I'll see you 2 later, okay? He said with a wink. Sakura nodded. What about sensei? When is he coming? She asked. Shikamaru nodded and stood tall. It should be any day now. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he contacts us today. Do you each have the meteor paper? He asked. Sakura nodded. Yes, Shika. She drawled with a cute smile. A passing ninja smirked at the act while wondering what meteor paper is. Shikamaru winked as the 2 now had the team's story heard. Shika turned and waved behind him as he walked towards the meeting spot. Sakura leaned back into the tent and dropped her transformation, revealing herself to appear normal again. Ready, Lee? She asked. Lee cloaked himself under the disguise. Yes, Teiko, he said as he finished wrapping the bandages of his disguise around his lower face. Sakura chucked her cloak on and tucked a seal containing her weapons into her underwear. She lacked the disguise, but she covered enough of herself in the cloak that there was an extremely unlikely chance of anyone noticing. Let's get going then, she said as the 2 of them stepped out. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.